Preface of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elin. Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. Preface. The autobiographies which we owe to great minds have in former times generally been of one of three types. So far I went astray, thus I found the true path, St. Augustine. Or, so bad was I, but who dares to consider himself better? Rousseau. Or, this is the way a genius has slowly been evolved from within and by favourable surroundings. Goethe. In these forms of self-representation, the author is thus mainly preoccupied with himself. In the 19th century, the autobiographies of men of mark are more often shaped on lines such as these. So full of talent and attractive was I, such appreciation and admiration I won. Johanne Louise Heiberg. A life lived once more in reminiscence. Or, I was full of talent and worthy of being loved, but yet I was unappreciated, and these were the hard struggles I went through before I won the crown of fame. Hans Christian Andersen, The Tale of a Life. The main preoccupation of the writer, in these two classes of life records, is consequently with what his fellow men have thought of him and said about him. The author of the autobiography before us is not preoccupied with his own capacities, and consequently describes no struggle to gain recognition. Still less does he care for the opinions of his fellow men about himself. What others have thought of him, he dismisses with a single word. There is in this work no gazing upon one's own image. The author is not one of those who willingly speak of themselves. When he does so, it is reluctantly and with a certain shyness. There is here no confession that divulges the inner self, no sentimentality, and no cynicism. The author speaks neither of his sins nor of his virtues. He enters into no vulgar intimacy with his reader. He does not say when he fell in love, and he touches so little upon his relations with the other sex that he even omits to mention his marriage, and it is only incidentally we learn that he is married at all. That he is a father, and a very loving one, he finds time to mention just once in the rapid review of the last 16 years of his life. He is more anxious to give the psychology of his contemporaries than of himself, and one finds in his book the psychology of Russia, the official Russia and the masses underneath, Russia struggling forward and Russia stagnant. He strives to tell the story of his contemporaries rather than his own. And consequently, the record of his life contains the history of Russia during his lifetime, as well as that of the labour movement in Europe during the last half-century. When he plunges into his own inner world, we see the outer world reflected in it. There is, nevertheless, in this book an effect such as Goethe aimed at in Dichtung and Wahrheit, the representation of how a remarkable mind has been shaped, and in analogy with the Confessions of St. Augustine, we have the story of an inner crisis which corresponds with what in olden times was called conversion. In fact, this inner crisis is the turning point and core of the book. There are at this moment only two great Russians who think for the Russian people, and whose thoughts belong to mankind, Leo Tolstoy and Peter Kropotkin. Tolstoy has often told us, in poetical shape, parts of his life. Kropotkin gives us here, for the first time, without any poetical recasting, a rapid survey of his whole career. However radically different these two men are, there is one parallel which can be drawn between the lives and the views of life of both. Tolstoy is an artist, Kropotkin is a man of science, but there came a period in the career of each of them when neither could find peace in continuing the work to which he had brought great inborn capacities. Religious considerations led Tolstoy, social considerations led Kropotkin, to abandon the paths they had first taken. Both are filled with love for mankind, and they are at one in the condemnation of the indifference, the thoughtlessness, the crudeness and brutality of the upper classes, as well as in the attraction they both feel towards the life of the downtrodden and ill-used man of the people. Both see more cowardice than stupidity in the world. Both are idealists, and both have the reformer's temperament. Both are peace-loving natures, and Kropotkin is the more peaceful of the two. although Tolstoy always preaches peace and condemns those who take right into their own hands and resort to force, while Kropotkin justifies such action and was on friendly terms with the terrorists. The point upon which they differ most is in their attitudes towards the intelligent, educated man and towards science altogether. Tolstoy, in his religious passion, disdains and disparages the man equally with the thing, while Kropotkin holds both in high esteem, although at the same time he condemns men of science for forgetting the people and the misery of the masses. Many a man and many a woman have accomplished a great life work without having led a great life. Many people are interesting, although their lives may have been quite insignificant and commonplace. Kropotkin's life is both great and interesting. In these volumes will be found a combination of all the elements out of which an intensely eventful life is composed: idyll and tragedy, drama and romance. The childhood in Moscow and in the country, the portraits of his mother, sisters, and teachers, of the old and trusty servants, together with the many pictures of patriarchal life, are done in such a masterly way that every heart will be touched by them. The landscapes, the story of the unusually intense love between the two brothers, all this is pure idyll. Side by side there is, unhappily, plenty of sorrow and suffering. The harshness in the family life, the cruel treatment of the serfs, and the narrow-mindedness and heartlessness which are the ruling stars of men's destinies. There is variety, and there are dramatic catastrophes, life at court and life in prison, life in the highest Russian society, by the side of emperors and grand dukes, and life in poverty, with the working proletariat, in London and in Switzerland. There are changes of costume as in a drama, the chief actor having to appear during the day in fine dress in the Winter Palace, and in the evening in peasant's clothes in the suburbs, as a preacher of revolution. And there is, too, the sensational element that belongs to the novel. Although nobody could be simpler in tone and style than Kropotkin, nevertheless parts of his narrative, from the very nature of the events he has to tell, are more intensely exciting than anything in those novels which aim only at being sensational. One reads with breathless interest the preparations for the escape from the hospital of the fortress of St. Paul and St. Peter, and the bold execution of the plan. Few men have moved, as Kropotkin did, in all layers of society. Few know all these layers as he does. What a picture! Kropotkin as a little boy with curled hair, in a fancy dress costume, standing by the Emperor Nicholas, or running after the Emperor Alexander as his page, with the idea of protecting him. And then again, Kropotkin in a terrible prison, sending away the Grand Duke Nicholas, or listening to the growing insanity of a peasant who is confined in a cell under his very feet. He has lived the life of the aristocrat and of the worker. He has been one of the emperor's pages and a poverty-stricken writer. He has lived the life of the student, the officer, the man of science, the explorer of unknown lands, the administrator, and the hunted revolutionist. In exile he has had at times to live upon bread and tea as a Russian peasant, and he has been exposed to espionage and assassination plots like a Russian emperor. Few men have had an equally wide field of experience. Just as Kropotkin is able, as a geologist, to survey prehistoric evolution for hundreds of thousands of years past, so too he has assimilated the whole historical evolution of his own times. To the literary and scientific education which is won in the study and in the university, such as the knowledge of languages, belles lettres, philosophy, and higher mathematics, he added at an early stage of his life that education which is gained in the workshop, in the laboratory, and in the open field: natural science, military science, fortification, knowledge of mechanical and industrial processes. His intellectual equipment is universal. What must this active mind have suffered when he was reduced to the inactivity of prison life? What a test of endurance, and what an exercise in stoicism! Kropotkin says somewhere that a morally developed personality must be at the foundation of every organization. That applies to him. Life has made him one of the cornerstones for the building of the future. The crisis in Kropotkin's life has two turning points which must be mentioned. He approaches his 30th year, the decisive year in a man's life. With heart and soul, he is a man of science. He has made a valuable scientific discovery. He has found out that the maps of northern Asia are incorrect, that not only the old conceptions of the geography of Asia are wrong, but that the theories of Humboldt are also in contradiction with the facts. For more than 2 years he has plunged into laborious research. Then, suddenly, on a certain day, the true relations of the facts flash upon him. He understands that the main lines of structure in Asia are not from north to south, or from west to east, but from the southwest to the northeast. He submits his discovery to test. He applies it to numerous separated facts, and it holds its ground. Thus he knew the joy of scientific revelation in its highest and purest form. He has felt how elevating is its action on the mind. Then comes the crisis. The thought that these joys are the lot of so few fills him now with sorrow. He asks himself whether he has the right to enjoy this knowledge alone, for himself. He feels that there is a higher duty before him. To do his part in bringing to the mass of the people the information already gained, rather than to work at making new discoveries. For my part, I do not think that he was right. With such conceptions, Pasteur would not have been the benefactor of mankind that he has been. After all, everything, in the long run, is to the benefit of the mass of the people. I think that a man does the utmost for the well-being of all when he has given to the world the most intense production of which he is capable. But this fundamental notion is characteristic of Kropotkin. It contains his very essence. And this attitude of mind carries him farther. In Finland, where he is going to make a new scientific discovery, as he comes to the idea, which was heresy at the time, that in prehistoric ages all northern Europe was buried under ice. He is so much impressed with compassion for the poor, the suffering, who often know hunger in their struggle for bread, that he considers it his highest absolute duty to become a teacher and helper of the great working and destitute masses. Soon after that, a new world opens before him, the life of the working classes, and he learns from those whom he intends to teach. 5 or 6 years later, this crisis appears in its second phase. It happens in Switzerland. Already during his first stay there, Kropotkin had abandoned the group of state socialists from fear of an economical despotism, from hatred of centralization, from love for the freedom of the individual and the commune. Now, however, after his long imprisonment in Russia, during his second stay amidst the intelligent workers of West Switzerland, the conception which floated before his eyes of a new structure of society more distinctly dawns upon him in the shape of a society of federated associations, cooperating in the same way as the railway companies or the postal departments of separate countries cooperate. He knows that he cannot dictate to the future the lines which it will have to follow. He is convinced that all must grow out of the constructive activity of the masses. But he compares, for the sake of illustration, the coming structure with the guilds and the mutual relations which existed in medieval times and were worked out from below. He does not believe in the distinction between leaders and led, but I must confess that I am old-fashioned enough to feel pleased when Kropotkin, by a slight inconsistency, says once in praise of a friend that he was a born leader of men. The author describes himself as a revolutionist, and he is surely quite right in so doing. But seldom have there been revolutionists so humane and mild. One feels astounded when, in alluding on one occasion to the possibility of an armed conflict with the Swiss police, there appears in his character the fighting instinct which exists in all of us. He cannot say precisely in this passage whether he and his friends felt a relief at being spared a fight, or a regret that the fight did not take place. This expression of feeling stands alone. He has never been an avenger, but always a martyr. He does not impose sacrifices upon others, he makes them himself. All his life he has done it, but in such a way that the sacrifice seems to have cost him nothing. So little does he make of it. And with all his energy he is so far from being vindictive that of a disgusting prison doctor he only remarks, "The less said of him the better." He is a revolutionist without emphasis and without emblem. He laughs at the oaths and ceremonies with which conspirators bind themselves in dramas and operas. This man is simplicity personified. In character, he will bear comparison with any of the fighters for freedom in all lands. None have been more disinterested than he. None have loved mankind more than he does. But he would not permit me to say in the forefront of his book all the good that I think of him, and should I say it, my words would outrun the limits of a reasonable preface. Georg Brandes. End of preface. Childhood, Chapters 1 and 2, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Chapter 1 of Childhood. This book would not probably have been written for some time to come, were it not for the kind invitation and the most friendly encouragement of the editor and the publisher of the Atlantic Monthly to write it for serial publication in their review. I find it a pleasant duty to acknowledge here my very best thanks, both for the hospitality that was offered to me, and for the friendly pressure that was exercised in order to induce me to undertake this work. It was published in the Atlantic Monthly, September 1898 to September 1899, under the title of Autobiography of a Revolutionist. Preparing it now for publication in book form, I have considerably added to the original text in the portions relating to my youth and my stay in Siberia, and especially in the sixth part, in which I have narrated my life in Western Europe. Peter Kropotkin, October 1899. Childhood, Chapter 1. Moscow is a city of slow historical growth, and down to the present time its different parts have wonderfully well retained the features which have been stamped upon them in the slow course of history. The Trans-Moskva River district, with its broad sleepy streets, and its monotonous grey-painted, low-roofed houses, of which the entrance gates remain securely bolted day and night, has always been the secluded abode of the merchant class, and the stronghold of the outwardly austere, formalistic, and despotic nonconformists of the old faith. The citadel, or Kreml, is still the stronghold of church and state, and the immense space in front of it, covered with thousands of shops and warehouses, has been for centuries a crowded beehive of commerce, and still remains the heart of a great internal trade which spreads over the whole surface of the vast empire. The Tverskaya and the Smith's Bridge have been for hundreds of years the chief centres for the fashionable shops, while the artisans' quarters, the Plushikha and the Dorogomilovka, retain the very same features which characterized their uproarious populations in the times of the Moscow Tsars. Each quarter is a little world in itself. Each has its own physiognomy, and lives its own separate life. Even the railways, when they made an eruption into the old capital, grouped apart in special centres on the outskirts of the old town, their stores and machine works, and their heavily loaded carts and engines. However, of all parts of Moscow, none, perhaps, is more typical than that labyrinth of clean, quiet, winding streets and lanes, which lies at the back of the Kreml, between two great radial streets, the Arbat and the Brekhistenka, and is still called the Old Equerries' Quarter, the Staraya Konyushenya. Some 50 years ago, there lived in this quarter, and slowly died out, the old Moscow nobility, whose names were so frequently mentioned in the pages of Russian history before the time of Peter I, but who subsequently disappeared to make room for the newcomers, the men of all ranks, called into service by the founder of the Russian state. Feeling themselves supplanted at the St. Petersburg court, these nobles of the old stock retired either to the Old Equerries' Quarters in Moscow, or to their picturesque estates in the country round about the capital, and they looked with a sort of contempt and secret jealousy upon the motley crowd of families which came from no one knew where to take possession of the highest functions of the government in the new capital on the banks of the Neva. In their younger days, most of them had tried their fortunes in the service of the state, chiefly in the army, but for one reason or another they had soon abandoned it, without having risen to high rank. The more successful ones obtained some quiet, almost honorary position in their mother city. My father was one of these, while most of the others simply retired from active service. But wheresoever they might have shifted, in the course of their careers, over the wide surface of Russia, they always somehow managed to spend their old age in a house of their own in the old equerries' quarter, under the shadow of the church where they had been baptized, and where the last prayers had been pronounced at the burial of their parents. New branches budded from the old stalks. Some of them achieved more or less distinction in different parts of Russia. Some owned more luxurious houses in the new style in other quarters of Moscow or at St. Petersburg, but the branch which continued to reside in the old equerries' quarter, somewhere near to the green, the yellow, the pink, or the brown church, which was endeared through family associations, was considered as the true representative of the family, irrespective of the position it occupied in the family tree. Its old-fashioned head was treated with great respect, not devoid, I must say, of a slight tinge of irony, even by those younger representatives of the same stock who had left their mother city for a more brilliant career in the St. Petersburg Guards or in the court circles. He personified, for them, the antiquity of the family and its traditions. In these quiet streets, far away from the noise and bustle of the commercial Moscow, all the houses had much the same appearance. They were mostly built of wood, with bright green sheet iron roofs, the exteriors stuccoed and decorated with columns and porticos. All were painted in gay colours. Nearly every house had but one story, with 7 or 9 big, gay-looking windows facing the street. A second story was admitted only in the back part of the house, which looked upon a spacious yard, surrounded by numbers of small buildings, used as kitchens, stables, cellars, coach-houses, and as dwellings for the retainers and servants. A wide gate opened upon this yard, and a brass plate on it usually bore the inscription, House of so-and-so, Lieutenant or Colonel, and Commander. Very seldom Major General, or any similarly elevated civil rank. But if a more luxurious house, embellished by a gilded iron railing and an iron gate, stood in one of those streets, the brass plate on the gate was sure to bear the name of Commerce Council, or Honourable Citizen so-and-so. These were the intruders, those who came unasked to settle in this quarter, and were therefore ignored by their neighbours. No shops were allowed in these select streets, except that in some small wooden house belonging to the parish church, a tiny grocer's or greengrocer's shop might have been found. But then the policeman's lodge stood on the opposite corner, and in the daytime the policeman himself, armed with a halberd, would appear at the door to salute with his inoffensive weapon the officers passing by, and would retire inside when dusk came, to employ himself either as a cobbler or in the manufacture of some special snuff patronized by the elder servants of the neighbourhood. Life went on quietly and peacefully, at least for the outsider, in this Moscow Faubourg Saint-Germain. In the morning nobody was seen in the streets. About midday, the children made their appearance under the guidance of French tutors and German nurses, who took them out for a walk on the snow-covered boulevards. Later on in the day, the ladies might be seen in their 2-horse sledges, with a valet standing behind on a small plank fastened at the end of the runners, or ensconced in an old-fashioned carriage, immense and high, suspended on big curved springs and dragged by 4 horses, with a postilion in front and 2 valets standing behind. In the evening, most of the houses were brightly illuminated, and, the blinds not being drawn down, the passer-by could admire the card-players or the waltzers in the saloons. Opinions were not in vogue in those days, and we were yet far from the years when in each one of these houses a struggle began between fathers and sons, a struggle that usually ended either in a family tragedy or in a nocturnal visit of the state police. 50 years ago nothing of the sort was thought of. All was quiet and smooth, at least on the surface. In this old equerries' quarter I was born in 1842, and here I passed the first 15 years of my life. Even after our father had sold the house in which our mother died, and bought another, And when again he had sold that house, and we spent several winters in hired houses, until he had found a third one to his taste, within a stone's throw of the church where he had been baptized, we still remained in the old equerries' quarter, leaving it only during the summer to go to our country seat. Childhood, Chapter 2. A high, spacious bedroom, the corner room of our house, with a wide bed upon which our mother is lying, our baby chairs and tables standing close by, and the neatly served tables covered with sweets and jellies in pretty glass jars. A room into which we children are ushered at a strange hour. This is the first half-distinct reminiscence of my life. Our mother was dying of consumption. She was only 35 years old. Before parting with us forever, she had wished to have us by her side, to caress us, to feel happy for a moment in our joys, and she had arranged this little treat by the side of her bed which she could leave no more. I remember her pale thin face, her large dark brown eyes. She looked at us with love, and invited us to eat, to climb upon her bed. Then suddenly she burst into tears and began to cough, and we were told to go. Some time after, we children, that is, my brother Alexander and myself, were removed from the big house to a small side house in the courtyard. The April sun filled the little rooms with its rays, but our German nurse, Madame Burman, and Juliana, our Russian nurse, told us to go to bed. Their faces wet with tears, they were sewing for us black shirts fringed with broad white tassels. We could not sleep. The unknown frightened us, and we listened to their subdued talk. They said something about our mother which we could not understand. We jumped out of our beds, asking, "Where is Mamma? Where is Mamma?" Both of them burst into sobs, and began to pat our curly heads, calling us poor orphans, until Juliana could hold out no longer, and said, "Your mother is gone there, to the sky, to the angels." How to the sky? Why? Our infantile imagination in vain demanded. This was in April 1846. I was only 3.5 years old, and my brother Sasha not yet 5. Where our elder brother and sister, Nicholas and Elin, had gone I do not know. Perhaps they were already at school. Nicholas was 12 years old. Elin was 11. They kept together, and we knew them but little. So we remained, Alexander and I, in this little house, in the hands of Madame Burman and Juliana. The good old German lady, homeless and absolutely alone in the wide world, took toward us the place of our mother. She brought us up as well as she could, buying us from time to time some simple toys, and overfeeding us with ginger cakes whenever another old German, who used to sell such cakes, probably as homeless and solitary as herself, paid an occasional visit to our house. We seldom saw our father, and the next 2 years passed without leaving any impression on my memory. End of Childhood, Chapter 2. Childhood, Chapter 3, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Childhood, Chapter 3. Our father was very proud of the origin of his family, and would point with solemnity to a piece of parchment which hung on the wall of his study. It was decorated with our arms, the arms of the Principality of Smolensk, covered with the ermine mantle and the crown of the Monomachs, and there was written on it, and certified by the heraldry department, that our family originated with a grandson of Rostislav Mstislavich the Bold, a name familiar in Russian history as that of a Grand Prince of Kiev, and that our ancestors had been Grand Princes of Smolensk. It cost me 300 rubles to obtain that parchment, our father used to say. Like most people of his generation, he was not much versed in Russian history, and valued the parchment more for its cost than for its historical associations. As a matter of fact, our family is of very ancient origin indeed, but, like most descendants of Rurik, who may be regarded as representative of the feudal period of Russian history, it was driven into the background when that period ended, and the Romanovs, enthroned at Moscow, began the work of consolidating the Russian state. In recent times, none of the Kropotkins seemed to have any special liking for state functions. Our great-grandfather and grandfather both retired from the military service when quite young men, and hastened to return to their family estates. It must also be said that of these estates the main one, Yurusovo, situated in the government of Ryazan, on a high hill at the border of fertile prairies, might tempt anyone by the beauty of its shadowy forests, its winding rivers, and its endless meadows. Our grandfather was only a lieutenant when he left the service, and retired to Yurusovo, devoting himself to his estate and to the purchase of other estates in the neighbouring provinces. Probably our generation would have done the same, but our grandfather married a Princess Gagarin, who belonged to a quite different family. Her brother was well known as a passionate lover of the stage. He kept a private theatre of his own, and went so far in his passion as to marry, to the scandal of all his relations, a serf. The genial actress Semyonova, who was one of the creators of dramatic art in Russia, and undoubtedly one of its most sympathetic figures. To the horror of all Moscow, she continued to appear on the stage. I do not know if our grandmother had the same artistic and literary tastes as her brother. I remember her when she was already paralyzed and could speak only in whispers, but it is certain that in the next generation a leaning toward literature became a characteristic of our family. One of the sons of the Princess Gagarin was a minor Russian poet, and issued a book of poems, a fact which my father was ashamed of and always avoided mentioning, and in our own generation several of our cousins, as well as my brother and myself, have contributed more or less to the literature of our period. Our father was a typical officer of the time of Nicholas I. Not that he was imbued with a warlike spirit, or much in love with camp life. I doubt whether he spent a single night of his life at a bivouac fire, or took part in one battle. But under Nicholas I, that was of quite secondary importance. The true military man of those times was the officer who was enamoured of the military uniform and utterly despised all other sorts of attire, whose soldiers were trained to perform almost superhuman tricks with their legs and rifles. To break the wood of the rifle into pieces while presenting arms was one of those famous tricks. And who could show on parade a row of soldiers as perfectly aligned and as motionless as a row of toy soldiers. Very good, the Grand Duke Mikhail said once of a regiment, after having kept it for 1 hour presenting arms. Only they breathe. To respond to the then current conception of a military man was certainly our father's ideal. True, he took part in the Turkish campaign of 1828, but he managed to remain all the time on the staff of the chief commander, and if we children, taking advantage of a moment when he was in a particularly good temper, asked him to tell us something about the war, he had nothing to tell, but of a fierce attack of hundreds of Turkish dogs, which one night assailed him and his faithful servant, Frol, as they were riding with despatches through an abandoned Turkish village. They had to use swords to extricate themselves from the hungry beasts. Bands of Turks would assuredly have better satisfied our imagination, but we accepted the dogs as a substitute. When, however, pressed by our questions, our father told us how he had won the Cross of St. Anne for gallantry, and the golden sword which he wore, I must confess we felt really disappointed. His story was decidedly too prosaic. The officers of the general staff were lodged in a Turkish village when it took fire. In a moment the houses were enveloped in flames, and in one of them a child had been left behind. Its mother uttered despairing cries. Thereupon Frol, who always accompanied his master, rushed into the flames and saved the child. The chief commander, who saw the act, at once gave father the cross for gallantry. "But father," we exclaimed, "it was Frol who saved the child." "What of that?" replied he, in the most naive way. "Was he not my man? It is all the same." He also took some part in the campaign of 1831, during the Polish Revolution, and in Warsaw he made the acquaintance of, and fell in love with, the youngest daughter of the commander of an army corps, General Sulima. The marriage was celebrated with great pomp in the Lajenki Palace, the lieutenant governor, Count Paskievich, acting as nuptial godfather on the bridegroom's side. But your mother, our father used to add, brought me no fortune whatever. Which was true. Her father, Nikolai Semyonovich Sulima, was not versed in the art of making a career or a fortune. He must have had in him too much of the blood of those Cossacks of the Dnieper who knew how to fight the well-equipped, warlike Poles, or armies of the Turks, 3 times more than themselves, but knew not how to avoid the snares of the Moscow diplomacy, and, after having fought against the Poles in the terrible insurrection of 1648, which was the beginning of the end for the Polish Republic, lost all their liberties in falling under the dominion of the Russian Tsars. One Sulima was captured by the Poles and tortured to death at Warsaw, but the other colonels of the same stock only fought the more fiercely on that account, and Poland lost Little Russia. As to our grandfather, he knew how, with his regiment of cuirassiers during Napoleon I's invasion, to cut his way into a French infantry square bristling with bayonets, and to recover, after having been left for dead on the battlefield, with a deep cut in his head. But he could not become a valet to the favourite of Alexander I, the omnipotent Arakcheyev, and was consequently sent into a sort of honorary exile, first as a governor-general of West Siberia, and later of East Siberia. In those times, such a position was considered more lucrative than a gold mine, but our grandfather returned from Siberia as poor as he went, and left only modest fortunes to his 3 sons and 3 daughters. When I went to Siberia, in 1862, I often heard his name mentioned with respect. He was almost driven to despair by the wholesale stealing which went on in those provinces, and which he had no means to repress. Our mother was undoubtedly a remarkable woman for the time she lived in. Many years after her death, I discovered, in a corner of a storeroom of our country house, a mass of papers covered with her firm but pretty handwriting. Diaries, in which she wrote with delight of the scenery of Germany, and spoke of her sorrows and her thirst for happiness. Books which she had filled with Russian verses prohibited by censorship. Among them the beautiful historical ballads of Ruliev, the poet, whom Nicholas I hanged in 1826. Other books containing music, French dramas, verses of Lamartine, and Byron's poems that she had copied, and a great number of watercolour paintings. Tall, slim, adorned with a mass of dark chestnut hair, with dark brown eyes and a tiny mouth, she looks quite lifelike in a portrait in oils that was painted con amore by a good artist. Always lively and often careless, she was fond of dancing, and the peasant women in our village would tell us how she would admire from a balcony their ring dances, slow and full of grace, and how finally she would herself join in them. She had the nature of an artist. It was at a ball that she caught the cold that produced the inflammation of the lungs which brought her to the grave. All who knew her loved her. The servants worshipped her memory. It was in her name that Madame Bourman took care of us, and in her name the Russian nurse bestowed upon us her love. While combing our hair, or signing us with a cross in our beds, Juliana would often say, "And your mamma must now look upon us from the skies, and shed tears on seeing you, poor orphans." Our whole childhood is irradiated by her memory. How often in some dark passage, the hand of a servant would touch Alexander or me with a caress, or a peasant woman, on meeting us in the fields, would ask, "Will you be as good as your mother was? She took compassion on us. You will, surely." Us meant, of course, the serfs. I do not know what would have become of us if we had not found in our house, amidst the serf servants, that atmosphere of love which children must have around them. We were her children, we bore likeness to her, and they lavished their care upon us, sometimes in a touching form, as will be seen later on. Men passionately desire to live after death, but they often pass away without noticing the fact that the memory of a really good person always lives. It is impressed upon the next generation, and is transmitted again to the children. Is not that an immortality worth striving for? End of Childhood, Chapter 3. Childhood, Chapter 4, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. 2 years after the death of our mother, our father married again. He had already cast his eyes upon a nice-looking young person, this time belonging to a wealthy family, when the fates decided another way. One morning, while he was still in his dressing gown, the servants rushed madly into his room, announcing the arrival of General Timofeev, the commander of the 6th Army Corps, to which our father belonged. This favourite of Nicholas I was a terrible man. He would order a soldier to be flogged almost to death for a mistake made during a parade, or he would degrade an officer and send him as a private to Siberia, because he had met him in the street with the hooks on his high, stiff collar unfastened. With Nicholas, General Timofeev's word was all-powerful. The general, who had never before been in our house, came to propose to our father to marry his wife's niece, Mademoiselle Elisabeth Carandino, one of several daughters of an admiral of the Black Sea Fleet. A young lady with a classical Greek profile, said to have been very beautiful. Father accepted, and his second wedding, like the first, was solemnized with great pomp. "You young people understand nothing of this kind of thing," he said in conclusion, after having told me the story more than once, with a very fine humour which I will not attempt to reproduce. "But do you know what it meant at the time, the commander of an army corps, above all that one-eyed devil, as we used to call him, coming himself to propose? Of course she had no dowry, only a big trunk filled with ladies' finery, and that Martha, her one serf, dark as a gypsy, sitting upon it." I have no recollection whatever of this event. I only remember a big drawing-room in a richly furnished house, and in that room a young lady, attractive, but with a rather too sharp southern look, gambolling with us and saying, "You see what a jolly mamma you will have." To which Sasha and I, sulkily looking at her, replied, "Our mamma has flown away to the sky." We regarded so much liveliness with suspicion. Winter came, and a new life began for us. Our house was sold, and another was bought and furnished completely anew. All that could convey a reminiscence of our mother disappeared: her portraits, her paintings, her embroideries. In vain, Madame Bourman implored to be retained in our house, and promised to devote herself to the baby our stepmother was expecting as to her own child. She was sent away. Nothing of the Sulimas in my house, she was told. All connection with our uncles and aunts and our grandmother were broken. Juliana was married to Frol, who became a major domo, while she was made housekeeper. And for our education, a richly paid French tutor, M. Poulain, and a miserably paid Russian student, N.P. Smirnov, were engaged. Many of the sons of the Moscow nobles were educated at that time by Frenchmen, who represented the debris of Napoleon's Grande Armée. M. Poulain was one of them. He had just finished the education of the youngest son of the novelist Zagoskin, and his pupil, Sergei, enjoyed in the old equerries' quarter the reputation of being so well brought up that our father did not hesitate to engage M. Poulain for the considerable sum of 600 roubles a year. M. Poulain brought with him his setter, Trésor, his coffee-pot, Napoleon, and his French textbooks, and he began to rule over us and the serf Matvei, who was attached to our service. His plan of education was very simple. After having woke us up, he attended to his coffee, which he used to take in his room. While we were preparing the morning lessons, he made his toilette with minute care. He shampooed his grey hair so as to conceal his growing baldness, put on his tailcoat, sprinkled and washed himself with eau de Cologne, and then escorted us downstairs to say good morning to our parents. We used to find our father and stepmother at breakfast, and on approaching them we recited in the most ceremonious manner, "Bonjour, mon cher papa," and "Bonjour, ma chère maman, and kissed their hands. M. Poulain made a very complicated and elegant obeisance in pronouncing the words "Bonjour, Monsieur le Prince," and "Bonjour, Madame la Princesse," after which the procession immediately withdrew and retired upstairs. This ceremony was repeated every morning. Then our work began. M. Poulain changed his tailcoat for a dressing gown, covered his head with a leather cap, and dropping into an easy chair said, "Recite the lesson." We recited it by heart, from one mark which was made in the book with a nail to the next mark. M. Poulain had brought with him the grammar of Noël and Chapsal, memorable to more than one generation of Russian boys and girls, a book of French dialogues, a history of the world in one volume, and a universal geography, also in one volume. We had to commit to memory the grammar, the dialogues, the history, and the geography. The grammar, with its well-known sentences, "What is grammar?" "The art of speaking and writing correctly," went all right. But the history book, unfortunately, had a preface, which contained an enumeration of all the advantages which can be derived from a knowledge of history. Things went on smoothly enough with the first sentences. We recited, "The prince finds in it magnanimous examples for governing his subjects. The military commander learns from it the noble art of warfare." But the moment we came to law, all went wrong. The jurisconsult meets in it. But what the learned lawyer meets in history, we never came to know. That terrible word, jurisconsult, spoiled all the game. As soon as we reached it, we stopped. "On your knees, gros pouf," exclaimed Poulain. That was for me. "On your knees, grand dada." That was for my brother. And there we knelt, shedding tears and vainly endeavouring to learn all about the jurisconsult. It cost us many pains, that preface. We were already learning all about the Romans, and used to put our sticks in Juliana's scales when she was weighing rice, just like Brennus. We jumped from our table and other precipices for the salvation of our country, in imitation of Curtius. But M. Poulain would still from time to time return to the preface, and again put us on our knees for that very same jurisconsult. Was it strange that later on both my brother and I should entertain an undisguised contempt for jurisprudence? I do not know what would have happened with geography if M. Poulain's book had had a preface. But happily, the first 20 pages of the book had been torn away. Sergei Zagoskin, I suppose, rendered us that notable service, and so our lessons commenced with the 21st page, which began, "Of the rivers which water France." It must be confessed that things did not always end with kneeling. There was in the classroom a birch rod, and Poulain resorted to it when there was no hope of progress with a preface or with some dialogue on virtue and propriety. But one day, Sister Elin, who by this time had left the Catherine Institut des Demoiselles and now occupied a room underneath ours, hearing our cries, rushed all in tears into our father's study and bitterly reproached him with having handed us over to our stepmother, who had abandoned us to a retired French drummer. "Of course," she said, "there is no one to take their part, but I cannot see my brothers being treated in this way by a drummer." Taken thus unprepared, our father could not make a stand. He began to scold Helene, but ended by approving her devotion to her brothers. Thereafter, the birch rod was reserved for teaching the rules of propriety to the setter, Tsars. No sooner had M. Poulain discharged himself of his heavy educational duties than he became quite another man, a lively comrade instead of a gruesome teacher. After lunch he took us out for a walk, and there was no end to his tales. We chattered like birds. Though we never went with him beyond the first pages of syntax, we soon learned, nevertheless, to speak correctly. We used to think in French, and when he had dictated to us half through a book of mythology, correcting our faults by the book, without ever trying to explain to us why a word must be written in a particular way, we had learned to write correctly. After dinner, we had our lesson with a Russian teacher, a student of the Faculty of Law in the Moscow University. He taught us all Russian subjects, grammar, arithmetic, history, and so on. But in those years serious teaching had not yet begun. In the meantime, he dictated to us every day a page of history, and in that practical way we quickly learned to write Russian quite correctly. Our best time was on Sundays, when all the family, with the exception of us children, went to dine with Madame la Générale Timofeev. It would also happen occasionally that both M. Poulain and N.P. Smirnov would be allowed to leave the house, and when this occurred we were placed under the care of Juliana. After a hurriedly eaten dinner we hastened to the great hall, to which the younger housemaids soon repaired. All sorts of games were started: blind man, vulture and chickens, and so on. And then, all of a sudden, Tikhon, the jack of all trades, would appear with a violin. Dancing began, not that measured and tiresome dancing, under the direction of a French dancing master, on India rubber legs, which made part of our education, but free dancing, which was not a lesson, and in which a score of couples turned round any way, and this was only preparatory to the still more animated and rather wild Cossack dance. Tikhon would then hand the violin to one of the older men, and would begin to perform with his legs such wonderful feats that the doors leading to the hall would soon be filled by the cooks and even the coachmen, who came to see the dance so dear to the Russian heart. About 9 o'clock, the big carriage was sent to fetch the family home. Tikhon, brush in hand, crawled on the floor to make it shine with its virgin glance, and perfect order was restored in the house. And if, next morning, we two had been submitted to the most severe cross-examination, not a word would have been dropped concerning the previous evening's amusements. We never would have betrayed any one of the servants, nor would they have betrayed us. One Sunday, my brother and I, playing alone in the wide hall, ran against a bracket which supported a costly lamp. The lamp was broken to pieces. Immediately a council was held by the servants. No one scolded us, but it was decided that early next morning Tikhon should at his risk and peril slip out of the house and run to the smith's bridge in order to buy another lamp of the same pattern. It cost 15 rubles, an enormous sum for the servants, but it was done, and we never heard a word of reproach about it. When I think of it now, and all these scenes come back to my memory, I notice that we never heard coarse language in any of the games, nor saw in the dances anything like the kind of dancing which children are now taken to admire in the theatres. In the servants' house, among themselves, they assuredly used coarse expressions, but we were children, her children, and that protected us from anything of the sort. In those days children were not bewildered by a profusion of toys, as they are now. We had almost none, and were thus compelled to rely upon our own inventiveness. Besides, we both had early acquired a taste for the theatre. The inferior carnival theatres, with the thieving and fighting shows, produced no lasting impression upon us. We ourselves played enough at robbers and soldiers. But the great star of the ballet, Fanny Elsler, came to Moscow, and we saw her. When father took a box in the theatre, he always secured one of the best, and paid for it well. But then he insisted that all the members of the family should enjoy it to its full value. Small though I was at that time, Fanny Elsler left upon me the impression of a being so full of grace, so light, and so artistic in all her movements, that ever since I have been unable to feel the slightest interest in a dance which belongs more to the domain of gymnastics than the domain of art. Of course the ballet that we saw, Gitana, the Spanish gypsy, had to be repeated at home, its substance, not the dances. We had a ready-made stage, as the doorway which led from our bedroom into the classroom had a curtain instead of a door. A few chairs put in a half-circle in front of the curtain, with an easy chair for M. Poulain, became the hall and the imperial box, and an audience could easily be mustered with the Russian teacher, Juliana, and a couple of maids from the servants' rooms. 2 scenes of the ballet had to be represented by some means or other. The one where the little Gitana is brought by the gypsies into their camp in a wheelbarrow, and that in which Gitana makes her first appearance on the stage, descending from a hill and crossing a bridge over a brook, which reflects her image. The audience burst into frantic applause at this point, and the cheers were evidently called forth, so we thought at least, by the reflection in the brook. We found our gitana in one of the youngest girls in the maidservant's room. Her rather shabby blue cotton dress was no obstacle to personifying Fanny Elsler. An overturned chair, pushed along by its legs, head downward, was an acceptable substitute for the wheelbarrow. But the brook. 2 chairs and the long ironing board of Andrei, the tailor, made the bridge, and a piece of blue cotton made the brook. The image in the brook, however, would not appear full size, do what we might with M. Poulain's little shaving glass. After many unsuccessful endeavours we had to give it up, but we bribed Juliana to behave as if she saw the image, and to applaud loudly at this passage, so that finally we began to believe that perhaps something of it could be seen. Racine's Phèdre, or at least the last act of it, also went off nicely. That is, Sasha recited the melodious verses beautifully. À peine nous sortions des portes de Trézène. And I sat absolutely motionless and unconcerned during the whole length of the tragic monologue intended to apprise me of the death of my son, down to the place where, according to the book, I had to exclaim, "Oh Dieu!" But whatsoever we might impersonate, all our performances invariably ended with hell. All candles save one were put out, and this one was placed behind a transparent paper to imitate flames, while my brother and I, concealed from view, howled in the most appalling way as the condemned. Juliana, who did not like to have any allusion to the evil one made at bedtime, looked horrified. But I ask myself now whether this extremely concrete representation of hell, with a candle and a sheet of paper, did not contribute to free us both at an early age from the fear of eternal fire. Our conception of it was too realistic to resist skepticism. I must have been very much of a child when I saw the great Moscow actors, Shchepkin, Sadovsky, and Shumsky, in Gogol's Revisor and another comedy. Still, I remember not only the salient scenes of the 2 plays, but even the attitudes and expressions of these great actors of the realistic school, which is now so admirably represented by Doucet. I remembered them so well that when I saw the same plays given at St. Petersburg by actors belonging to the French declamatory school, I found no pleasure in their acting, always comparing them with Shchepkin and Sadovsky, by whom my taste in dramatic art was settled. This makes me think that parents who wish to develop artistic taste in their children ought to take them occasionally to really well-acted good plays, instead of feeding them on a profusion of so-called children's pantomimes. End of Childhood, Chapter 4. Childhood, Chapter 5 of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. When I was in my 8th year, the next step in my career was taken in a quite unforeseen way. I do not know exactly on what occasion it happened, but probably it was on the 25th anniversary of Nicholas I's reign, when great festivities were arranged at Moscow. The imperial family were coming to the old capital, and the Moscow nobility intended to celebrate this event by a fancy dress ball in which children were to play an important part. It was agreed that the whole motley crowd of nationalities of which the population of the Russian Empire is composed should be represented at this ball to greet the monarch. Great preparations went on in our house, as well as in all the houses of our neighbourhood. Some sort of remarkable Russian costume was made for our stepmother. Our father, being a military man, had to appear, of course, in his uniform, but those of our relatives who were not in the military service were as busy with their Russian, Greek, Caucasian, and Mongolian costumes as the ladies themselves. When the Moscow nobility gives a ball to the imperial family, it must be something extraordinary. As for my brother Alexander and myself, we were considered too young to take part in so important a ceremonial. And yet, after all, I did take part in it. Our mother was an intimate friend of Madame Nazimov, the wife of the general who was governor of Vilno when the emancipation of the serfs began to be spoken of. Madame Nazimov, who was a very beautiful woman, was expected to be present at the ball with her child, about 10 years old, and to wear some wonderful costume of a Persian princess in harmony with which the costume of a young Persian prince, exceedingly rich, with a belt covered with jewels, was made ready for her son. But the boy fell ill just before the ball, and Madame Nazhinov thought that one of the children of her best friend would be a good substitute for her own child. Alexander and I were taken to her house to try on the costume. It proved to be too short for Alexander, who was much taller than I, but it fitted me exactly, and therefore it was decided that I should impersonate the Persian prince. The immense hall of the house of the Moscow nobility was crowded with guests. Each of the children received a standard bearing at its top the arms of one of the 60 provinces of the Russian Empire. I had an eagle floating over a blue sea, which represented, as I learned later on, the arms of the government of Astrakhan on the Caspian Sea. We were then ranged at the back of the great hall, and slowly marched in 2 rows toward the raised platform upon which the emperor and his family stood. As we reached it, we went right and left, and thus stood aligned in 1 row before the platform. At a given signal, all standards were lowered before the emperor. The apotheosis of autocracy was made most impressive. Nicholas was enchanted. All provinces of the empire worshipped the supreme ruler. Then we children slowly retired to the rear of the hall. But here some confusion occurred. Chamberlains in their gold-embroidered uniforms were running about, and I was taken out of the ranks. My uncle, Prince Gagarin, dressed as a Tungus. I was dizzy with admiration of his fine leather coat, his bow, and his quiver full of arrows, lifted me up in his arms, and planted me on the imperial platform. Whether it was because I was tiniest in the row of boys, or that my round face, framed in curls, looked funny under the high Astrakhan fur bonnet I wore, I know not, but Nicholas wanted to have me on the platform, and there I stood amidst generals and ladies looking down upon me with curiosity. I was told later on that Nicholas I, who was always fond of barracks jokes, took me by the arm and, leading me to Marie Alexandrovna, the wife of the heir to the throne, who was then expecting her 3rd child, said in his military way, "That is the sort of boy you must bring me," a joke which made her blush deeply. I well remember, at any rate, Nicholas asking me whether I would have sweets, but I replied that I should like to have some of those tiny biscuits which were served with tea. We were never overfed at home, and he called a waiter and emptied a full tray into my tall bonnet. "I will take them to Sasha," I said to him. However, the soldier-like brother of Nicholas, Mikhail, who had the reputation of being a wit, managed to make me cry. "When you are a good boy," he said, "they treat you so," and he passed his big hand over my face downwards. "But when you are naughty, they treat you so," and he passed the hand upwards, rubbing my nose, which already had a marked tendency toward growing in that direction. Tears, which I vainly tried to stop, came into my eyes. The ladies at once took my part, and the good-hearted Marie Alexandrovna took me under her protection. She set me by her side, in a high velvet chair with a gilded back, and our people told me afterward that I very soon put my head in her lap and went to sleep. She did not leave her chair during the whole time the ball was going on. I remember also that, as we were waiting in the entrance hall for our carriage, our relatives petted and kissed me, saying, "Petya, you have been made a page." But I answered, "I am not a page, I will go home," and was very anxious about my bonnet, which contained the pretty little biscuits that I was taking home for Sasha. I do not know whether Sasha got many of those biscuits, but I recollect what a hug he gave me when he was told about my anxiety concerning the bonnet. To be inscribed as a candidate for the Corps of Pages was then a great favour, which Nicholas seldom bestowed on the Moscow nobility. My father was delighted, and already dreamed of a brilliant court career for his son. Our stepmother, every time she told the story, never failed to add, "It is all because I gave him my blessing before he went to the ball." Madame Nazhinov was delighted, too, and insisted upon having her portrait painted in the costume in which she looked so beautiful, with me standing at her side. My brother Alexander's fate also was decided next year. The jubilee of the Ismailovsk regiment, to which my father had belonged in his youth, was celebrated about this time at St. Petersburg. One night, while all the household was plunged in deep sleep, a 3-horse carriage, ringing with the bells attached to the harnesses, stopped at our gate. A man jumped out of it, loudly shouting, "Open! An ordinance from His Majesty the Emperor!" One can easily imagine the terror which this nocturnal visit spread in our house. My father, trembling, went down to his study. Court-martial, degradation as a soldier, were words which rang then in the ears of every military man. It was a terrible epoch. But Nicholas simply wanted to have the names of the sons of all the officers who had once belonged to the regiment, in order to send the boys to military schools, if that had not yet been done. A special messenger had been dispatched for that purpose from St. Petersburg to Moscow, and now he called day and night at the houses of the ex-Ismailovsk officers. With a shaking hand, my father wrote that his eldest son, Nicholas, was already in the First Corps of Cadets at Moscow, that his youngest son, Peter, was a candidate for the Corps of Pages, and that there remained only his second son, Alexander, who had not yet entered the military career. A few weeks later came a paper informing father of the monarch's favour. Alexander was ordered to enter a Corps of Cadets in Orel, a small provincial town. It cost my father a deal of trouble and a large sum of money to get Alexander sent to a Corps of Cadets at Moscow. This new favour was obtained only in consideration of the fact that our elder brother was in that corps. And thus, owing to the will of Nicholas I, we had both to receive a military education, though, before we were many years older, we simply hated the military career for its absurdity. But Nicholas I was watchful that none of the sons of the nobility should embrace any other profession than the military one, unless they were of infirm health, and so we had all 3 to be officers, to the great satisfaction of my father. End of Childhood, Chapter 5. Childhood, Chapter 6, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Wealth was measured in those times by the number of souls which a landed proprietor owned. So many souls meant so many male serfs. Women did not count. My father, who owned nearly 1,200 souls in 3 different provinces, and who had, in addition to his peasants' holdings, large tracts of land which were cultivated by those peasants, was accounted a rich man. He lived up to his reputation, which meant that his house was open to any number of visitors, and that he kept a very large household. We were a family of 8, occasionally of 10 or 12, but 50 servants at Moscow, and half as many more in the country, were considered not one too many. 4 coachmen to attend a dozen horses, 3 cooks for the masters and 2 more for the servants, a dozen men to wait upon us at dinner time, 1 man, plate in hand, standing behind each person seated at the table, and girls innumerable in the maidservants' room. How could anyone do with less than this? Besides, the ambition of every landed proprietor was that everything required for his household should be made at home by his own men. "How nicely your piano is always tuned. I suppose Herr Schimmel must be your tuner," perhaps a visitor would remark. To be able to answer, "I have my own piano tuner," was in those times the correct thing. "What beautiful pastry!" the guests would exclaim, when a work of art, composed of ices and pastry, appeared toward the end of the dinner. "Confess, Prince, that it comes from Tremblay," the fashionable pastry cook. "It is made by my own confectioner, a pupil of Tremblay, whom I have allowed to show what he can do," was a reply which elicited general admiration. To have embroideries, harnesses, furniture, in fact everything, made by one's own men was the ideal of the rich and respected landed proprietor. As soon as the children of the servants attained the age of 10, they were sent as apprentices to the fashionable shops, where they were obliged to spend 5 or 7 years chiefly in sweeping, in receiving an incredible number of thrashings, and in running about town on errands of all sort. I must own that few of them became masters of their respective arts. The tailors and the shoemakers were found only skillful enough to make clothes or shoes for the servants, and when a really good pastry was required for a dinner party, it was ordered at Tremblay's, while our own confectioner was beating the drum in the music band. That band was another of my father's ambitions, and almost every one of his male servants, in addition to other accomplishments, was a bass viol or a clarinet in the band. Makar, the piano tuner, alias under butler, was also a flutist. Andrei, the tailor, played the French horn. The confectioner was first put to beat the drum, but he misused his instrument to such a deafening degree that a tremendous trumpet was bought for him, in the hope that his lungs would not have the power to make the same noise as his hands. When, however, this last hope had to be abandoned, he was sent to be a soldier. As to Spotted Tikhon, in addition to his numerous functions in the household as lamp cleaner, floor polisher, and footman, he made himself useful in the band, today as a trombone, tomorrow as a bassoon, and occasionally as second violin. The two first violins were the only exception to the rule. They were violins and nothing else. My father had bought them, with their large families, for a handsome sum of money from his sisters. He never bought serfs from, nor sold them to, strangers. In the evenings, when he was not at his club, or when there was a dinner or an evening party at our house, the band of 12 to 15 musicians was summoned. They played very nicely, and were in great demand for dancing parties in the neighbourhood, still more when we were in the country. This was, of course, a constant source of gratification to my father, whose permission had to be asked to get the assistance of his band. Nothing, indeed, gave him more pleasure than to be asked for help, either in the way mentioned or in any other. For instance, to obtain free education for a boy, or to save somebody from a punishment inflicted upon him by a law court. Although he was liable to fall into fits of rage, he was undoubtedly possessed of a natural instinct towards leniency, and when his patronage was requested, he would write scores of letters in all possible directions, to all sorts of persons of high standing, in favour of his protégé. At such times, his mail, which was always heavy, would be swollen by half a dozen special letters, written in a most original, semi-official and semi-humorous style, each of them sealed, of course, with his arms, in a big square envelope, which rattled like a baby rattle on account of the quantity of sand it contained, the use of blotting paper being then unknown. The more difficult the case, the more energy he would display, until he secured the favour he asked for his protégé, whom in many cases he never saw. My father liked to have plenty of guests in his house. Our dinner hour was 4, and at 7 the family gathered round the samovar, tea-urn, for tea. Everyone belonging to our circle could drop in at that hour, and from the time my sister Elin was again with us, there was no lack of visitors, old and young, who took advantage of the privilege. When the windows facing the street showed bright light inside, that was enough to let people know that the family was at home and friends would be welcome. Nearly every night we had visitors. The green tables were opened in the hall for the card players, while the ladies and the young people stayed in the reception room or around Helen's piano. When the ladies had gone, card playing continued sometimes until the small hours of the morning, and considerable sums of money changed hands among the players. Father invariably lost. But the real danger for him was not at home. It was at the English club, where the stakes were much higher than in private houses, and especially when he was induced to join a party of very respectable gentlemen in one of the aristocratic houses of the old Equerries' Quarter, where gambling went on all night. On an occasion of this kind, his losses were sure to be heavy. Dancing parties were not infrequent, to say nothing of a couple of obligatory balls every winter. Father's way, in such cases, was to have everything done in a good style, whatever the expense. But at the same time, such niggardliness was practiced in our house in daily life that if I were to recount it, I should be accused of exaggeration. It is said of a family of pretenders to the throne of France, renowned for their truly regal hunting parties, that in their everyday life even the tallow candles are minutely counted. The same sort of miserly economy ruled in our house with regard to everything, so much so that when we, the children of the house, grew up, we detested all saving and counting. However, in the old equerries' quarter such a mode of life only raised my father in public esteem. The old prince, it was said, seems to be sharp over money at home, but he knows how a nobleman ought to live. In our quiet and clean lanes that was the kind of life which was most in respect. One of our neighbours, General D., kept his house up in very grand style, and yet the most comical scenes took place every morning between him and his cook. Breakfast over, the old general, smoking his pipe, would himself order the dinner. "Well, my boy," he would say to the cook, who appeared in snow-white attire, "today we shall not be many, only a couple of guests. You will make us a soup, you know, with some spring delicacies, green peas, French beans, and so on. You have not given us any yet, and madam, you know, likes a good French spring soup." "Yes, sir." "Then anything you like as an entree." "Yes, sir." "Of course, asparagus is not yet in season, but I saw yesterday such nice bundles of it in the shops." "Yes, sir, 8 shillings the bundle." "Quite right. Then we are sick of your roasted chickens and turkeys. You ought to get something for a change." "Some venison, sir." "Yes, yes, anything for a change." And when the 6 courses of dinner had been decided on, the old general would ask, "Now how much shall I give you for today's expenses? 6 shillings will do, I suppose." £1, sir." "What nonsense, my boy! Here are 6 shillings. I assure you that's quite enough." 8 shillings for asparagus, 5 for the vegetables." "Now look here, my dear boy, be reasonable. I'll go as high as 7 and 6, and you must be economical." And the bargaining would go on thus for half an hour, until the two would agree upon 14 shillings and 6 pence, with the understanding that the morrow's dinner should not cost more than 3 shillings. Whereupon the general, quite happy at having made such a good bargain, would take his sledge, make a round of the fashionable shops, and return quite radiant, bringing for his wife a bottle of exquisite perfume, for which he had paid a fancy price in a French shop, and announcing to his only daughter that a new velvet mantle, something very simple and very costly, would be sent for her to try on that afternoon. All our relatives, who were numerous on my father's side, lived exactly in the same way, and if a new spirit occasionally made its appearance, it usually took the form of some religious passion. Thus a Prince Gagarin joined the Jesuit order, again to the scandal of all Moscow. Another young prince entered a monastery, while several older ladies became fanatic devotees. There was a single exception. One of our nearest relatives, Prince, let us call him Mirsky, had spent his youth at St. Petersburg as an officer of the Guards. He took no interest in keeping his own tailors and cabinet makers, for his house was furnished in a grand modern style, and his wearing apparel was all made in the best St. Petersburg shops. Gambling was not his propensity. He played cards only when in company with ladies, but his weak point was his dinner table, upon which he spent incredible sums of money. Lent and Easter were his chief epochs of extravagance. When the great Lent came, and it would not have been proper to eat meat, cream, or butter, he seized the opportunity to invent all sorts of delicacies in the way of fish. The best shops of the two capitals were ransacked for that purpose. Special emissaries were dispatched from his estate to the mouth of the Volga to bring back on post-horses — there was no railway at that time — a sturgeon of great size, or some extraordinarily cured fish. And when Easter came, there was no end to his inventions. Easter, in Russia, is the most venerated and also the gayest of the yearly festivals. It is the festival of spring. The immense heaps of snow which have been lying during the winter along the streets rapidly thaw, and roaring streams run down the streets. Not like a thief who creeps in by insensible degrees, but frankly and openly spring comes, every day bringing with it a change in the state of the snow and the progress of the buds on the trees. The night frosts only keep the thaw within reasonable bounds. The last week of the Great Lent, Passion Week, was kept in Moscow, in my childhood, with extreme solemnity. It was a time of general mourning, and crowds of people went to the churches to listen to the impressive reading of those passages of the Gospels which relate the sufferings of the Christ. Not only were meat, eggs, and butter not eaten, but even fish was refused, some of the most rigorous taking no food at all on Good Friday. The more striking was the contrast when Easter came. On Saturday everyone attended the night service, which began in a mournful way. Then suddenly, at midnight, the resurrection news was announced. All the churches were at once illuminated, and gay peals of bells resounded from hundreds of bell towers. General rejoicing began. All the people kissed one another thrice on the cheeks, repeating the resurrection words, and the churches, now flooded with light, shone with the gay toilettes of the ladies. The poorest woman had a new dress. If she had only one new dress a year, she would get it for that night. At the same time, Easter was, and is still, the signal for a real debauch in eating. Special Easter cream cheeses, pashka, and Easter bread, kalish, are prepared, and everyone, no matter how poor he or she may be, must have a small pashka and a small kalish, with at least one egg painted red, to be consecrated in the church, and to be used afterward to break the Lent. With most old Russians, eating began at night, after a short Easter Mass, immediately after the consecrated food had been brought from church. But in the houses of the nobility, the ceremony was postponed till Sunday morning, when a table was covered with all sorts of viands, cheeses and pastry, and all the servants came to exchange with their masters 3 kisses and a red-painted egg. Throughout Easter week a table spread with Easter food stood in the great hall, and every visitor was invited to partake. On this occasion Prince Mirsky surpassed himself. Whether he was at St. Petersburg or at Moscow, messengers brought to his house, from his estate, a specially prepared cream cheese for the pashka, and his cook managed to make out of it a piece of artistic confectionery. Other messengers were dispatched to the province of Novgorod to get a bear's ham, which was cured for the prince's Easter table. And while the princess, with her 2 daughters, visited the most austere monasteries, in which the night service would last 3 or 4 hours in succession, and spent all Passion Week in the most mournful condition of mind, eating only a piece of dry bread between the visits she paid to Russian, Roman, and Protestant preachers, her husband made every morning the tour of the well-known Milutin shops at St. Petersburg, where all possible delicacies are brought from the ends of the earth. There he used to select the most extravagant dainties for his Easter table. Hundreds of visitors came to his house, and were asked just to taste this or that extraordinary thing. The end of it was that the prince managed literally to eat up a considerable fortune. His richly furnished house and beautiful estate were sold, and when he and his wife were old they had nothing left, not even a home, and were compelled to live with their children. No wonder that when the emancipation of the serfs came, nearly all these families of the old equerries' quarter were ruined. But I must not anticipate events. End of Childhood, Chapter 6. Childhood, Chapter 7, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. To maintain such numbers of servants as were kept in our house would have been ruinous if all provisions had to be bought at Moscow. But in those times of serfdom things were managed very simply. When winter came, father sat at his table and wrote the following. To the manager of my estate, Nikolskoye, situated in the government of Kaluga, district of Meshovsk, on the river Sirena, from the Prince Alexei Petrovich Kropotkin, colonel and commander of various orders. On receipt of this, and as soon as winter communication is established, thou art ordered to send to my house, situated in the city of Moscow, 25 peasant sledges drawn by 2 horses each, 1 horse from each house, and 1 sledge and 1 man from each second house, and to load them with so many quarters of oats, so many of wheat, and so many of rye, as also with all the poultry and geese and ducks, well frozen, which have to be killed this winter, well packed and accompanied by a complete list, under the supervision of a well-chosen man. And so it went on for a couple of pages, till the next full stop was reached. After this, there followed an enumeration of the penalties which would be inflicted in case the provisions should not reach the house situated in such a street, number so and so, in due time and in good condition. Some time before Christmas, the 25 peasant sledges really entered our gates, and covered the surface of the wide yard. "Frol!" shouted my father, as soon as the report of this great event reached him. "Kiryushka, Yegorka, where are they? Everything will be stolen. Frol, go and receive the oats. Juliana, go and receive the poultry. Kiryushka, call the princess." All the household was in commotion, the servants running wildly in every direction, from the hall to the yard, and from the yard to the hall, but chiefly to the maidservants' room, to communicate there the Nikolskoye news. Pasha is going to marry after Christmas. Aunt Anna has surrendered her soul to God, and so on. Letters had also come from the country, and very soon one of the maids would steal upstairs into my room. "Are you alone? The teacher is not in." "No, he is at the university." "Well then, be kind and read me this letter from mother." And I would read to her the naive letter, which always began with the words, "Father and mother send you their blessing for ages not to be broken." After this came the news. "Aunt Eupraxie lies ill, all her bones aching, and your cousin is not yet married, but hopes to be after Easter, and Aunt Stepanida's cow died on All Saints' Day." Following the news came the greetings, 2 pages of them. "Brother Paul sends you his greetings, and the sisters Mary and Daria send their greetings, and then Uncle Dmitri sends his many greetings," and so on. However, notwithstanding the monotony of the enumeration, each name awakened some remarks. "Then she is still alive, poor soul, if she sends her greetings. It is 9 years since she has lain motionless." Or, "Oh, he has not forgotten me. He must be back then for Christmas, such a nice boy. You will write me a letter, won't you? And I must not forget him then." I promised, of course, and when the time came I wrote a letter in exactly the same style. When the sledges had been unloaded, the hall filled with peasants. They had put on their best coats over their sheepskins, and waited until father should call them into his room to have a talk about the snow and the prospects of the next crops. They hardly dared to walk in their heavy boots on the polished floor. A few ventured to sit down on the edge of an oak bench. They emphatically refused to make use of chairs. So they waited for hours, looking with alarm upon everyone who entered father's room or issued from it. Some time later on, usually next morning, one of the servants would run slyly upstairs to the classroom. "Are you alone?" "Yes." "Then go quickly to the hall. The peasants want to see you. Something from your nurse." When I went down to the hall, one of the peasants would give me a little bundle containing perhaps a few rye cakes, 6 hard-boiled eggs, and some apples, tied in a motley-coloured cotton kerchief. "Take that. It is your nurse, Vasilisa, who sends it to you. Look if the apples are not frozen. I hope not. I kept them all the journey on my breast. Such a fearful frost we had." And the broad, bearded face, covered with frostbites, would smile radiantly, showing 2 rows of beautiful white teeth from beneath quite a forest of hair. "And this is for your brother, from his nurse Anna," another peasant would say, handing me a similar bundle. "Poor boy," she says, "he can never have enough at school." Blushing and not knowing what to say, I would murmur at last, "Tell Vasilisa that I kiss her, and Anna too, for my brother." At which all faces would become still more radiant. "Yes, I will, to be sure." Then Kirila, who kept watch at my father's door, would whisper suddenly, "Run quickly upstairs. Your father may come out in a moment. Don't forget the kerchief. They want to take it back." As I carefully folded the worn kerchief, I most passionately desired to send Vasilisa something. But I had nothing to send, not even a toy, and we never had pocket money. Our best time, of course, was in the country. As soon as Easter and Whitsuntide had passed, all our thoughts were directed toward Nikolskoye. However, time went on, the lilacs must be past blooming at Nikolskoye, and father had still thousands of affairs to keep him in town. At last, 5 or 6 peasant carts entered our yard. They came to take all sorts of things which had to be sent to the country house. The great old coach and the other coaches in which we were going to make the journey were taken out and inspected once more. The boxes began to be packed. Our lessons made slow progress. At every moment we interrupted our teachers, asking whether this or that book should be taken with us, and long before all others we began packing our books, our slates, and our toys, which were of our own making. Everything was ready. The peasant carts stood heavily loaded with furniture for the country house, boxes containing the kitchen utensils, and almost countless empty glass jars which were to be brought back in the autumn filled with all kinds of preserves. The peasants waited every morning for hours in the hall, but the order for leaving did not come. Father continued to write all the morning in his room and disappeared at night. Finally, our stepmother interfered, her maid having ventured to report that the peasants were very anxious to return, as haymaking was near. Next afternoon, Frol, the major domo, and Mikhail Aliev, the first violin, were called into father's room. A sack containing the food money, that is, a few coppers a day, for each of the 40 or 50 souls who were to accompany the household to Nikolskoye, was handed to Frol with a list. All were enumerated in that list, the band in full, then the cooks and the undercooks, the laundresses, the under-laundress, who was blessed with a family of 6 mites, Polka Squinting, Domna the big one, Domna the small one, and the rest of them. The first violin received an order of march. I knew it well, because father, seeing that he never would be ready, had called me to copy it into the book, in which he used to copy all outgoing papers. To my house servant, Mikhail Aliev, from Prince Alexei Petrovich Kropotkin, colonel and commander. Thou art ordered, on May 29, at 6 a.m., to march out with my loads from the city of Moscow for my estate situated in the government of Kaluga, district of Meshovsk, on the river Sirena, representing a distance of 160 miles from this house, to look after the good conduct of the men entrusted to thee, and if any one of them proves to be guilty of misconduct, or of drunkenness, or of insubordination, to bring the said man before the commander of the garrison detachment of the separate corps of the interior garrisons, with the enclosed circular letter, and to ask that he may be punished by flogging. The first violin knew who was meant, as an example to the others. Thou art ordered, moreover, to look especially after the integrity of the goods entrusted to thy care, and to march according to the following order. First day, stay at village so-and-so, to feed the horses. Second day, spend the night at the town of Podolsk, and so on for all the 7 or 8 days that the journey would last. Next day, at 10 instead of at 6. Punctuality is not a Russian virtue. Thank God, we are not Germans, true Russians used to say. The carts left the house. The servants had to make the journey on foot. Only the children were accommodated with a seat in a bathtub or basket, on the top of a loaded cart, and some of the women might find an occasional resting place on the edge of a cart. The others had to walk all the 160 miles. As long as they were marching through Moscow, discipline was maintained. It was peremptorily forbidden to wear top boots or to pass a belt over the coat. But when they were on the road, and we overtook them a couple of days later, and especially when it was known that father would stay a few days longer at Moscow, the men and the women, dressed in all sorts of impossible coats, belted with cotton handkerchiefs, burned by the sun or dripping under the rain, and helping themselves along with sticks cut in the woods, certainly looked more like a wandering band of gypsies than the household of a wealthy landowner. Similar peregrinations were made by every household in those times, and when we saw a file of servants marching along one of our streets, we at once knew that the Apukhtins or the Pryanishnikovs were migrating. The carts were gone, yet the family did not move. All of us were sick of waiting, but father still continued to write interminable orders to the managers of his estates, and I copied them diligently into the big outgoing book. At last the order to start was given. We were called downstairs. My father read aloud the order of march, addressed to the Princess Kropotkin, wife of Prince Alexei Petrovich Kropotkin, colonel and commander, in which the halting places during the 5 days' journey were duly enumerated. True, the order was written for May 30, and the departure was fixed for 9 a.m., though May was gone, and the departure took place in the afternoon. This upset all calculations. But, as is usual in military marching orders, this circumstance had been foreseen, and was provided for in the following paragraph. If, however, contrary to expectation, the departure of your Highness does not take place at the said day and hour, you are requested to act according to the best of your understanding, in order to bring the said journey to its best issue. Then all present, the family and the servants, sat down for a moment, signed themselves with the cross, and bade my father good-bye. "I entreat you, Alexis, don't go to the club," our stepmother whispered to him. The great coach, drawn by 4 horses, with a postilion, stood at the door, with its little folding ladder to facilitate climbing in. The other coaches also were there. Our seats were enumerated in the marching orders, but our stepmother had to exercise the best of her understanding even at that early stage of the proceedings, and we started to the great satisfaction of all. The journey was an inexhaustible source of enjoyment for us children. The stages were short, and we stopped twice a day to feed the horses. As the ladies screamed at the slightest declivity of the road, it was found more convenient to alight each time the road went up or downhill, which it did continually, and we took advantage of this to have a peep into the woods by the roadside, or a run along some crystal brook. The beautifully kept high road from Moscow to Warsaw, which we followed for some distance, was covered, moreover, with a variety of interesting objects: files of loaded carts, groups of pilgrims, and all sorts of people. Twice a day we stopped in large animated villages, and after a good deal of bargaining about the prices to be charged for hay and oats, as well as for the samovars, we dismounted at the gates of an inn. Cook Andrei bought a chicken and made the soup, while we ran in the meantime to the next wood, or examined the farmyard, the gardens, the inner life of the inn. At Maloyaroslavets, where a battle was fought in 1812, when the Russian army vainly attempted to stop Napoleon in his retreat from Moscow, we usually spent the night. M. Poulain, who had been wounded in the Spanish campaign, knew, or pretended to know, everything about the battle at Maloyaroslavets. He took us to the battlefield, and explained how the Russians tried to check Napoleon's advance, and how the Grande Armée crushed them and made its way through the Russian lines. He explained it as well as if he himself had taken part in the battle. Here the Cossacks attempted un mouvement tournant, but Davout, or some other marshal, routed them and pursued them just beyond these hills on the right. There the left wing of Napoleon crushed the Russian infantry, and here Napoleon himself, at the head of the Old Guard, charged Kutuzov's centre and covered himself and his guard with undying glory. We once took the old Kaluga route and stopped at Tarutino, but here M. Poulain was much less eloquent. For it was at this place that Napoleon, who intended to retreat by a southern route, was compelled, after a bloody battle, to abandon his plan, and was forced to take the Smolensk route, which his army had laid waste during its march on Moscow. However, in M. Poulain's narrative, Napoleon did not lose the battle. He was only deceived by his marshals. Otherwise he would have marched straight upon Kiev and Odessa, and his eagles would have floated over the Black Sea. Beyond Kaluga, we had to cross for a stretch of 5 miles a beautiful pine forest, which remains connected in my memory with some of the happiest reminiscences of my childhood. The sand in that forest was as deep as in an African desert, and we went all the way on foot, while the horses, stopping every moment, slowly dragged the carriages in the sand. When I was in my teens, it was my delight to leave the family behind, and to walk the whole distance by myself. Immense red pines, centuries old, rose on every side, and not a sound reached the ear except the voices of the lofty trees. In a small ravine, a fresh crystal spring murmured, and a passer-by had left in it, for the use of those who should come after him, a small funnel-shaped ladle, made of birch bark, with a split stick for a handle. Noiselessly a squirrel ran up a tree, and the underwood was as full of mysteries as were the trees. In that forest, my first love of nature and my first dim perception of its incessant life were born. Beyond the forest, and past the ferry which took us over the Ugra, we left the high road and entered narrow country lanes, where green ears of rye bent toward the coach, and the horses managed to bite mouthfuls of grass on either side of the way, as they ran, closely pressed to one another in the narrow, trench-like road. At last, we saw the willows which marked the approach to our village, and suddenly we caught sight of the elegant pale yellow bell tower of the Nikolskoye church. For the quiet life of the landlords of those times, Nikolskoye was admirably suited. There was nothing in it of the luxury which is seen in richer estates, but an artistic hand was visible in the planning of the buildings and gardens, and in the general arrangement of things. Besides the main house, which father had recently built, there were, round a spacious and well-kept yard, several smaller houses, which gave a greater degree of independence to their inhabitants, without destroying the close intercourse of the family life. An immense upper garden was devoted to fruit trees, and through it the church was reached. The southern slope of the land, which led to the river, was entirely given up to a pleasure garden, where flower beds were intermingled with alleys of lime trees, lilacs, and acacias. From the balcony of the main house there was a beautiful view of the Sirena, with the ruins of an old earthen fortress where the Russians had offered a stubborn resistance during the Mongol invasion, and farther on, the boundless yellow grain fields, with copses of woods on the horizon. In the early years of my childhood, we occupied with M. Poulain one of the separate houses entirely by ourselves, and after his method of education was softened by the intervention of our sister Elin, we were on the best possible terms with him. Father was invariably absent from home in the summer, which he spent in military inspections, and our stepmother did not pay much attention to us, especially after her own child, Pauline, was born. We were thus always with M. Poulain, who thoroughly enjoyed the stay in the country and let us enjoy it. The woods, the walks along the river, the climbing over the hills to the old fortress, which M. Poulain made alive for us as he told us how it was defended by the Russians, and how it was captured by the Tartars. The little adventures, in one of which he became our hero by saving Alexander from drowning. An occasional encounter with wolves. There was no end of new and delightful impressions. Large parties were also organized, in which all the family took part, sometimes picking mushrooms in the woods, and afterward having tea in the midst of the forest, where a man 100 years old lived alone with his little grandson, taking care of the bees. At other times we went to one of father's villages where a big pond had been dug, in which golden carp were caught by the thousand, part of them being taken for the landlord and the remainder being distributed among all the peasants. My former nurse, Vasilisa, lived in that village. Her family was one of the poorest. Besides her husband, she had only a small boy to help her, and a girl, my foster sister, who became later on a preacher and a virgin in the nonconformist sect to which they belonged. There was no bound to her joy when I came to see her. Cream, eggs, apples, and honey were all that she could offer, but the way in which she offered them, in bright wooden plates, after having covered the table with a fine snow-white linen tablecloth of her own making. With the Russian nonconformists, absolute cleanliness is a matter of religion. And the fond words with which she addressed me, treating me as her own son, left the warmest feelings in my heart. I must say the same of the nurses of my elder brothers, Nicholas and Alexander, who belonged to prominent families of two other nonconformist sects in Nikolskoye. Few know what treasures of goodness can be found in the hearts of Russian peasants, even after centuries of the most cruel oppression, which might well have embittered them. On stormy days, M. Poulain had an abundance of tales to tell us, especially about the campaign in Spain. Over and over again we induced him to tell us how he was wounded in a battle, and every time he came to the point when he felt warm blood streaming into his boots, we jumped to kiss him and gave him all sorts of pet names. Everything seemed to prepare us for the military career. The predilection of our father, The only toys that I remember his having bought for us were a rifle and a real sentry box. The war tales of M. Poulain, nay, even the library which we had at our disposal. This library, which had once belonged to General Repninsky, our mother's grandfather, a learned military man of the 18th century, consisted exclusively of books on military warfare, adorned with rich plates and beautifully bound in leather. It was our chief recreation, on wet days, to look over the plates of these books, representing the weapons of warfare since the times of the Hebrews, and giving plans of all the battles that had been fought since Alexander of Macedonia. These heavy books also offered excellent materials for building out of them strong fortresses which would stand for some time the blows of a battering ram and the projectiles of an Archimedean catapult, which, however, persisted in sending stones into the windows and was soon prohibited. Yet neither Alexander nor I became military men. The literature of the 60s wiped out the teachings of our childhood. M. Poulain's opinions about revolutions were those of the Orléanist Illustration Française, of which he received back numbers, and of which we knew all the woodcuts. For a long time I could not imagine a revolution otherwise than in the shape of Death riding on a horse, the red flag in one hand and a scythe in the other, mowing down men right and left. So it was pictured in the Illustration. But I now think that M. Poulain's dislike was limited to the uprising of 1848, for one of his tales about the revolution of 1789 deeply impressed my mind. The title of prince was used in our house with and without occasion. M. Poulain must have been shocked by it, for he began once to tell us what he knew of the Great Revolution. I cannot now recall what he said, but one thing I remember, namely that Count Mirabeau and other nobles one day renounced their titles, and that Count Mirabeau, to show his contempt for aristocratic pretensions, opened a shop decorated with a signboard which bore the inscription, Mirabeau, Tailor. I tell the story as I had it from M. Poulain. For a long time after that I worried myself thinking what trade I should take up, so as to write Kropotkin, such and such a handicraft man. Later on, my Russian teacher, Nikolai Pavlovich Smirnov, and the general republican tone of Russian literature influenced me in the same way, and when I began to write novels, that is, in my 12th year, I adopted the signature P. Kropotkin, which I never have departed from, notwithstanding the remonstrances of my chiefs when I was in the military service. End of Childhood, Chapter 7. Childhood, Chapter 8, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Childhood, Chapter 8. In the autumn of 1852, my brother Alexander was sent to the Corps of Cadets, and from that time we saw each other only during the holidays and occasionally on Sundays. The Corps of Cadets was 6 miles from our house, and although we had a dozen horses, it always happened that when the time came to send the sledge to the Corps, there was no horse free for that purpose. My eldest brother, Nicholas, came home very seldom. The relative freedom which Alexander found at school, and especially in the influence of 2 of his teachers in literature, developed his intellect rapidly, and later on I shall have ample occasion to speak of the beneficial influence that he exercised upon my own development. It is a great privilege to have had a loving, intelligent elder brother. In the meantime I remained at home. I had to wait till my turn to enter the Corps of Pages should come, and that did not happen until I was nearly 15 years of age. M. Poulain was dismissed, and a German tutor was engaged instead. He was one of those idealistic men who are not uncommon among Germans, but I remember him chiefly on account of the enthusiastic way in which he used to recite Schiller's poetry, accompanying it with a most naive kind of acting that delighted me. He stayed with us only one winter. The next winter I was sent to attend the classes at a Moscow gymnasium, and finally I remained with our Russian teacher, Smirnov. We soon became friends, especially after my father took both of us for a journey to his Ryazan estate. During this journey we indulged in all sorts of fun, and we used to invent humorous stories in connection with the men and the things that we saw, while the impression produced upon me by the hilly tracts we crossed added some new and fine touches to my growing love of nature. Under the impulse given me by Smirnov, my literary tastes also began to grow, and during the years from 1854 to 1857 I had full opportunity to develop them. My teacher, who had by this time finished his studies at the university, obtained a small clerkship in a law court and spent his mornings there. I was thus left to myself till dinner time, and after having prepared my lessons and taken a walk, I had plenty of leisure for reading and writing. In the autumn, when my teacher returned to his office at Moscow, while we remained in the country, I was left again to myself, and though in continual intercourse with the family, and spending part of the day in playing with my little sister Pauline, I could in fact dispose of my time as I liked. Serfdom was then in the last years of its existence. It is recent history. It seems to be only of yesterday, and yet, even in Russia, few realize what serfdom was in reality. There is a dim conception that the conditions which it created were very bad, but how these conditions affected human beings bodily and mentally is only vaguely understood. It is amazing, indeed, to see how quickly an institution and its social consequences are forgotten when the institution has ceased to exist, and with what rapidity men and things change after that. I will try to recall the conditions of serfdom by telling, not what I heard, but what I saw. Juliana, the housekeeper, stands in the passage leading to father's room, and crosses herself. She dares neither to advance nor to retreat. At last, after having recited a prayer, she enters the room and reports, in a hardly audible voice, that the store of tea is nearly at an end, that there are only 20 pounds of sugar left, and that the other provisions will soon be exhausted. "Thieves! Robbers!" shouts my father. "And you are in league with them." His voice thunders throughout the house. Our stepmother leaves Juliana to face the storm. But father cries, "Frol, call the princess. Where is she?" And when she enters, he receives her with the same reproaches. "You also are in league with this progeny of Ham. You are standing up for them." And so on, for half an hour or more. Then he commences to verify the accounts. At the same time, he thinks about the hay. Frol is sent to weigh what is left of that, and our stepmother is sent to be present during the weighing, while father calculates how much of it ought to be in the barn. A considerable quantity of hay appears to be missing, and Juliana cannot account for several pounds of such and such provisions. Father's voice becomes more and more menacing. Juliana is trembling, but it is the coachman who now enters the room and is stormed at by his master. Father springs at him, strikes him, but he keeps repeating, "Your Highness must have made a mistake." Father repeats his calculations, and this time it appears that there is more hay in the barn than there ought to be. The shouting continues. He now reproaches the coachman with not having given the horses their daily rations in full, but the coachman calls on all the saints to witness that he gave the animals their due, and Frol invokes the Virgin to confirm the coachman's appeal. But father will not be appeased. He calls in Makar, the piano tuner and sub-butler, and reminds him of all his recent sins. He was drunk last week, and must have been drunk yesterday, for he broke half a dozen plates. In fact, the breaking of those plates was the real cause of all the disturbance. Our stepmother had reported the fact to father in the morning, and that was why Juliana was received with more scolding than was usually the case, why the verification of the hay was undertaken, and why father now continues to shout that this progeny of Ham deserve all the punishments on earth. Of a sudden, there is a lull in the storm. My father takes a seat at the table and writes a note. Take Makar with his note to the police station, and let 100 lashes with a birch rod be given to him. Terror and absolute muteness reign in the house. The clock strikes 4, and we all go down to dinner, but no one has any appetite, and the soup remains in the plates untouched. We are 10 at table, and behind each of us a violinist or a trombone player stands with a clean plate in his left hand, but Makar is not among them. "Where is Makar?" our stepmother asks. "Call him in." Makar does not appear, and the order is repeated. He enters at last, pale, with a distorted face, ashamed, his eyes cast down. Father looks into his plate, while our stepmother, seeing that no one has touched the soup, tries to encourage us. "Don't you find, children," she says, "that the soup is delicious?" Tears suffocate me, and immediately after dinner is over I run out, catch Makar in a dark passage and try to kiss his hand, but he tears it away and says, either as a reproach or as a question, "Let me alone. You too, when you are grown up, will you not be just the same?" No, no, never. Yet father was not among the worst of the landowners. On the contrary, the servants and the peasants considered him one of the best. What we saw in our house was going on everywhere, often in much more cruel forms. The flogging of the serfs was a regular part of the duties of the police and of the fire brigade. A landowner once made the remark to another, "Why is it, General, that the number of the souls on your estate increases so slowly? You probably do not look after their marriages." A few days later the General ordered that a list of all the inhabitants of his village should be brought him. He picked out from it the names of the boys who had attained the age of 18, and of the girls just past 16. These are the legal ages for marriage in Russia. John to marry Anna, Paul to marry Parashka, and so on with 5 couples. The 5 weddings, he added, must take place in 10 days, the next Sunday but one. A general cry of despair rose from the village. Women, young and old, wept in every house. Paul's parents had already had a talk with the Fedotovs about their girl, who would soon be of age. Moreover, it was the season for ploughing, not for weddings, and what wedding can be prepared in 10 days? Dozens of peasants came to see the landowner. Peasant women stood in groups at the back entrance of the mansion, with pieces of fine linen for the landowner's spouse, to secure her intervention. All in vain. The master had said that the weddings should take place at such a date, and so it must be. At the appointed time, the nuptial processions, in this case more like burial processions, went to the church. The women cried with loud voices, as they are wont to cry during burials. One of the house valets was sent to the church, to report to the master as soon as the wedding ceremonies were over, but soon he came running back, cap in hand, pale and distressed. Parashka, he said, makes a stand. She refuses to be married to Paul. Father, that is, the priest, asked her, "Do you agree?" But she replied in a loud voice, "No, I don't." The landowner grew furious. "Go and tell that long-maned drunkard," meaning the priest, the Russian clergy wear their hair long, "that if Parashka is not married at once, I will report him as a drunkard to the archbishop. How dares he, clerical dirt, disobey me? Tell him he shall be sent to rot in a monastery, and I shall exile Parashka's family to the steppes." The valet transmitted the message. Parashka's relatives and the priest surrounded the girl. Her mother, weeping, fell on her knees before her, entreating her not to ruin the whole family. The girl continued to say, "I won't," but in a weaker and weaker voice, then in a whisper, until at last she stood silent. The nuptial crown was put on her head. She made no resistance, and the valet ran full speed to the mansion to announce, "They are married." Half an hour later, the small bells of the nuptial processions resounded at the gate of the mansion. The 5 couples alighted from the cars, crossed the yard, and entered the hall. The landlord received them, offering them glasses of wine, while the parents, standing behind the crying daughters, ordered them to bow to the earth before their lord. Marriages by order were so common that amongst our servants, each time a young couple foresaw that they might be ordered to marry, although they had no mutual inclination for each other, they took the precaution of standing together as godfather and godmother at the christening of a child in one of the peasant families. This rendered marriage impossible, according to Russian church law. The stratagem was usually successful, but once it ended in a tragedy. Andrei, the tailor, fell in love with a girl belonging to one of our neighbours. He hoped that my father would permit him to go free, as a tailor, in exchange for a certain yearly payment, and that by working hard at his trade he could manage to lay aside some money, and to buy freedom for the girl. Otherwise, in marrying one of my father's serfs, she would have become the serf of her husband's master. However, as Andrei and one of the maids of our household foresaw that they might be ordered to marry, they agreed to unite as godparents in the christening of a child. What they had feared happened. One day they were called to the master, and the dreaded order was given. "We are always obedient to your will," they replied, "but a few weeks ago we acted as godfather and godmother at a christening." Andrei also explained his wishes and intentions. The result was that he was sent to the recruiting board to become a soldier. Under Nicholas I, there was no obligatory military service for all, such as now exists. Nobles and merchants were exempt, and when a new levy of recruits was ordered, the landowners had to supply a certain number of men from their serfs. As a rule, the peasants, within their village communities, kept a roll amongst themselves, but the house servants were entirely at the mercy of their lord, and if he was dissatisfied with one of them, he sent him to the recruiting board and took a recruit acquittance, which had a considerable money value, as it could be sold to anyone whose turn it was to become a soldier. Military service in those times was terrible. A man was required to serve 25 years under the colours, and the life of a soldier was hard in the extreme. To become a soldier meant to be torn away forever from one's native village and surroundings, and to be at the mercy of officers like Timofeev, whom I have already mentioned. Blows from the officers, flogging with birch rods and with sticks, for the slightest fault, were normal affairs. The cruelty that was displayed surpasses all imagination. Even in the Corps of Cadets, where only noblemen's sons were educated, 1,000 blows with birch rods were sometimes administered, in the presence of all the corps, for a cigarette, the doctor standing by the tortured boy and ordering the punishment to end only when he ascertained that the pulse was about to stop beating. The bleeding victim was carried away unconscious to the hospital. The Grand Duke Mikhail, commander of the military schools, would quickly have removed the director of a corps in which 1 or 2 such cases did not occur every year. No discipline, he would have said. With common soldiers it was far worse. When one of them appeared before a court-martial, the sentence was that 1,000 men should be placed in 2 ranks facing each other, every soldier armed with a stick of the thickness of the little finger. These sticks were known under their German name of Spitzruthen, and that the condemned man should be dragged 3, 4, 5, and 7 times between these 2 rows, each soldier administering a blow. Sergeants followed to see that the full force was used. After 1,000 or 2,000 blows had been given, the victim, spitting blood, was taken to the hospital and attended to, in order that the punishment might be finished as soon as he had more or less recovered from the effects of the first part of it. If he died under the torture, the execution of the sentence was completed upon the corpse. Nicholas I and his brother Mikhail were pitiless. No remittance of the punishment was ever possible. "I will send you through the ranks. You shall be skinned under the sticks," were threats which made part of the current language. A gloomy terror used to spread through our house when it became known that one of the servants was to be sent to the recruiting board. The man was chained and placed under guard in the office to prevent suicide. A peasant cart was brought to the office door, and the doomed man was taken out between 2 watchmen. All the servants surrounded him. He made a deep bow, asking everyone to pardon him his willing or unwilling offences. If his mother and father lived in our village, they came to see him off. He bowed to the ground before them, and his mother and his other female relatives began loudly to sing out their lamentations, a sort of half-song and half-recitative. "To whom do you abandon us? Who will take care of you in the strange lands? Who will protect me from cruel men?" Exactly in the same way in which they sang their lamentations at a burial, and with the same words. Thus Andrei had now to face for 25 years the terrible fate of a soldier. All his schemes of happiness had come to a violent end. The fate of one of the maids, Pauline, or Polya, as she used to be called, was even more tragical. She had been apprenticed to make fine embroidery, and was an artist at the work. At Nikolskoye her embroidery frame stood in Sister Helene's room, and she often took part in the conversations that went on between our sister and a sister of our stepmother, who stayed with Helene. Altogether, by her behaviour and talk, Polya was more like an educated young person than a housemaid. A misfortune befell her. She realized that she would soon be a mother. She told all to our stepmother, who burst into reproaches. "I will not have that creature in my house any longer. I will not permit such a shame in my house. Oh, the shameless creature!" and so on. The tears of Helene made no difference. Polya had her hair cut short, and was exiled to the dairy. But as she was just embroidering an extraordinary skirt, she had to finish it at the dairy, in a dirty cottage, at a microscopical window. She finished it, and made many more fine embroideries, all in the hope of obtaining her pardon. But pardon did not come. The father of her child, a servant of one of our neighbours, implored permission to marry her, but as he had no money to offer, his request was refused. Polya's too gentlewoman-like manners were taken as an offence, and a most bitter fate was kept in reserve for her. There was in our household a man employed as a postilion, on account of his small size. He went under the name of bandy-legged Filka. In his boyhood a horse had kicked him terribly, and he did not grow. His legs were crooked, his feet were turned inward, his nose was broken and turned to one side, his jaw was deformed. To this monster it was decided to marry Polya, and she was married by force. The couple were sent to become peasants at my father's estate in Ryazan. Human feelings were not recognized, not even suspected, in serfs, and when Turgenev published his little story Mumu, and Grigorovich began to issue his thrilling novels, in which he made his readers weep over the misfortunes of the serfs, it was to a great number of persons a startling revelation. "They love just as we do. Is it possible?" exclaimed the sentimental ladies who could not read a French novel without shedding tears over the troubles of the noble heroes and heroines. The education which the owners occasionally gave to some of their serfs was only another source of misfortune for the latter. My father once picked out in a peasant house a clever boy, and sent him to be educated as a doctor's assistant. The boy was diligent, and after a few years' apprenticeship made a decided success. When he returned home, my father bought all that was required for a well-equipped dispensary, which was arranged very nicely in one of the side houses of Nikolskoye. In summertime, Sasha the doctor, that was the familiar name under which this young man went in the household, was busy gathering and preparing all sorts of medical herbs, and in a short time he became most popular in the region round Nikolskoye. The sick people among the peasants came from the neighbouring villages, and my father was proud of the success of his dispensary. But this condition of things did not last. One winter, my father came to Nikolskoye, stayed there for a few days, and left. That night Sasha the doctor shot himself. By accident, it was reported, but there was a love story at the bottom of it. He was in love with a girl whom he could not marry, as she belonged to another landowner. The case of another young man, Gerasim Kruglov, whom my father educated at the Moscow Agricultural Institute, was almost equally sad. He passed his examinations most brilliantly, getting a gold medal, and the director of the institute made all possible endeavours to induce my father to give him freedom and to let him go to the university, serfs not being allowed to enter there. "He is sure to become a remarkable man," the director said, "perhaps one of the glories of Russia, and it will be an honour for you to have recognized his capacities and to have given such a man to Russian science." "I need him for my own estate," my father replied to the many applications made on the young man's behalf. In reality, with the primitive methods of agriculture which were then in use, and from which my father would never have departed, Gerasim Kruglov was absolutely useless. He made a survey of the estate, but when that was done he was ordered to sit in the servants' room and to stand with a plate at dinner time. Of course Gerasim resented it very much. His dreams carried him to the university, to scientific work. His looks betrayed his discontent, and our stepmother seemed to find him an especial pleasure in offending him at every opportunity. One day in the autumn, a rush of wind having opened the entrance gate, she called out to him, "Garaska, go and shut the gate." That was the last drop. He answered, "You have a porter for that," and went his way. My stepmother ran into my father's room, crying, "Your servants insult me in your house." Immediately, Gerasim was put under arrest and chained to be sent away as a soldier. The parting of his old father and mother with him was one of the most heartrending scenes I ever saw. This time, however, fate took its revenge. Nicholas I died, and military service became more tolerable. Gerasim's great ability was soon remarked, and in a few years he was one of the chief clerks, and the real working force in one of the departments of the Ministry of War. Meanwhile, my father, who was absolutely honest, and at a time when almost everyone was receiving bribes and making fortunes, had never let himself be bribed, departed once from the strict rules of the service in order to oblige the commander of the corps to which he belonged, and consented to allow an irregularity of some kind. It nearly cost him his promotion to the rank of general. The only object of his 35 years' service in the army seemed on the point of being lost. My stepmother went to St. Petersburg to remove the difficulty, and one day, after many applications, she was told that the only way to obtain what she wanted was to address herself to a particular clerk in a certain department of the ministry. Although he was a mere clerk, he was the real head of his superiors and could do everything. This man's name was Gerasim Ivanovich Kruglov. "Imagine our Garaska," she said to me afterward. "I always knew that he had great capacity. I went to see him and spoke to him about this affair, and he said, 'I have nothing against the old prince, and I will do all I can for him.'" Gerasim kept his word. He made a favourable report, and my father got his promotion. At last he could put on the long coveted red trousers and the red-lined overcoat, and could wear the plumage on his helmet. These were things which I myself saw in my childhood. If, however, I were to relate what I heard of in those years, it would be a much more gruesome narrative. Stories of men and women torn from their families and their villages, and sold, or lost in gambling, or exchanged for a couple of hunting dogs, and then transported to some remote part of Russia for the sake of creating a new estate, of children taken from their parents and sold to cruel or dissolute masters, of flogging in the stables, which occurred every day with unheard-of cruelty, of a girl who found her only salvation in drowning herself, of an old man who had grown grey-haired in his master's service and at last hanged himself under his master's window, and of revolts of serfs, which were suppressed by Nicholas I's generals by flogging to death each 10th or 5th man taken out of the ranks, and by laying waste the village, whose inhabitants, after a military execution, went begging for bread in the neighbouring provinces, as if they had been the victims of a conflagration. As to the poverty which I saw during our journeys in certain villages, especially in those which belonged to the imperial family, no words would be adequate to describe the misery to readers who have not seen it. To become free was the constant dream of the serfs, a dream not easily realized, for a heavy sum of money was required to induce a landowner to part with a serf. "Do you know," my father said to me once, "that your mother appeared to me after her death? You young people do not believe in these things, but it was so. I sat one night very late in this chair, at my writing table, and slumbered, when I saw her enter from behind, all in white, quite pale, and with her eyes gleaming. When she was dying, she begged me to promise that I would give liberty to her maid, Masha, and I did promise. But then, what with one thing and another, nearly a whole year passed without my having fulfilled my intention. Then she appeared, and said to me in a low voice, 'Alexis, you promised me to give liberty to Masha. Have you forgotten it?' I was quite terrified. I jumped out of my chair, but she had vanished. I called the servants, but no one had seen anything. Next morning I went to her grave and had a litany sung, and immediately gave liberty to Masha. When my father died, Masha came to his burial, and I spoke to her. She was married and quite happy in her family life. My brother Alexander, in his jocose way, told her what my father had said, and we asked her what she knew of it. 'These things,' she replied, 'happened a long time ago, so I may tell you the truth. I saw that your father had quite forgotten his promise, so I dressed up in white and spoke like your mother. I recalled the promise he had made to her. You won't bear a grudge against me, will you?' 'Of course not.' 10 or 12 years after the scenes described in the early part of this chapter, I sat one night in my father's room, and we talked of things past. Serfdom had been abolished, and my father complained of the new conditions, though not very severely. He had accepted them without much grumbling. "You must agree, father," I said, "that you often punished your servants cruelly, and without any reason." "With the people," he replied, "it was impossible to do otherwise." And, leaning back in his easy chair, he remained plunged in thought. "But what I did was nothing worth speaking of," he said after a long pause. "Take that same Sablev. He looks so soft, and talks in such a meek voice, but he was really terrible with his serfs. How many times they plotted to kill him! I, at least, never took advantage of my maids, whereas that old devil Tonkov went on in such a way that the peasant women were going to inflict a terrible punishment upon him. Goodbye. Bonne nuit." End of Childhood, Chapter 8. Childhood, Chapters 9 and 10, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Childhood, Chapter 9. I well remember the Crimean War. At Moscow it affected people but little. Of course, in every house lint and bandages for the wounded were made at evening parties. Not much of it, however, reached the Russian armies, immense quantities being stolen and sold to the armies of the enemy. My sister Elin and other young ladies sang patriotic songs, but the general tone of life in society was hardly influenced by the great struggle that was going on. In the country, on the contrary, the war caused much gloominess. The levies of recruits followed one another rapidly, and we continually heard the peasant women singing their funereal songs. The Russian people look upon war as a calamity which is being sent upon them by Providence, and they accepted this war with a solemnity that contrasted strangely with the levity I saw elsewhere under similar circumstances. Young though I was, I realized that feeling of solemn resignation which pervaded our villages. My brother Nicholas was smitten like many others by the war fever, and before he had ended his course at the Corps, he joined the army in the Caucasus. I never saw him again. In the autumn of 1954, our family was increased by the arrival of two sisters of our stepmother. They had had their own house and some vineyards at Sebastopol, but now they were homeless and came to stay with us. When the Allies landed in the Crimea, the inhabitants of Sebastopol were told that they need not be afraid, and had only to stay where they were. But after the defeat at the Alma, they were ordered to leave with all haste, as the city would be invested within a few days. There were few conveyances, and there was no way of moving along the roads in the face of the troops which were marching southward. To hire a cart was almost impossible, and the ladies, having abandoned all they had on the road, had a very hard time of it before they reached Moscow. I soon made friends with the younger of the two sisters, a lady of about 30, who used to smoke one cigarette after another, and to tell me of all the horrors of their journey. She spoke with tears in her eyes of the beautiful battleships which had to be sunk at the entrance of the harbour of Sebastopol, and she could not understand how the Russians would be able to defend Sebastopol from the land. There was no wall even worth speaking of. I was in my 13th year when Nicholas I died. It was late in the afternoon of February 18, March 2nd, that the policemen distributed in all the houses of Moscow a bulletin announcing the illness of the Tsar, and inviting the inhabitants to pray in the churches for his recovery. At that time he was already dead, and the authorities knew it, as there was telegraphic communication between Moscow and St. Petersburg, but not a word having been previously uttered about his illness, they thought that the people must be gradually prepared for the announcement of his death. We all went to church and prayed most piously. Next day, Saturday, the same thing was done, and even on Sunday morning bulletins about the Tsar's health were distributed. The news of the death of Nicholas reached us only about midday, through some servants who had been to the market. A real terror reigned in our house and in the houses of our relatives, as the information spread. It was said that the people in the market behaved in a strange way, showing no regret, but indulging in dangerous talk. Full-grown people spoke in whispers, and our stepmother kept repeating, "Don't talk before the men," while the servants whispered among themselves, probably about the coming freedom. The nobles expected at every moment a revolt of the serfs, a new uprising of Pugachev. At St. Petersburg, in the meantime, men of the educated classes, as they communicated to one another in the news, embraced in the streets. Everyone felt that the end of the war and the end of the terrible conditions which prevailed under the iron despot were near at hand. Poisoning was talked about, the more so as the Tsar's body decomposed very rapidly, but the true reason only gradually leaked out. A too strong dose of an invigorating medicine that Nicholas had taken. In the country, during the summer of 1855, the heroic struggle which was going on in Sebastopol for every yard of ground and every bit of its dismantled bastions was followed with a solemn interest. A messenger was sent regularly twice a week from our house to the district town to get the papers, and on his return, even before he had dismounted, the papers were taken from his hands and opened. Elin or I read them aloud to the family, and the news was at once transmitted to the servants' room, and thence to the kitchen, the office, the priest's house, and the houses of the peasants. The reports which came of the last days of Sebastopol, of the awful bombardment, and finally of the evacuation of the town by our troops, were received with tears. In every country house round about, the loss of Sebastopol was mourned over with as much grief as the loss of a near relative would have been, although everyone understood that now the terrible war would soon come to an end. Chapter 10. It was in August 1857, when I was nearly 15, that my turn came to enter the Corps of Pages, and I was taken to St. Petersburg. When I left home, I was still a child, but human character is usually settled in a definite way at an earlier age than is generally supposed, and it is evident to me that under my childish appearance I was then very much what I was to be later on. My tastes, my inclinations, were already determined. The first impulse to my intellectual development was given, as I have said, by my Russian teacher. It is an excellent habit in Russian families, a habit now unhappily on the decline, to have in the house a student who aids the boys and the girls with their lessons, even when they are at a gymnasium, for a better assimilation of what they learn at school, and for a widening of their conceptions about what they learn. His aid is invaluable. Moreover, he introduces an intellectual element into the family, and becomes an elder brother to the young people, often something better than an elder brother, because the student has a certain responsibility for the progress of his pupils, and as the methods of teaching change rapidly, from one generation to another, he can assist his pupils much better than the best educated parents could. Nikolai Pavlovich Smirnov had literary tastes. At that time, under the wild censorship of Nicholas I, many quite inoffensive works by our best writers could not be published. Others were so mutilated as to deprive many passages in them of any meaning. In the genial comedy by Griboyedov, Misfortune from Intelligence, which ranks with the best comedies of Molière, Colonel Skalozub had to be named Mr. Skalozub, to the detriment of the sense and even of the verses, for the representation of a colonel in a comical light would have been considered an insult to the army. Of so innocent a book as Gogol's Dead Souls, the second part was not allowed to appear, nor the first part to be reprinted, although it had long been out of print. Numerous verses of Pushkin, Lermontov, A.K. Tolstoy, Ryleyev, and other poets were not permitted to see the light, to say nothing of such verses as had any political meaning, or contained a criticism of the prevailing conditions. All these circulated in manuscript, and my teacher used to copy whole books of Gogol and Pushkin for himself and his friends, a task in which I occasionally helped him. As a true child of Moscow, he was also imbued with the deepest veneration for those of our writers who lived in Moscow, some of them in the old equerries' quarter. He pointed out to me with respect the house of the Countess Salias, Eugenie Tour, who was our near neighbour, while the house of the noted exile, Alexander Herzen, always was associated with a certain mysterious feeling of respect and awe. The house where Gogol lived was for us an object of deep interest, and though I was not 9 when he died, in 1851, and had read none of his works, I remember well the sadness his death produced at Moscow. Turgenev well expressed that feeling in a note, for which Nicholas I ordered him to be put under arrest and sent into exile to his estate. Pushkin's great poem, Evgeny Onyegin, made but little impression upon me, and I still admire the marvellous simplicity and beauty of his style in that poem more than its content. But Gogol's works, which I read when I was 11 or 12, had a powerful effect on my mind, and my first literary essays were an imitation of his humorous manner. A historical novel by Zagoskin, Yuri Miroslavsky, about the times of the great uprising of 1612, Pushkin's The Captain's Daughter, dealing with the Pugachev uprising, and Dumas' Queen Marguerite awakened in me a lasting interest in history. As to other French novels, I have only begun to read them since Daudet and Zola came to the front. Nekrasov's poetry was my favourite from early years. I knew many of his verses by heart. Nikolai Pavlovich Smirnov early began to make me write, and with his aid I wrote a long history of a sixpence, for which we invented all sorts of characters, into whose possession the sixpence fell. My brother Alexander had at that time a much more poetical turn of mind. He wrote most romantic stories, and began early to make verses, which he did with wonderful facility and in a most musical and easy style. If his mind had not subsequently been taken up by natural history and philosophical studies, he undoubtedly would have become a poet of mark. In those years his favourite resort for finding poetical inspiration was the gently sloping roof underneath our window. This aroused in me a constant desire to tease him. "There is the poet sitting under the chimney-pot, trying to write his verses," I used to say, and the teasing ended in a fierce scrimmage, which brought our sister Elin to a state of despair. But Alexander was so devoid of revengefulness that peace was soon concluded, and we loved each other immensely. Among boys, scrimmage and love seemed to go hand in hand. I had even then taken to journalism. In my 12th year I began to edit a daily journal. Paper was not to be had at will in our house, and my journal was of a Lilliputian size. As the Crimean War had not yet broken out, and the only newspaper which my father used to receive was the Gazette of the Moscow Police, I had not a great choice of models. As a result, my own Gazette consisted merely of short paragraphs announcing the news of the day as "Went out to the woods," "N.P. Smirnov shot 2 thrushes," and the like. This soon ceased to satisfy me, and in 1855 I started a monthly review which contained Alexander's verses, my novelettes, and some sort of varieties. The material existence of this review was fully guaranteed, for it had plenty of subscribers, that is, the editor himself and Smirnov, who regularly paid his subscription of so many sheets of paper, even after he had left our house. In return, I accurately wrote out for my faithful subscriber a second copy. When Smirnov left us, and a student of medicine, N.M. Pavlov, took his place, the latter helped me in my editorial duties. He obtained for the review a poem by one of his friends, and, still more important, the introductory lecture on physical geography by one of the Moscow professors. Of course this had not been printed before. A reproduction would never have found its way into so serious a publication. Alexander, I need not say, took a lively interest in the review, and its renown soon reached the Corps of Cadets. Some young writers on the way to fame undertook the publication of a rival. The matter was serious. In poems and novels we could hold our own, but they had a critic, and a critic who writes in connection with the characters of some new novel, all sorts of things about the conditions of life, and touches upon 1,000 questions which could not be touched upon anywhere else, makes the soul of a Russian review. They had a critic, and we had none. Happily enough, the article he wrote for the first number was shown to my brother. It was rather pretentious and weak, and Alexander at once wrote an anti-criticism, ridiculing and demolishing the critic in a violent manner. There was great consternation in the rival camp when they learned that this anti-criticism would appear in our next issue. They gave up publishing their review, and their best writers joined our staff. We triumphantly announced the future exclusive collaboration of so many distinguished writers. In August 1857, the review had to be suspended after nearly 2 years' existence. New surroundings and a quite new life were before me. I went away from home with regret, the more so because the whole distance between Moscow and St. Petersburg would be between me and Alexander, and I already considered it a misfortune that I had to enter a military school. End of Childhood, Chapter 10. Part 2. The Corps of Pages, Chapter 1. Of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. The Corps of Pages, Chapter 1. The long-cherished ambition of my father was thus realized. There was a vacancy in the Corps of Pages which I could fill before I had got beyond the age to which admission was limited, and I was taken to St. Petersburg and entered the school. Only 150 boys, mostly children of the nobility belonging to the court, received education in this privileged corps, which combined the character of a military school endowed with special rights, and of a court institution attached to the imperial household. After a stay of 4 or 5 years in the Corps of Pages, those who had passed the final examinations were received as officers in any regiment of the Guard or of the army they chose, irrespective of the number of vacancies in that regiment, and each year the first 16 pupils of the highest form were nominated pages de chambre, that is, they were personally attached to the several members of the imperial family, the emperor, the empress, the grand duchesses, and the grand dukes. That was considered, of course, a great honour, and moreover, the young men upon whom this honour was bestowed became known at the court, and had afterward every chance of being nominated aide-de-camp of the emperor or of one of the grand dukes, and consequently had every facility for making a brilliant career in the service of the state. Fathers and mothers took due care, therefore, that their boys should not miss entering the Corps of Pages, even though entrance had to be secured at the expense of other candidates who never saw a vacancy opening for them. Now that I was in the select corps, my father could give free play to his ambitious dreams. The corps was divided into 5 forms, of which the highest was the first, and the lowest the 5th, and the intention was that I should enter the 4th form. However, as it appeared at the examinations that I was not sufficiently familiar with decimal fractions, and as the 4th form contained that year over 40 pupils, while only 20 had been mustered for the 5th form, I was enrolled in the latter. I felt extremely vexed at this decision. It was with reluctance that I entered a military school, and now I should have to stay in it 5 years instead of 4. What should I do in the 5th form, when I knew already all that would be taught in it? With tears in my eyes I spoke of it to the inspector, the head of the educational department, but he answered me with a joke. "You know," he told me, "what Caesar said, better to be the first in a village than the second in Rome." To which I warmly replied that I should prefer to be the very last if only I could leave the military school as soon as possible. "Perhaps after some time you will like the school," he remarked, and from that day he became friendly to me. To the teacher of arithmetic, who also tried to console me, I gave my word of honour that I would never cast a glance into his textbook, and nevertheless you will have to give me the highest marks. I kept my word, but thinking now of this scene, I fancy that the pupil was not of a very docile disposition. And yet, as I look back upon that remote past, I cannot but feel grateful for having been put in the lower form. Having only to repeat during the first year what I already knew, I got into the habit of learning my lessons by merely listening to what the teachers said in the classroom, and, the lessons over, I had plenty of time to read and to write to my heart's content. I never prepared for the examinations, and used to spend the time which was allowed for that in reading aloud to a few friends the dramas of Shakespeare or of Ostrovsky. When I reached the higher special forms, I was also better prepared to master the variety of subjects we had to study. Besides, I spent more than half of the first winter in the hospital. Like all children who are not born at St. Petersburg, I had to pay a heavy tribute to the capital on the swamps of Finland, in the shape of several attacks of local cholera, and finally one of typhoid fever. When I entered the Corps of Pages, its inner life was undergoing a profound change. All Russia awakened at that time from the heavy slumber and the terrible nightmare of Nicholas I's reign. Our school also felt the effects of that revival. I do not know, in fact, what would have become of me had I entered the Corps of Pages 1 or 2 years sooner. Either my will would have been totally broken, or I should have been excluded from the school, with no one knows what consequences. Happily, the transition period was already in full sway in the year 1857. The director of the corps was an excellent old man, General Zheltukin, but he was the nominal head only. The real master of the school was the colonel, Colonel Girardot, a Frenchman in the Russian service. People said he was a Jesuit, and so he was, I believe. His ways, at any rate, were thoroughly imbued with the teachings of Loyola, and his educational methods were those of the French Jesuit colleges. Imagine a short, extremely thin man, with dark, piercing, and furtive eyes, wearing short, clipped moustaches, which gave him the expression of a cat. Very quiet and firm, not remarkably intelligent, but exceedingly cunning. A despot at the bottom of his heart, who was capable of hating, intensely hating, the boy who would not fall under his fascination, and of expressing that hatred, not by silly persecutions, but unceasingly by his general behaviour, by an occasionally dropped word, a gesture, a smile, an interjection. His walk was more like gliding along, and the exploring glances he used to cast round without turning his head completed the illusion. A stamp of cold dryness was impressed on his lips, even when he tried to look well disposed, and that expression became still more harsh when his mouth was contorted by a smile of discontent or of contempt. With all this, there was nothing of a commander in him. You would rather think, at first sight, of a benevolent father who talks to his children as if they were full-grown people. And yet, you soon felt that everyone and everything had to bend before his will. Woe to the boy who would not feel happy or unhappy according to the degree of good disposition shown towards him by the colonel. The words "the colonel" were continually on all lips. Other officers went by their nicknames, but no one dared to give a nickname to Girardot. A sort of mystery hung about him, as if he were omniscient and everywhere present. True, he spent all the day and part of the night in the school. Even when we were in the classes he prowled about, visiting our drawers, which he opened with his own keys. As to the night, he gave a good portion of it to the task of inscribing in small books, of which he had quite a library, in separate columns, by special signs and in inks of different colours, all the faults and virtues of each boy. Play, jokes, and conversation stopped, when we saw him slowly moving along through our spacious rooms, hand in hand with one of his favourites, balancing his body forward and backward, smiling at one boy, keenly looking into the eyes of another, casting an indifferent glance upon a third, and giving a slight contortion of his lip as he passed a fourth. And from these looks everyone knew that he liked the first boy, that to the second he was indifferent, that he intentionally did not notice the third, and that he disliked the fourth. This dislike was enough to terrify most of his victims, the more so as no reason could be given for it. Impressionable boys had been brought to despair by that mute, unceasingly displayed aversion and those suspicious looks. In others, the result had been a total annihilation of will, as one of the Tolstoys, Theodore, also a pupil of Girardot, has shown in an autobiographic novel, The Diseases of the Will. The inner life of the corps was miserable under the rule of the colonel. In all boarding schools, the newly entered boys are subjected to petty persecutions. The greenhorns are put in this way to a test. What are they worth? Are they not going to turn sneaks? And then the old hands like to show to newcomers the superiority of an established brotherhood. So it is in all schools and in prisons. But under Girardot's rule, these persecutions took on a harsher aspect, and they came, not from the comrades of the same form, but from the first form, the pages de chambre, who were non-commissioned officers, and whom Girardot had placed in a quite exceptional, superior position. His system was to give them carte blanche, to pretend that he did not know even the horrors they were enacting, and to maintain through them a severe discipline. To answer a blow received from a page de chambre would have meant, in the times of Nicholas I, to be sent to a battalion of soldiers' sons, if the fact became public, and to revolt in any way against the mere caprice of a page de chambre meant that the 20 youths of the first form, armed with their heavy oak rulers, would assemble in a room, and, with Girardot's tacit approval, administer a severe beating to the boy who had shown such a spirit of insubordination. Accordingly, the first form did what they liked, and not farther back than the preceding winter, one of their favourite games had been to assemble the greenhorns at night in a room, in their nightshirts, and to make them run round, like horses in a circus, while the pages de chambre, armed with thick india-rubber whips, standing some in the centre and the others on the outside, pitilessly whipped the boys. As a rule, the circus ended in an oriental fashion, in an abominable way. The moral conceptions which prevailed at that time, and the foul talk which went on in the school concerning what occurred at night after a circus, were such that the least said about them, the better. The colonel knew all this. He had a perfectly organized system of espionage, and nothing escaped his knowledge. But so long as he was not known to know it, all was right. To shut his eyes to what was done by the first form was the foundation of his system of maintaining discipline. However, a new spirit was awakened in the school, and only a few months before I entered it, a revolution had taken place. That year the third form was different from what it had hitherto been. It contained a number of young men who really studied, and read a good deal, and some of them became later men of mark. My first acquaintance with one of them, let me call him von Schauff, was when he was reading Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. Besides, they had amongst them some of the strongest youths in the school. The tallest member of the corps was in that form, as also a very strong young man, Kostov, a great friend of von Schauff. This third form did not bear the yoke of the pages de chambre with the same docility as their predecessors. They were disgusted with what was going on, and in consequence of an incident which I prefer not to describe, a fight took place between the third and the first form, with the result that the pages de chambre got a severe thrashing from their subordinates. Girardot hushed up the affair, but the authority of the first form was broken down. The india-rubber whips remained, but were never again brought into use. The circuses and the like became things of the past. That much was won, but the lowest form, the fifth, composed almost entirely of very young boys who had just entered the school, had still to obey the petty caprices of the pages de chambre. We had a beautiful garden, filled with old trees, but the boys of the fifth form could enjoy it little. They were forced to run a roundabout, while the first form boys sat in it and chattered, or to send back the balls when these gentlemen played ninepins. A couple of days after I had entered the school, seeing how things stood in the garden, I did not go there, but remained upstairs. I was reading, when a page de chambre, with carroty hair and a face covered with freckles, came upon me, and ordered me to go at once to the garden to run the roundabout. "I shan't, don't you see I'm reading," was my reply. Anger disfigured his never too pleasant face. He was ready to jump upon me. I took the defensive. He tried to give me blows on the face with his cap. I fenced as best I could. Then he flung his cap on the floor. "Pick it up." "Pick it up yourself." Such an act of disobedience was unheard of in the school. Why he did not beat me unmercifully on the spot, I do not know. He was much older and stronger than I was. Next day and the following days, I received similar commands, but obstinately remained upstairs. Then began the most exasperating petty persecutions at every step, enough to drive a boy to desperation. Happily, I was always of a jovial disposition, and answered them with jokes, or took little heed of them. Moreover, it all soon came to an end. The weather turned rainy, and we spent most of our time indoors. In the garden, the first form smoked freely enough, but when we were indoors the smoking club was the tower. It was kept beautifully clean, and a fire was always burning there. The pages de chambre severely punished any of the other boys whom they caught smoking, but they themselves sat continually at the fireside chattering and enjoying cigarettes. Their favourite smoking time was after 10 o'clock at night, when all were supposed to have gone to bed. They kept up their club till 11:30, and, to protect themselves from an unexpected interruption by Girardot, they ordered us to be on the watch. The small boys of the fifth form were taken out of their beds in turn, 2 at a time, and they had to loiter about the staircase till 11:30, to give notice of the approach of the colonel. We decided to put an end to these night watches. Long were the discussions, and the higher forms were consulted as to what was to be done. At last the decision came. Refuse, all of you, to keep the watch, and when they begin to beat you, which they are sure to do, go, as many of you as you can, in a block, and call in Girardot. He knows it all, but then he will be bound to stop it. The question whether that would not be reporting was settled in the negative by experts in the matters of honour. The pages de chambre did not behave towards the others like comrades. The turn to watch fell that night to a Prince Shahovskoy, an old hand, and to Solanov, a newcomer, an extremely timid boy, who even spoke in a girlish voice. The old hand was called upon first, but refused to go, and was left alone. Then 2 pages de chambre went to the timid newcomer, who was in bed, and as he refused to obey, they began to flog him brutally with heavy leather braces. Shahovskoy woke up several comrades who were near at hand, and they all ran to find Girardot. I was also in bed when the 2 came upon me, ordering me to take the watch. I refused. Thereupon, seizing 2 pairs of braces, we always used to put our clothes in perfect order on a bench by the bedside, braces uppermost, and the necktie across them. They began to flog me. Sitting up in bed, I fenced with my hands, and had already received several heavy blows, when a command resounded. The first form to the colonel. The fierce fighters became tame at once, and hurriedly put my things in order. "Don't say a word," they whispered. "The necktie across, in good order," I said to them, while my shoulders and arms burned from the blows. What Girardot's talk with the first form was, we did not know, but next day, as we stood in the ranks before marching downstairs to the dining room, he addressed us in a minor key, saying how sad it was that pages de chambre should have fallen upon a boy who was right in his refusal, and upon whom, a newcomer and so timid a boy as Solanov was. The whole school was disgusted at this Jesuitic speech. It surely was also a blow to Girardot's authority, and he resented it very much. He regarded our form, and me especially, with a great dislike. The roundabout affair had been reported to him, and he manifested it at every opportunity. During the first winter, I was a frequent inmate of the hospital. After suffering from typhoid fever, during which the director and the doctor bestowed on me a really parental care, I had very bad and persistently recurring gastric attacks. Girardot, as he made his daily rounds of the hospital, seeing me so often there, began to say to me every morning, half jokingly, in French, "Here is a young man who is as healthy as the new bridge, and loiters in the hospital." Once or twice I replied jestingly, but at last, seeing malice in this constant repetition, I lost patience and grew very angry. "How dare you say that?" I exclaimed. "I shall ask the doctor to forbid your entering this room," and so on. Girardot recoiled 2 steps. His dark eyes glittered, his thin lip became still thinner. At last he said, "I have offended you, have I? Well, we have in the hall 2 artillery guns. Shall we have a duel?" "I don't make jokes, and I tell you that I shall bear no more of your insinuations," I continued. He did not repeat his joke, but regarded me with even more dislike than before. Happily enough, there was little opportunity for punishing me. I did not smoke. My clothes were always hooked and buttoned, and properly folded at night. I liked all sorts of games, but, plunged as I was in reading, and in a correspondence with my brother, I could hardly find time to play a lapta match, a sort of cricket, in the garden, and always hurried back to my books. But when I was caught in fault, it was not I that Girardot punished, but the page de chambre who was my superior. Once, for instance, at dinner, I made a physical discovery. I noticed that the sound given out by a tumbler depends on the amount of water it contains, and at once tried to obtain a chord with 4 glasses. But there stood Girardot behind me, and without saying a word to me, he ordered my page de chambre under arrest. It so happened that this young man was an excellent fellow, a third cousin of mine, who refused even to listen to my excuses, saying, "All right, I know he dislikes you." His comrades, though, gave me a warning. "Take care, naughty boy. We are not going to be punished for you," they said, and if reading had not been my all-absorbing occupation, they probably would have made me pay dearly for my physical experiment. Everyone spoke of Girardot's dislike for me, but I paid no attention to it, and probably increased it by my indifference. For full 18 months he refused to give me the epaulettes, which were usually given to newly entered boys after 1 or 2 months' stay at the school, when they had learned some of the rudiments of military drill. But I felt quite happy without that military decoration. At last, an officer, the best teacher of drill in the school, a man simply enamoured of drill, volunteered to teach me, and when he saw me performing all the tricks to his entire satisfaction, he undertook to introduce me to Girardot. The colonel refused again, twice in succession, so that the officer took it as a personal offence, and when the director of the corps once asked him why I had no epaulettes yet, he bluntly answered, "The boy is all right. It is the colonel who does not want him." Whereupon, probably after the remark of the director, Girardot himself asked to examine me again, and gave me the epaulettes that very day. But the colonel's influence was rapidly vanishing. The whole character of the school was changing. For 20 years, Girardot had realized his ideal, which was to have the boys nicely combed, curled, and girlish-looking, and to send to the court pages as refined as courtiers of Louis XIV. Whether they learned or not, he cared little. His favourites were those whose clothes-basket was best filled with all sorts of nail-brushes and scent bottles, whose private uniform, which could be put on when we went home on Sundays, was of the best make, and who knew how to make the most elegant salut oblique. Formerly, when Girardot had held rehearsals of court ceremonies, wrapping up a page in a striped red cotton cover taken from one of our beds, in order that he might represent the Empress at a baisement, the boys almost religiously approached the imaginary Empress, seriously performed the ceremony of kissing the hand, and retired with a most elegant oblique bow. But now, though they were very elegant at court, they would perform at the rehearsal such bear-like bows that all roared with laughter, while Girardot was simply raging. Formerly, the younger boys who had been taken to a court levee, and had been curled for that purpose, used to keep their curls as long as they would last. Now, on returning from the palace, they hurried to put their heads under the cold water tap to get rid of the curls. An effeminate appearance was laughed at. To be sent to a levee, to stand there as a decoration, was now considered a drudgery rather than a favour. And when the small boys who were occasionally taken to the palace to play with the little Grand Dukes remarked that one of the latter used, in some game, to make a hard whip out of his handkerchief and use it freely, one of our boys did the same, and so whipped the Grand Duke that he cried. Girardot was terrified, while the old Sebastopol admiral, who was tutor of the Grand Duke, only praised our boy. A new spirit, studious and serious, developed in the corps, as in all other schools. In former years, the pages, being sure in one way or another that they would get the necessary marks for being promoted officers of the guard, spent the first years in the school hardly learning at all, and only began to study more or less in the last 2 forms. Now the lower forms learned very well. The moral tone also became quite different from what it was a few years before. Oriental amusements were looked upon with disgust, and an attempt or two to revert to old manners resulted in scandals which reached the St. Petersburg drawing-rooms. Girardot was dismissed. He was only allowed to retain his bachelor apartment in the building of the corps, and we often saw him afterward, wrapped in his long military cloak, pacing along, plunged in reflections. Sad, I suppose, because he could not but condemn the new spirit which developed rapidly in the Corps of Pages. End of the Corps of Pages, Chapter 1. The Corps of Pages, Chapter 2, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. All over Russia, people were talking of education. As soon as peace had been concluded at Paris, and the severity of censorship had been slightly relaxed, educational matters began to be eagerly discussed. The ignorance of the masses of the people, the obstacles that had hitherto been put in the way of those who wanted to learn, the absence of schools in the country, the obsolete methods of teaching, and the remedies for those evils became favourite themes of discussion in educated circles, in the press, and even in the drawing-rooms of the aristocracy. The first high schools for girls had been opened in 1857, on an excellent plan and with a splendid teaching staff. As by magic, a number of men and women came to the front, who have not only devoted their lives to education, but have proved to be remarkable practical pedagogists. Their writings would occupy a place of honour in every civilized literature, if they were known abroad. The Corps of Pages also felt the effect of that revival. Apart from a few exceptions, the general tendency of the three younger forms was to study. The head of the educational department, the inspector Winkler, who was a well-educated colonel of artillery, a good mathematician, and a man of progressive opinions, hit upon an excellent plan for stimulating that spirit. Instead of the indifferent teachers who formerly used to teach in the lower forms, he endeavoured to secure the best ones. In his opinion, no professor was too good to teach the very beginnings of a subject to the youngest boys. Thus, to teach the elements of algebra in the fourth form, he invited a first-rate mathematician and a born teacher, Captain Sukhonin, and the form took at once to mathematics. By the way, it so happened that this captain was a tutor of the heir of the throne, Nikolai Alexandrovich, who died at the age of 22, and the heir apparent was brought once a week to the Corps of Pages to be present at the algebra lessons of Captain Sukhonin. The Empress Marie Alexandrovna, who was an educated woman, thought that perhaps the contact with studious boys would stimulate her son to learning. He sat among us, and had to answer questions like all the others. But he managed mostly, while the teachers spoke, to make drawings, very nicely, or to whisper all sorts of droll things to his neighbours. He was good-natured and very gentle in his behaviour, but superficial in learning and still more so in his affections. For the fifth form, the inspector secured two remarkable men. He entered our classroom one day, quite radiant, and told us that we should have a rare chance. Professor Klasovsky, a great classical scholar and expert in Russian literature, had consented to teach us Russian grammar, and would take us through all the 5 forms in succession, shifting with us every year to the next form. Another university professor, Herr Becker, librarian of the Imperial National Library, would do the same in German. Professor Klasovsky, he added, was in weak health that winter, but the inspector was sure that we would be very quiet in his class. The chance of having such a teacher was too good to be lost. He had thought aright. We became very proud of having university professors for teachers, and although there came voices from the Kamchatka — in Russia the backbenches of each class bear the name of that remote and uncivilized peninsula — to the effect that the sausage-maker, that is, the German, must be kept by all means in obedience, public opinion in our form was decidedly in favour of the professors. The sausage-maker won our respect at once. A tall man, with an immense forehead and very kind, intelligent eyes, slightly veiled by his spectacles, came into our class, and told us in quite good Russian that he intended to divide our form into 3 sections. The first section would be composed of Germans, who already knew the language, and from whom he would require more serious work. To the second section he would teach grammar, and later on German literature, in accordance with the established programmes. And the third section, he concluded with a charming smile, would be the Kamchatka. From you, he said, I shall only require that at each lesson you copy 4 lines which I will choose for you from a book. The 4 lines copied, you can do what you like, only do not hinder the rest. And I promise you that in 5 years you will learn something of German and German literature. Now, who joins the Germans? You, Stackelberg. You, Lambsdorff? Perhaps someone of the Russians. And who joins the Kamchatka? 5 or 6 boys, who knew not a word of German, took residence in the peninsula. They most conscientiously copied their 4 lines, a dozen or a score of lines in the higher forms, and Becker chose the lines so well, and bestowed so much attention upon the boys that by the end of the 5 years, they really knew something of the language and its literature. I joined the Germans. My brother Alexander insisted so much in his letters upon my acquiring German, which possesses so rich a literature and into which every book of value is translated, that I set myself assiduously to learn it. I translated and studied most thoroughly 1 page of a rather difficult poetical description of a thunderstorm. I learned by heart, as the professor had advised me, the conjugations, the adverbs, and the prepositions, and began to read. A splendid method it is for learning languages. Becker advised me, moreover, to subscribe to a cheap illustrated weekly, and its illustrations and short stories were a continual inducement to learn a few lines or a column. I soon mastered the language. Toward the end of the winter, I asked Herr Becker to lend me a copy of Goethe's Faust. I had read it in a Russian translation. I had also read Turgenev's beautiful novel, Faust, and I now longed to read the great work in the original. You will understand nothing in it is too philosophical, Becker said, with his gentle smile. But he brought me, nevertheless, a square little book, with the pages yellowed by age, containing the immortal drama. He little knew the unfathomable joy that square book gave me. I drank in the sense and the music of every line of it, beginning with the very first verses of the ideally beautiful dedication, and soon knew full pages by heart. Faust's monologue in the forest, and especially the lines in which he speaks of his understanding of nature. Thou not only cold amazed acquaintance yield'st, but grantest that in her profoundest breast I gaze as in the bosom of a friend, simply put me in ecstasy, until now it has retained its power over me. Every verse gradually became a dear friend. And then, is there a higher aesthetic delight than to read poetry in a language which one does not quite thoroughly understand? The whole is veiled with a sort of slight haze, which admirably suits poetry. Words, the trivial meanings of which, when one knows the language colloquially, sometimes interfere with the poetical image they are intended to convey, retain but their subtle, elevated sense, while the music of the poetry is only the more strongly impressed upon the ear. Professor Klasowski's first lesson was a revelation to us. He was a small man, about 50 years of age, very rapid in his movements, with bright, intelligent eyes, a slightly sarcastic expression, and the high forehead of a poet. When he came in for his first lesson, he said in a low voice that, suffering from a protracted illness, he could not speak loud enough, and asked us, therefore, to sit closer to him. He placed his chair near the first row of tables, and we clustered round him like a swarm of bees. He was to teach us Russian grammar, but instead of the dull grammar lesson, we heard something quite different from what we expected. It was grammar, but here came in a comparison of an old Russian folklore expression with a line from Homer, or from the Sanskrit Mahabharata, the beauty of which was rendered in Russian words. There, a verse from Schiller was introduced, and was followed by a sarcastic remark about some modern society prejudice, then by solid grammar again, and then some wide poetical or philosophical generalization. Of course, there was much in it that we did not understand, or of which we missed the deeper sense. But do not the bewitching powers of all studies lie in that they continually open up to us new and unsuspected horizons, not yet understood, which entice us to proceed farther and farther in the penetration of what appears at first sight only in vague outline? Some with their hands placed on one another's shoulders, some leaning across the tables of the first row, others standing close behind Klasowski, we all hung on his lips. As toward the end of the hour his voice fell, the more breathlessly we listened. The inspector opened the door of the classroom to see how we behaved with our new teacher, but on seeing that motionless swarm he retired on tiptoe. Even Daurov, a restless spirit, stared at Klasovsky as if to say, "That is the sort of man you are." Even von Klaunau, a hopelessly obtuse Circassian with a German name, sat motionless. In most of the others something good and elevated simmered at the bottom of their hearts, as if a vision of an unsuspected world was opening before them. Upon me, Klasovsky had an immense influence, which only grew with years. Winkler's prophecy, that after all I might like the school, was fulfilled. In Western Europe, and probably in America, this type of teacher seems not to be widely spread. But in Russia there is not a man or woman of mark, in literature or in political life, who does not owe the first impulse toward a higher development to his or her teacher of literature. Every school in the world ought to have such a teacher. Each teacher in a school has his own subject, and there is no link between the different subjects. Only the teacher of literature, guided by the general outlines of the program, but left free to treat it as he likes, can bind together the separate historical and humanitarian sciences, unify them by a broad philosophical and humane conception, and awaken higher ideas and inspirations in the brains and hearts of young people. In Russia, that necessary task falls quite naturally upon the teacher of Russian literature. As he speaks of the development of the language, of the contents of the early epic poetry, of popular songs and music, and, later on, of modern fiction, of the scientific, political, and philosophical literature of his own country, and the diverse aesthetical, political, and philosophical currents it has reflected, he is bound to introduce that generalized conception of the development of the human mind which lies beyond the scope of each of the subjects that are taught separately. The same thing ought to be done for the natural sciences as well. It is not enough to teach physics and chemistry, astronomy and meteorology, zoology and botany. The philosophy of all the natural sciences, a general view of nature as a whole, something on the lines of the first volume of Humboldt's Cosmos, must be conveyed to the pupils and the students, whatsoever may be the extension given to the study of the natural sciences in the school. The philosophy and the poetry of nature, the methods of all the exact sciences, and an inspired conception of the life of nature must make part of education. Perhaps the teacher of geography might provisionally assume this function, but then we should require quite a different set of teachers of this subject, and a different set of professors of geography in the universities would be needed. What is now taught under this name is anything you like, but it is not geography. Another teacher conquered our rather uproarious form in a quite different manner. It was the teacher of writing, the last one of the teaching staff. That is, the German and the French teachers were regarded with little respect. The teacher of writing, Ebert, who was a German Jew, was a real martyr. To be insolent with him was a sort of chic amongst the pages. His poverty alone must have been the reason why he kept to his lessons in our corps. The old hands, who had stayed for 2 or 3 years in the 5th form without moving higher up, treated him very badly. But by some means or other he had made an agreement with them. One frolic during each lesson, but no more. An agreement which, I am afraid, was not always honestly kept on our side. One day, one of the residents of the remote peninsula soaked the blackboard sponge with ink and chalk and flung it at the calligraphy martyr. "Get it, Ebert," he shouted with a stupid smile. The sponge touched Ebert's shoulder, the grimy ink spurted into his face and down onto his white shirt. We were sure that this time Ebert would leave the room and report the fact to the inspector. But he only exclaimed, as he took out his cotton handkerchief and wiped his face, "Gentlemen, one frolic, no more today. The shirt is spoiled," he added in a subdued voice, and continued to correct someone's book. We looked stupefied and ashamed. Why, instead of reporting, he had thought at once of the agreement. The feelings of the whole class turned in his favour. "What you have done is stupid," we reproached our comrade. "He is a poor man, and you have spoiled his shirt. Shame," somebody cried. The culprit went at once to make excuses. "One must learn, sir," was all that Ebert said in reply, with sadness in his voice. All became silent after that, and at the next lesson, as if we had settled it beforehand, most of us wrote in our best possible handwriting, and took our books to Ebert, asking him to correct them. He was radiant, he felt happy that day. This fact deeply impressed me, and was never wiped out from my memory. To this day I feel grateful to that remarkable man for his lesson. With our teacher of drawing, who was named Ganz, we never arrived at living on good terms. He continually reported those who played in his class. This, in our opinion, he had no right to do, because he was only a teacher of drawing, but especially because he was not an honest man. In the class he paid little attention to most of us, and spent his time in improving the drawings of those who took private lessons from him, or paid him in order to show at the examinations a good drawing and to get a good mark for it. Against the comrades who did so we had no grudge. On the contrary, we thought it quite right that those who had no capacity for mathematics or no memory for geography should improve their total of marks by ordering from a draughtsman a drawing or a topographical map for which they would get a full 12. Only for the first 2 pupils of the form it would not have been fair to resort to such means, while the remainder could do it with untroubled consciences. But the teacher had no business to make drawings to order, and if he chose to act in this way, he ought to bear with resignation the noise and the tricks of his pupils. These were our ethics. Instead of this, no lesson passed without his lodging complaints, and each time he grew more arrogant. As soon as we were moved to the 4th form, and felt ourselves naturalized citizens of the Corps, we decided to tighten the bridle upon him. It is your own fault, our elder comrades told us, that he takes such airs with you. We used to keep him in obedience. So we decided to bring him into subjection. One day, 2 excellent comrades of our form approached Ganz with cigarettes in their mouths, and asked him to oblige them with a light. Of course, that was only meant for a joke. No one ever thought of smoking in the classrooms, and according to our rules of propriety, Ganz had merely to send the 2 boys away, but he inscribed them in the journal, and they were severely punished. That was the last drop. We decided to give him a benefit night. That meant that one day all the form, provided with rulers borrowed from the upper forms, would start an outrageous noise by striking the rulers against the tables, and send the teacher out of the class. However, the plot offered many difficulties. We had in our form a lot of goody boys, who would promise to join in the demonstration, but at the last moment would grow nervous and draw back, and then the teacher would name the others. In such enterprises, unanimity is the first requisite, because the punishment, whatsoever it may be, is always lighter when it falls on the whole class instead of on a few. The difficulties were overcome with a truly Machiavellian craft. At a given signal, all were to turn their backs to Ganz, and then, with the rulers laid in readiness on the desks of the next row, they would produce the required noise. In this way, the goody boys would not feel terrified at Ganz staring at them. But the signal, whistling, as in robbers' tales, shouting, or even sneezing would not do. Ganz would be capable of naming any one of us as having whistled or sneezed. The signal must be a silent one. One of us who drew nicely would take his drawing to show it to Ganz, and the moment he returned and took his seat, that was to be the time. All went on admirably. Niesadov took up his drawing, and Ganz corrected it in a few minutes, which seemed to us an eternity. He returned at last to his seat. He stopped for a moment, looking at us. He sat down. All the form turned suddenly on their seats, and the rulers rattled merrily within the desks, while some of us shouted amidst the noise, "Ganz out! Down with him!" The noise was deafening. All the forms knew that Ganz had got his benefit night. He stood there, murmuring something, and finally went out. An officer ran in. The noise continued. Then the sub-inspector dashed in, and after him the inspector. The noise stopped. Scolding began. "The elder under arrest, at once," the inspector commanded, and I, who was the first in the form, and consequently the elder, was marched to the black cell. That spared me seeing what happened. The director came. Ganz was asked to name the ringleaders, but he could name nobody. "They all turned their backs to me and began the noise," was his reply. Thereupon the form was taken downstairs, and although flogging had been completely abandoned in our school, this time the two who had been reported because they asked for a light were flogged with a birch rod, under the pretext that the benefit night was a revenge for their punishment. I learned this 10 days later, when I was allowed to return to the class. My name, which had been inscribed on the red board in the class, was wiped off. To this I was indifferent, but I must confess that the 10 days in the cell, without books, seemed to me rather long, so that I composed, in horrible verses, a poem, in which the deeds of the fourth form were duly glorified. Of course, our form became now the heroes of the school. For a month or so we had to tell and retell all about the affair to the other forms, and received congratulations for having managed it with such unanimity that nobody was caught separately. And then came the Sundays, all the Sundays down to Christmas, that the form had to remain at the school, not being allowed to go home. Being all kept together, we managed to make those Sundays very gay. The mammas of the goody boys brought them heaps of sweets. Those who had some money spent it in buying mountains of pastry, substantial before dinner and sweet after it, while in the evenings the friends from the other forms smuggled in quantities of fruit for the brave fourth form. Gans gave up inscribing anyone, but drawing was totally lost for us. No one wanted to learn drawing from that mercenary man. End of the Corps of Pages, Chapter 2. The Corps of Pages, Chapter 3, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. My brother Alexander was at that time in Moscow, in a corps of cadets, and we maintained a lively correspondence. As long as I stayed at home, this was impossible, because our father considered it his prerogative to read all letters addressed to our house, and he would soon have put an end to any but a commonplace correspondence. Now we were free to discuss in our letters whatever we liked. The only difficulty was to get money for stamps, but we soon learned to write in so small a hand that we could convey an incredible amount of matter in each letter. Alexander, whose handwriting was beautiful, contrived to get 4 printed pages on one single page of notepaper, and his microscopic lines were as legible as the best small type print. It is a pity that these letters, which he kept as precious relics, have disappeared. The state police, during one of their raids, robbed him even of these treasures. Our first letters were mostly about the little details of my new surroundings, but our correspondence soon took a more serious character. My brother could not write about trifles. Even in society he became animated only when some serious discussion was engaged in, and complained of feeling a dull pain in the brain, a physical pain, as he used to say, when he was with people who cared only for small talk. He was very much in advance of me in his intellectual development, and he urged me forward, raising new scientific and philosophical questions one after another, and advising me what to read or to study. What a happiness it was for me to have such a brother who, moreover, loved me passionately. To him I owe the best part of my development. Sometimes he would advise me to read poetry, and would send me in his letters quantities of verses and whole poems, which he wrote from memory. "Read poetry," he wrote. "Poetry makes men better." How often, in my afterlife, I realized the truth of this remark of his. Read poetry, it makes men better. He himself was a poet, and had a wonderful facility for writing most musical verses. Indeed, I think it a great pity that he abandoned poetry. But the reaction against art, which arose among the Russian youth in the early 60s, and which Turgenev has depicted in Bazarov, Fathers and Sons, induced him to look upon his verses with contempt, and to plunge headlong into the natural sciences. I must say, however, that my favourite poet was none of those whom his poetical gift, his musical ear, and his philosophical turn of mind made him like best. His favourite Russian poet was Venyevitinov, while mine was Nekrasov, whose verses were very often unmusical, but appealed most to my heart by their sympathy for the downtrodden and ill-treated. One must have a set purpose in his life, he wrote me once. Without an aim, without a purpose, life is not life. And he advised me to get a purpose in my life worth living for. I was too young then to find one, but something undetermined, vague, good altogether, already rose under that appeal, even though I could not say what good that would be. Our father gave us very little spending money, and I never had any to buy a single book, but if Alexander got a few roubles from some aunt, he never spent a penny of it for pleasure, but bought a book and sent it to me. He objected, though, to indiscriminate reading. One must have some question, he wrote, addressed to the book one is going to read. However, I did not then appreciate this remark, and cannot think now without amazement of the number of books, often of a quite special character, which I read in all branches, but particularly in the domain of history. I did not waste my time upon French novels, since Alexander, years before, had characterized them in one blunt sentence. They are stupid and full of bad language. The great questions concerning the conception we should form of the universe, our Weltanschauung, as the Germans say, were, of course, the dominant subjects in our correspondence. In our childhood we had never been religious. We were taken to church, but in a Russian church, in a small parish or in a village, the solemn attitude of the people is far more impressive than the Mass itself. Of all that I had ever heard in church, only two things had impressed me: the 12 passages from the Gospels relative to the sufferings of the Christ, which are read in Russia at the night service on the eve of Good Friday, and the short prayer condemning the spirit of domination, which is recited during the Great Lent, and is really beautiful by reason of its simple, unpretentious words and feeling. Pushkin has rendered it into Russian verse. Later on, at St. Petersburg, I went several times to a Roman Catholic church, but the theatrical character of the service and the absence of real feeling in it shocked me, the more so when I saw there with what simple faith some retired Polish soldier or a peasant woman would pray in a remote corner. I also went to a Protestant church, but coming out of it, I caught myself murmuring Goethe's words, "But you will never link hearts together, unless the linking springs from your own heart." Alexander, in the meantime, had embraced with his usual passion the Lutheran faith. He had read Michelet's book on Servetus, and had worked out for himself a religion on the lines of that great fighter. He studied with enthusiasm the Augsburg Declaration, which he copied out and sent me, and our letters now became full of discussions about grace, and of texts from the apostles Paul and James. I followed my brother, but theological discussions did not deeply interest me. Since I had discovered from the typhoid fever, I had taken to quite different reading. Our sister Elin, who was now married, was at St. Petersburg, and every Saturday night I went to visit her. Her husband had a good library, in which the French philosophers of the last century and the modern French historians were well represented, and I plunged into them. Such books were prohibited in Russia, and evidently could not be taken to school, so I spent most of the night, every Saturday, in reading the works of the encyclopedists, the philosophical dictionary of Voltaire, the writings of the Stoics, especially Marcus Aurelius, and so on. The infinite immensity of the universe, the greatness of nature, its poetry, its ever-throbbing life, impressed me more and more, and that never-ceasing life and its harmonies gave me the ecstasy of admiration which the young soul thirsts for, while my favourite poet supplied me with an expression in words of that awakening love of mankind and faith in its progress, which make the best part of youth and impress man for a life. Alexander, by this time, had gradually come to a Kantian agnosticism and the relativity of perceptions in time and space, and time only, and so on, filled pages and pages in our letters, the writing of which became more and more microscopical as the subjects under discussion grew in importance. But neither then nor later on, when we used to spend hours and hours in discussing Kant's philosophy, could my brother convert me to become a disciple of the Königsberg philosopher. Natural sciences, that is, mathematics, physics, and astronomy, were my chief studies. In the year 1858, before Darwin had brought out his immortal work, a professor of zoology at the Moscow University, Roulier, published 3 lectures on transformism, and my brother took up at once his ideas concerning the variability of species. He was not satisfied, however, with approximate proofs only, and began to study a number of special books on heredity and the like, communicating to me in his letters the main facts, as well as his ideas and his doubts. The appearance of The Origin of Species did not settle his doubts on several special points, but only raised new questions and gave him the impulse for further studies. We afterward discussed, and that discussion lasted for many years, various questions relative to the origin of variations, their chances of being transmitted and being accentuated. In short, those questions which have been raised quite lately in the Weismann-Spencer controversy, in Galton's researches, and in the works of the modern neo-Lamarckians. Owing to his philosophical and critical mind, Alexander had noticed at once the fundamental importance of these questions for the theory of variability of species, even though they were so often overlooked then by many naturalists. I must also mention a temporary excursion into the domain of political economy. In the years 1858 and 1859, everyone in Russia spoke of political economy. Lectures on free trade and protective duties attracted crowds of people, and my brother, who was not yet absorbed by the variability of species, took a lively though temporary interest in economical matters, sending me for reading The Political Economy of Jean-Baptiste Say. I read a few chapters only. Tariffs and banking operations did not interest me in the least, but Alexander took up these matters so passionately that he even wrote letters to our stepmother, trying to interest her in the intricacies of the customs duties. Later on, in Siberia, as we were rereading some of the letters of that period, we laughed like children when we fell upon one of his epistles in which he complained of our stepmother's incapacity to be moved even by such burning questions, and raged against the greengrocer whom he had caught in the street, and who, "Would you believe it," he wrote, with signs of exclamation, "although he was a tradesman, affected a pig-headed indifference to tariff questions." Every summer about 1/2 of the pages were taken to a camp at Peterhof. The lower forms, however, were dispensed from joining the camp, and I spent the first 2 summers at Nikolskoye. To leave the school, to take the train to Moscow, and there to meet Alexander was such a happy prospect that I used to count the days that had to pass till that glorious one should come. But on one occasion a great disappointment awaited me at Moscow. Alexander had not passed his examinations, and was left for another year in the same form. He was, in fact, too young to enter the special classes, but our father was very angry with him, nevertheless, and would not permit us to see each other. I felt very sad. We were not children anymore, and had so much to say to each other. I tried to obtain permission to go to our aunt Sulima, at whose house I might meet Alexander, but it was absolutely refused. After our father remarried, we were never allowed to see our mother's relations. That spring, our Moscow house was full of guests. Every night the reception rooms were flooded with lights, the band played, the confectioner was busy making ices and pastry, and card-playing went on in the great hall till a late hour. I strolled aimlessly about in the brilliantly illuminated rooms, and felt unhappy. One night, after 10, a servant beckoned me, telling me to come out to the entrance hall. I went. "Come to the coachman's house," the old major domo Frol whispered to me. "Alexander Alexeyevich is here." I dashed across the yard, up the flight of steps leading to the coachman's house, and into a wide, half-dark room, where, at the immense dining table of the servants, I saw Alexander. "Sasha, dear, how did you come?" And in a moment we rushed into each other's arms, hugging each other and unable to speak from emotion. "Hush, hush, they may overhear you," said the servant's cook, Praskovia, wiping away her tears with her apron. "Poor orphans! If your mother were only alive!" Old Frol stood, his head deeply bent, his eyes also twinkling. "Look here, Petya, not a word to anyone, to no one," he said, while Praskovia placed on the table an earthenware jar full of porridge for Alexander. He, glowing with health, in his cadet uniform, already had begun to talk about all sorts of matters, while he rapidly emptied the porridge pot. I could hardly make him tell me how he came there at such a late hour. We lived then near the Smolensky Boulevard, within a stone's throw of the house where our mother died, and the Corps of Cadets was at the opposite outskirts of Moscow, full 5 miles away. He had made a doll out of bedclothes, and had put it in his bed, under the blankets. Then he went out to the tower, descended from a window, came out unnoticed, and walked the whole distance. ' Were you not afraid at night in the deserted fields round your corps ?' I asked. ' What had I to fear ? Only lots of dogs were upon me. I had teased them myself. Tomorrow I shall take my sword with me.' The coachmen and other servants came in and out. They sighed as they looked at us, and took seats at a distance, along the walls, exchanging words in a subdued tone so as not to disturb us, while we two, in each other's arms, sat there till midnight, talking about nebulae and Laplace's hypothesis, the structure of matter, the struggles of the papacy under Boniface VIII with the imperial power, and so on. From time to time, one of the servants would hurriedly run in, saying, ' Petinka, go and show thyself in the hall. They may ask for thee.' I implored Sasha not to come next night, but he came, nevertheless, not without having had a scrimmage with the dogs, against whom he had taken his sword. I responded with feverish haste when, earlier than the day before, I was called once more to the coachman's house. Alexander had made part of the journey in a cab. The previous night, one of the servants had brought him what he had got from the card players and asked him to take it. He took some small coin to hire a cab, and so he came earlier than on his first visit. He intended to come next night too, but for some reason it would have been dangerous for the servants, and we decided to part till the autumn. A short official note made me understand next day that his nocturnal escapades had passed unnoticed. How terrible would have been the punishment if they had been discovered. It is awful to think of it. Flogging before the corps till he was dragged away unconscious on a sheet, and then degradation to a soldier son's battalion. Anything was possible in those times. What our servants would have suffered for hiding us, if information of the affair had reached our father's ears, would have been equally terrible. But they knew how to keep secrets and not to betray one another. They all knew of the visits of Alexander, but none of them whispered a word to anyone of the family. They and I were the only ones in the house who ever knew anything about it. End of the Corps of Pages, Chapter 3. The Corps of Pages, Chapter 4, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. That same year I made my first start as an explorer of popular life, and this little work brought me one step nearer to our peasants, making me see them under a new light. It also helped me later on a great deal in Siberia. Every year, in July, on the day of the Holy Virgin of Kazan, which was the fete of our church, a pretty large fair was held in Nikolskoye. Tradesmen came from the neighbouring towns, and many thousands of peasants flocked from 30 miles round to our village, which for a couple of days had a most animated aspect. A remarkable description of the village fairs of South Russia had just been published that year by the Slavophil Aksakov, and my brother, who was then at the height of his politico-economical enthusiasm, advised me to make a statistical description of our fair, and to determine the return of goods brought in and sold. I followed his advice, and to my great amazement I really succeeded. My estimate of returns, so far as I can judge now, was not more unreliable than many similar estimates in books of statistics. Our fair lasted only a little more than 24 hours. On the eve of the fete, the great open space given to it was full of life and animation. Long rows of stalls, to be used for the sale of cottons, ribbons, and all sorts of peasant women's attire, were hurriedly built. The restaurant, a substantial stone building, was furnished with tables, chairs, and benches, and its floor was strewn over with bright yellow sand. 3 wine shops were erected in 3 different places, and freshly cut brooms, planted on high poles, rose high in the air to attract the peasants from a distance. Rows and rows of light shops for the sale of crockery, boots, stoneware, gingerbread, and all sorts of small things, rose as if by a magic wand, while in a special corner holes were dug in the ground to receive immense cauldrons in which bushels of millet and sarrasin and whole sheep were boiled, for supplying the thousands of visitors with hot schi and kasha, soup and porridge. In the afternoon, the 4 roads leading to the fair were blocked by hundreds of peasant carts, and cattle, corn, casks filled with tar, and heaps of pottery were exhibited along the roadsides. The night service on the eve of the fête was performed in our church with great solemnity. Half a dozen priests and deacons from the neighbouring villages took part in it, and their chanters, reinforced by young tradespeople, sang in the choir with such ritornellos as could only be heard at the bishop's in Kaluga. The church was crowded, all prayed fervently. The tradespeople vied with each other in the number and sizes of the wax candles which they lighted before the icons, as offerings to the local saints for the success of their trade, and the crowd being so thick as not to allow the last comers to reach the altars, candles of all sizes, thick and thin, white and yellow, according to the offerer's wealth, were transmitted from the back of the church through the crowd, with whispers, "To the Holy Virgin of Kazan, our protector, to Nicholas the Favourite, to Frol and Laur, the horse saints," that was from those who had horses to sell, or simply to the saints, without a further specification. Immediately after the night service was over, the fair began, and I had now to plunge headlong into my work of asking hundreds of people what was the value of the goods they had brought in. To my great astonishment, my task went on admirably. Of course, I was myself asked questions. Why do you do this? Is it not for the old prince, who intends increasing the market dues? But the assurance that the old prince knew and would know nothing of it, he would have found it a disgraceful occupation, settled all doubts at once. I soon caught the proper way of asking questions, and after I had taken half a dozen cups of tea in the restaurant with some tradespeople, oh horror if my father had learned that, all went on very well. Vasily Ivanov, the elder of Nikolskoye, a beautiful young peasant with a fine intelligent face and a fair silky beard, took an interest in my work. "Well, if thou wantst it for thy learning, get at it. Thou wilt tell us later what thou hast found out," was his conclusion, and he told some of the people that it was all right. Everyone knew him for miles around, and the word passed round the fair that no harm would ensue to the peasants by giving me the information. In short, the imports were determined very nicely. But the next day, the sales offered certain difficulties, chiefly with the dry goods merchants, who did not themselves yet know how much they had sold. On the day of the fête, the young peasant women simply stormed the shops, each of them having sold some linen of her own making, and now buying some cotton print for a dress and a bright kerchief for herself, a coloured handkerchief for her husband, perhaps some necklace, a ribbon or two, and a number of small gifts to grandmother, grandfather, and the children who had remained at home. As to the peasants who sold crockery, or ginger cakes, or cattle and hemp, they at once determined their sales, especially the old women. "Good sale, grandmother," I would ask. "No need to complain, my son. Why should I anger God? Nearly all is sold." And out of their small items, the tens of thousand rubles grew in my notebook. One point only remained unsettled. A wide space was given up to many hundreds of peasant women who stood in the burning sun, each with her piece of hand-woven linen, sometimes exquisitely fine, which she had brought for sale. Scores of buyers, with gypsy faces and shark-like looks, moving about in the crowd and buying. Only rough estimates of these sales could evidently be made. I made no reflections at that time about this new experience of mine. I was simply happy to see that it was not a failure. But the serious good sense and sound judgment of the Russian peasants, which I witnessed during this couple of days, left upon me a lasting impression. Later on, when we were making socialist propaganda among the peasants, I could not but wonder why some of my friends, who had received a seemingly far more democratic education than myself, did not know how to talk to the peasants or to the factory workers from the country. They tried to imitate the peasants' talk by introducing into it lots of so-called popular phrases, and only rendered it the more incomprehensible. Nothing of the sort is needed, either in talking to peasants or in writing for them. The great Russian peasant perfectly well understands the educated man's talk, provided that it is not stuffed with words taken from foreign languages. What the peasant does not understand is abstract notions when they are not illustrated by concrete examples. But when you speak to the Russian peasant plainly, and start from concrete facts, and the same is true with regard to village folk of all nationalities, my experience is that there is no generalization from the whole world of science, social or natural, which could not be conveyed to the averagely intelligent man if you yourself understand it concretely. The chief difference between the educated and the uneducated man is, I should say, in the latter not being able to follow a chain of conclusions. He grasps the first of them, and maybe the second, but he gets tired at the third, if he does not see what you are driving at. But how often do we meet with the same difficulty in educated people? One more impression I gathered from that work of my boyhood, an impression which I formulated but later on, and which will probably astonish many a reader. It is the spirit of equality which is highly developed in the Russian peasant, and, in fact, in the rural population everywhere. The Russian peasant is capable of much servile obedience to the landlord or to the police officer. He will bend before their will in a servile manner, but he does not consider them superior men, and if the next moment that same landlord or officer talks to the same peasant about hay or ducks, the latter will converse with him as an equal to an equal. I never saw in a Russian peasant that servility, grown to be a second nature, with which a small functionary talks to a highly placed one, or a valet to his master. The peasant much too easily submits to force, but he does not worship it. I returned that summer from Nikolskoye to Moscow in a new fashion. There being then no railway between Kaluga and Moscow, a man, Buck by name, kept some sort of carriages running between the two towns. Our people never thought of travelling in such a way. They had their own horses and conveyances, but when my father, in order to save my stepmother a double journey, offered me, half in joke, to travel alone in that way, I accepted his offer with delight. An old and very stout tradesman's wife and myself on the back seats, and a small tradesman or artisan on the front seat, were the only occupants of the carriage. I found the journey very pleasant. First of all because I travelled by myself (I was not yet 16), and next because the old lady, who had brought with her for a 3 days' journey a colossal hamper full of provisions, treated me to all sorts of homemade delicacies. All the surroundings during that journey were delightful. One evening especially is still vivid in my memory. We came at night to one of the great villages and stopped at some inn. The old lady ordered a samovar for herself, while I went out in the street, walking about anywhere. A small white inn, at which only food is served, but no drinks, attracted my attention, and I went in. Numbers of peasants sat round the small table, covered with white napkins, and enjoyed their tea. I did the same. All was so new for me in these surroundings. It was a village of crown peasants, that is, peasants who had not been serfs and enjoyed a relative well-being, probably owing to the weaving of linen which they carried on as a home industry. Slow, serious conversations, with occasional laughter, were going on at those tables, and after the usual introductory questions, I soon found myself engaged in a conversation with a dozen peasants about the crops in our neighbourhood, and answering all sorts of questions. They wanted to know all about St. Petersburg, and most of all about the rumours concerning the coming abolition of serfdom. And a feeling of simplicity and of the natural relations of equality, as well as of hearty goodwill, which I always felt afterwards when among peasants or in their houses, took possession of me at that inn. Nothing extraordinary happened that night, so that I even ask myself if the incident is worth mentioning at all, and yet that warm, dark night in the village, that small inn, that talk with the peasants, and the keen interest they took in hundreds of things lying far beyond their habitual surroundings, have made ever since a poor white inn more attractive to me than the best restaurant in the world. End of the Corps of Pages, Chapter 4. The Corps of Pages, Chapters 5 and 6, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Stormy times came now in the life of our corps. When Girardot was dismissed, his place was taken by one of our officers, Captain B. He was rather good-natured than otherwise, but he had got into his head that he was not treated by us with due reverence, corresponding to the high position which he now occupied, and he tried to enforce upon us more respect and awe towards himself. He began by quarrelling about all sorts of petty things with the upper form, and, what was still worse, he attempted to destroy our liberties, the origin of which was lost in the darkness of time, and which, insignificant in themselves, were perhaps on that same account only the dearer to us. The result of it was that the school broke for several days into an open revolt, which ended in wholesale punishment, and the exclusion from the corps of two of our favourite pages de chambre. Then, the same captain began to intrude in the classrooms, where we used to spend 1 hour in the morning in preparing our lessons before the classes began. We were considered to be there under our teaching staff, and were happy to have nothing to do with our military chiefs. We resented that intrusion very much, and one day I loudly expressed our discontent, saying to the captain that this was the place of the inspector of the classes, not his. I spent weeks under arrest for that frankness, and perhaps should have been excluded from the school, were it not that the inspector of the classes, his assistant, and even our old director, judged that after all I had only expressed aloud what they all used to say to themselves. No sooner all these troubles were over than the death of the Dowager Empress, the widow of Nicholas I, brought a new interruption in our work. The burial of crowned heads is always so arranged as to produce a deep impression on the crowds, and it must be owned that this object is attained. The body of the Empress was brought from Tsarskoye Selo, where she died, to St. Petersburg, and here, followed by the imperial family, all the high dignitaries of the state, and scores of thousands of functionaries and corporations, and preceded by hundreds of clergy and choirs, it was taken from the railway station through the main thoroughfares to the fortress, where it had to lie in state for several weeks. 100,000 men of the guard were placed along the street, and thousands of people, dressed in the most gorgeous uniforms, preceded, accompanied, and followed the hearse in a solemn procession. Litanies were sung at every important crossing of the streets, and here the ringing of the bells on the church towers, the voices of vast choirs, and the sounds of the military bands united in the most impressive way, so as to make people believe that the immense crowds really mourned the loss of the Empress. As long as the body lay in state in the cathedral of the fortress, the pages, among others, had to keep the watch round it day and night. 3 pages de chambre and 3 maids of honour always stood close by the coffin, placed on a high pedestal, while some 20 pages were stationed on the platform around which litanies were sung twice every day, in the presence of the emperor and all his family. Consequently, every week nearly 1/2 of the corps was taken in turns to the fortress to lodge there. We were relieved every 2 hours, and in the daytime our service was not difficult, but when we had to rise in the night, to dress in our court uniforms, and then to walk through the dark and gloomy inner courts of the fortress to the cathedral, to the sound of the gloomy chime of the fortress bells, a cold shiver seized me at the thought of the prisoners who were immured somewhere in this Russian Bastille. Who knows, thought I, whether in my turn I shall not also have to join them one day or another. The burial did not pass without an accident which might have had serious consequences. An immense canopy had been erected under the dome of the cathedral over the coffin. A huge gilded crown rose above it, and from this crown an immense purple mantle lined with ermine hung towards the 4 thick pilasters which support the dome of the cathedral. It was impressive, but we boys soon made out that the crown was made of gilded cardboard and wood. The mantle was of velvet only in its lower part, while higher up it was red cotton. and that the ermine lining was simply cotton flannelette or swan-down to which black tails of squirrels had been sewn, while the escutcheons which represented the arms of Russia, veiled with black crepe, were simple cardboard. But the crowds which were allowed at certain hours of the night to pass by the coffin, and to kiss in a hurry the gold brocade which covered it, surely had no time to closely examine the flannelette ermine or the cardboard escutcheons, and the desired theatrical effect was obtained even by such cheap means. When a litany is sung in Russia, all the people present hold lighted wax candles, which have to be put out after certain prayers have been read. The imperial family also held such candles, and one day, the young son of the Grand Duke Constantine, seeing that the others put out their candles by turning them upside down, did the same. The black gauze which hung behind him from an escutcheon took fire, and in a second the escutcheon and the cotton stuff were ablaze. An immense tongue of fire ran up the heavy folds of the supposed ermine mantle. The service was stopped. All looks were directed with terror towards the tongue of fire, which went higher and higher towards the cardboard crown and the woodwork which supported the whole structure. Bits of burning stuff began to fall down, threatening to set fire to the black gauze veils of the ladies present. Alexander II lost his presence of mind for a couple of seconds only, but he recovered immediately and said in a composed voice, "The coffin must be taken." The page de chambre at once covered it with a thick gold brocade, and we all advanced to lift the heavy coffin. But in the meantime the big tongue of flame had broken into a number of smaller ones, which now slowly devoured only the fluffy outside of the cotton stuff, and, meeting more and more dust and soot in the upper part of the structure, gradually died out in the folds. I cannot say what I looked most at, the creeping fire, or the stately slender figures of the three ladies who stood by the coffin, the long trains of their black dresses spreading over the steps which led to the upper platform, and their black lace veils hanging down their shoulders. None of them had made the slightest movement. They stood like three beautiful carved images. Only in the dark eyes of one of them, Mademoiselle Gamaleya, tears glittered like pearls. She was a daughter of South Russia, and was the only really handsome lady amongst the maids of honour at the court. At the Corps, in the meantime, everything was upside down. The classes were interrupted. Those of us who returned from the fortress were lodged in temporary quarters, and, having nothing to do, spent the whole day in all sorts of frolics. In one of them, we managed to open a cupboard which stood in the room and contained a splendid collection of models of all kinds of animals for the teaching of natural history. That was its official purpose, but it was never even so much as shown to us, and now that we got hold of it, we utilized it in our own way. With a human skull which made part of the collection, we made a ghostly figure wherewith to frighten at night other comrades and the officers. As to the animals, we placed them in the most inappropriate positions and groups. Monkeys were seen riding on lions, sheep were playing with leopards, the giraffe danced with the elephant, and so on. The worst was that a few days later one of the Prussian princes who had come to assist at the burial ceremony — it was the one, I think, who became later on the Emperor Frederick — visited our school, and was shown all that concerned our education. Our director did not fail to boast of the excellent educational appliances which we had at the school, and brought him to that same unfortunate cupboard. When the German prince caught a glimpse of our zoological classification, he drew a long face and quickly turned away. Our old director looked horrified. He had lost the power of speech, and only pointed repeatedly with his hand at some starfishes which were placed in glass boxes on the walls by the side of the cupboard. The suite of the prince tried to look as if they had noticed nothing, and only threw rapid glances at the cause of so much disturbance, while we wicked boys made all sorts of faces in order not to burst with laughter. The Corps of Pages, Chapter 6. The school years of a Russian youth are so very different from what they are in West European schools that I must dwell upon my school life. Russian youths, as a rule, while they are yet at a lyceum or at a military school, already take an interest in a wide circle of social, political, and philosophical matters. It is true that the Corps of Pages was, of all schools, the least congenial medium for such a development, But in those years of general revival, broader ideas penetrated even into our midst and carried some of us away, without, however, preventing us from taking a very lively part in benefit nights and all sorts of frolics. While I was in the fourth form, I took an interest in history, and with the aid of notes made during the lessons, I knew that university students do it that way, and helping myself with reading, I wrote quite a course of early medieval history for my own use. Next year, the struggle between Pope Boniface VIII and the imperial power attracted my special attention, and now it became my ambition to gain admission to the Imperial Library as a reader, in order thoroughly to study that great struggle. This was contrary to the rules of the library, pupils of secondary schools not being admitted. Our good Herr Becker, however, smoothed the way out of the difficulty, and I was allowed one day to enter the sanctuary and to take a seat at one of the readers' small tables, on one of the red velvet sofas with which the reading room was then furnished. From various textbooks and some books from our own library, I soon got to the sources. Knowing no Latin, I discovered nevertheless a rich supply of original sources in Old Teutonic and Old French, and found an immense aesthetic enjoyment in the quaint structure and expressiveness of the latter and the chronicles. Quite a new structure of society and quite a world of complicated relations opened before me, and from that time I learned to value far more the original sources of history than works in which it is generalized in accordance with modern views, the prejudices of modern politics, or even mere current formulae being substituted for the real life of the period. Nothing gives more impetus to one's intellectual development than some sort of independent research, and these studies of mine immensely helped me afterwards. Unhappily, I had to abandon them when we reached the second form, the last but one. The pages had to study during the last 2 years nearly all that was taught in other military schools in 3 special forms, and we had an immense amount of work to do for the school. Natural sciences, mathematics, and military sciences necessarily relegated history to the background. In the second form, we began seriously to study physics. We had an excellent teacher, a very intelligent man with a sarcastic turn of mind, who hated learning from memory, and managed to make us think instead of merely learning facts. He was a good mathematician, and taught us physics on a mathematical basis, admirably explaining at the same time the leading ideas of physical research and physical apparatus. Some of his questions were so original, and his explanations so good, that they have engraved themselves forever on my memory. Our textbook of physics was pretty good. Most textbooks for the military schools had been written by the best men at the time, but it was rather old, and our teacher, who followed his own system in teaching, began to prepare a short summary of his lessons, a sort of aide-memoire for the use of our form. However, after a few weeks it so happened that the task of writing this summary fell upon me, and our teacher, acting as a true pedagogist, trusted it entirely to me, only reading the proofs. When we came to the chapters of heat, electricity, and magnetism, they had to be written entirely anew, and this I did, thus preparing a nearly complete textbook of physics, which was printed for the use of the school. In the second form, we also began to study chemistry, and we also had a first-rate teacher, a passionate lover of the subject who had himself made valuable original researches. The years 1859 to 61 were years of a universal revival of taste in the exact sciences. Grove, Clausius, Joule, and Seguin showed that heat and all physical forces are but diverse modes of motion. Helmholtz began about that time his epoch-making researches in sound, and Tyndall, in his popular lectures, made one touch, so to say, the very atoms and molecules. Gerhardt and Avogadro introduced the theory of substitutions, and Mendeleev, Lothar Meyer, and Newlands discovered the periodical law of elements. Darwin, with his Origin of Species, revolutionized all biological sciences, while Carl Vogt and Moleschott, following Claude Bernard, laid the foundations of true psychology and physiology. It was a great time of scientific revival, and the current which directed men's minds towards natural science was irresistible. Numbers of excellent books were published at that time in Russian translations, and I soon understood that whatever one's subsequent studies might be, a thorough knowledge of the natural sciences and a familiarity with their methods must lie at the foundation. 5 or 6 of us joined together to get some sort of laboratory for ourselves. With the elementary apparatus recommended for beginners in Stuckhardt's excellent textbook, we started our laboratory in a small bedroom of 2 of our comrades, the brothers Zazetsky. Their father, an old retired admiral, was delighted to see his sons engaged in so useful a pursuit, and did not object to our coming together on Sundays and during the holidays in that room by the side of his own study. With Stuckhardt's book as a guide, we systematically made all experiments. I must say that once we nearly set the house on fire, and that more than once we poisoned all the rooms with chlorine and similar stuffs. But the old admiral, when we related the adventure at dinner time, took it very nicely, and told us how he and his comrades also nearly set the house on fire in the far less useful pursuit of punch-making, while the mother only said, amidst her paroxysms of coughing, "Of course, if it is necessary for your learning to handle such nasty-smelling things, then there's nothing to be done." After dinner, she usually took her seat at the piano, and till late at night we would go on singing duos, trios and choruses from the operas. Or else we would take the score of some Italian or Russian opera, and go through it from the beginning to the end, recitatives and all, the mother and her daughter taking the parts of the prima donna, while we managed more or less successfully to maintain all the other parts. Chemistry and music thus went hand in hand. Higher mathematics also absorbed a great deal of my time. 4 or 5 of us had already decided that we should not enter a regiment of the Guards, where all our time would be given to military drill and parades, and we intended to enter, after promotion, one of the military academies, artillery or engineering. In order to do so, we had to prepare in higher geometry, the differential and the beginnings of the integral calculus, and we took private lessons for that purpose. At the same time, elementary astronomy being taught to us under the name of mathematical geography, I plunged into astronomical reading, especially during the last year of my stay at school. The never-ceasing life of the universe, which I conceived as life and evolution, became for me an inexhaustible source of higher poetical thought, and gradually the sense of man's oneness with nature, both animate and inanimate, the poetry of nature, became the philosophy of my life. If the teaching in our school were only limited to the subjects I have mentioned, our time would already be pretty well occupied. But we also had to study in the domain of humanitarian science, history, law, that is, the main outlines of the Russian Code, and political economy in its essential leading principles, including a course of comparative statistics. And we had to master formidable courses of military sciences, tactics, military history, the campaigns of 1812 and 1815 in all their details, artillery and field fortification. Looking now back upon this education, I think that apart from the subjects relative to military warfare, which might have been advantageously substituted by more detailed studies in the exact sciences, the variety of subjects which we were taught was not beyond the capacities of the average youth. Owing to a pretty good knowledge of elementary mathematics and physics, which we gained in the lower forms, nearly all of us managed to master all these subjects. Some subjects were neglected by most of us, especially law, as also modern history, for which we had unfortunately an old wreck of a master who was only kept at his post in order to give him his full old age pension. Moreover, some latitude was given to us in the choice of the subjects we liked best, and while we underwent severe examinations in these chosen subjects, we were treated rather leniently in the remainder. But the chief cause of the relative success which was obtained in the school was that the teaching was rendered as concrete as possible. As soon as we had learned elementary geometry on paper, we relearned it in the field with poles and the surveyor's chain, and next with the astrolabe, the compass, and the surveyor's table. After such a concrete training, elementary astronomy offered no difficulties, while the surveys themselves were an endless source of enjoyment. The same sort of concrete teaching was applied to fortification. In the winter we solved such problems as, for instance, the following. Having 1,000 men in a fortnight at your disposal, Build the strongest fortification you can build to protect that bridge for a retreating army. And we hotly discussed our schemes with the teacher when he criticized them. In the summer, we applied that knowledge in the field. To these practical and concrete exercises I entirely attribute the easiness with which most of us mastered such a variety of subjects at the age of 17 and 18. With all that, we had plenty of time for amusement. Our best time was when the examinations were over, and we had 3 or 4 weeks quite free before going to camp, or when we returned from the camp, and had another 3 weeks free before the beginning of the lessons. The few of us who remained then in the school were allowed, during the vacations, to go out just as we liked, always finding bed and food at the school. I worked then in the library, or visited the picture galleries of the Hermitage, studying one by one all the best pictures of each school separately, or I went to the different crown factories and works of playing cards, cottons, iron, china and glass, which are open to the public. Or we went out rowing on the Neva, spending the whole night on the river, sometimes in the Gulf of Finland with fishermen, a melancholy northern night, during which the morning dawn meets the afterglow of the setting sun, and a book can be read in the open air at midnight. For all this we found plenty of time. Since those visits to the factories, I took a liking to strong and perfect machinery. Seeing how a gigantic paw, coming out of a shanty, grasps a log floating in the Neva, pulls it inside, and puts it under the saws which cut it into boards, or how a huge red-hot iron bar is transformed into a rail after it has passed between 2 cylinders, I understood the poetry of machinery. In our present factories, machinery work is killing for the worker, because he becomes a lifelong servant to a given machine and never is anything else. But this is a matter of bad organization and has nothing to do with the machine itself. Overwork and lifelong monotony are equally bad, whether the work is done with the hand, with plain tools, or with a machine. But apart from these, I fully understand the pleasure that man can derive from the consciousness of the might of his machine, the intelligent character of its work, the gracefulness of its movements, and the correctness of what it is doing, and I think that William Morris's hatred of machines only proved that the conception of the machine's power and gracefulness was missing in his great poetical genius. Music also played a very great part in my development. From it I borrowed even greater joys and enthusiasm than from poetry. The Russian opera hardly existed in those times, but the Italian opera, which had a number of first-rate stars in it, was the most popular institution at St. Petersburg. When the prima donna Bosio fell ill, thousands of people, chiefly of the youth, stood till late at night at the door of her hotel to get news of her. She was not beautiful, but was so much so when she sang that young men madly in love with her could be counted by the 100, and when she died she had a burial which no one before had ever had at St. Petersburg. All Petersburg was then divided into 2 camps, the admirers of the Italian opera and those of the French stage, which already then was showing in germ the putrid Offenbachian current which a few years later infected all Europe. Our form was also divided, half and half, between these 2 currents, and I belonged to the former. We were not permitted to go to the pit or to the balcony, while all the boxes in the Italian opera were always taken months in advance by subscription, and even transmitted in certain families as a hereditary possession. But we gained admission, on Saturday nights, to the passages in the uppermost gallery, and had to stand there on our legs in a Turkish bath atmosphere, while to conceal our showy uniforms we used to wear, in that Turkish bath, our black overcoats, lined with wadding and with a fur collar tightly buttoned. It is a wonder that none of us got pneumonia in this way, especially as we came out overheated with the ovations which we used to make to our favourite singers, and stood afterwards at the stage door to catch once more a glimpse of our favourites, and to cheer them. The Italian opera in those years was in some strange way intimately connected with the radical movement, and the revolutionary recitatives in Wilhelm Tell and the Puritans were always met with stormy applause and vociferations which went straight to the heart of Alexander II, while in the 6th-story galleries, in the smoking room of the opera, and at the stage door the best part of the St. Petersburg youth came together in a common idealist worship of a noble art. All this may seem childish, but many higher ideas and pure inspirations were kindled in us by this worship of our favourite artists. End of the Corps of Pages, Chapter 6. The Corps of Pages, Chapter 7, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Every summer we went out camping at Peterhof, with the other military schools of the St. Petersburg district. All things considered, our life there was very pleasant, and certainly was excellent for our health. We slept in spacious tents, we bathed in the sea, and spent all the 6 weeks in open-air exercise. In military schools, the main purpose of camp life was evidently military drill, which we all disliked very much, but the dullness of which was occasionally relieved by making us take part in manoeuvres. One night, as we were already going to bed, Alexander II aroused the camp by having the alert sounded. In a few minutes all the camp was alive, several thousand boys gathering round their colours, and the guns of the artillery school booming in the stillness of the night. All military Peterhof was galloping to our camp, but, owing to some misunderstanding, the emperor remained on foot. Orderlies were sent in all directions to get a horse for him, but there was none, and he, not being a good rider, would not ride any horse but one of his own. Alexander II was very angry, and freely ventilated his anger. "Imbecile, Durak, have I only one horse?" I heard him shout to an orderly who reported that his horse was in another camp. What with the increasing darkness, the booming of the guns, and the rattling of the cavalry, we boys grew very much excited, and when Alexander ordered charging, our column charged straight upon him. Tightly packed in the ranks, with lowered bayonets, we must have had a menacing aspect, for I saw Alexander II, who was still on foot, clearing the way for the column in 3 formidable jumps. I understood then the meaning of a column which is marching in serried ranks under the excitement of the music and the march itself. There stood before us the emperor, our commander, whom we all venerated very much, but I felt that in this moving mass not one page or cadet would have moved an inch aside, or stopped a while, to make room for him. We were the marching column, he was but an obstacle, and the column would have marched over him. Why should he be in our way? The pages said afterwards. Boys, rifle in hand, are even more terrible in such cases than old soldiers. Next year, when we took part in the great manoeuvres of the St. Petersburg garrison, I got an insight into the sidelights of warfare. For 2 days in succession we did nothing but march up and down on a space of some 20 miles, without having the slightest idea of what was going on round us or for what purpose we marched. Cannon boomed now in our neighbourhood and now far away. Sharp musketry fire was heard somewhere in the hills and the woods. Orderlies galloped up and down, bringing the order to advance and next the order to retreat. And we marched, marched and marched, seeing no sense in all these movements and counter-movements. Masses of cavalry had passed along the same road, making out of it a deep mass of movable sand, and we had to advance and retreat several times along the same road, till at last our column broke all discipline and represented an incoherent mass of pilgrims rather than a military unit. The colours alone remained in the road, the reminders slowly paced along the sides of the road in the wood. The orders and the supplications of the officers were of no avail. Suddenly a shout came from behind. "The emperor is coming! The emperor!" The officers ran about supplicating us to gather in the ranks. No one listened to them. The emperor came and ordered us to retreat once more. "Turn round," the words of command resounded. "The emperor is behind us, please turn round," the officers whispered, but the battalion hardly took any notice of the command, and none whatever of the presence of the emperor. Happily, Alexander II was no fanatic of militarism, and, after having said a few words to cheer us with a promise of rest, he galloped off. I understood then how much depends in warfare upon the state of mind of the troops, and how little can be done by mere discipline when more than an average effort is required from the soldiers. What can discipline do when tired troops have to make a supreme effort to reach the field of battle at a given hour? It is absolutely powerless. Only enthusiasm and confidence can at such moment induce the soldiers to do the impossible. And it is the impossible that continually must be accomplished to secure success. How often, later on in Siberia, I recalled to memory that object lesson when we also had to do the impossible during our scientific expeditions. Comparatively little of our time was, however, given during our stay in the camp to military drill and maneuvers. A good deal of it was given to practical exercises in surveys and fortification. After a few preliminary exercises, we were given a reflecting compass and told, "Go and make a plan of, say, this lake or these roads, or that park, measuring the angles with the compass and the distances with your pace." And early in the morning, after a hurriedly swallowed breakfast, the boy would fill his spacious military pockets with slices of rye bread, and would go out for 4 or 5 hours every day in the parks, miles away, mapping with his compass and paces the beautiful shady roads, the rivulets and the lakes. His work was later on compared with accurate maps, and prizes in optical and drawing instruments at the boy's choice were awarded. For me, these surveys were a deep source of enjoyment. That independent work, that isolation under the centuries-old trees, that life of the forest which I could enjoy undisturbed, while there was at the same time the interest in the work. All these left deep traces in my mind, and if I later on became an explorer of Siberia, and several of my comrades became explorers in Central Asia, the ground for it was prepared in these surveys. And finally, in the last form, parties of 4 boys were taken every second day to some villages at a considerable distance from the camp, and there they had to make a detailed survey of several square miles with the aid of the surveyor's table and a telescopic ruler. Officers of the general staff came from time to verify their work and to advise them. This life amidst the peasants in the villages had the best effect upon the intellectual and moral development of many boys. At the same time, exercises were made in the construction of natural-sized cross-sections of fortifications. We were taken out by an officer in the open field, and there we had to make the cross-sections of a bastion, or of a bridgehead, nailing poles and battens together in exactly the same way as railway engineers do in tracing a railway. When it came to embrasures and barbettes, we had to calculate a great deal to obtain the inclinations of the different planes, and after that geometry in the space ceased to be difficult to understand. We delighted in such work, and once, in town, finding in our garden a heap of clay and gravel, we at once began to build a real fortification on a reduced scale, with well calculated straight and oblique embrasures and barbettes. All was done very neatly, and our ambition now was to obtain some planks for making the platforms for the guns, and to place upon them the model guns which we had in our classrooms. But, alas, our trousers wore an alarming aspect. "What are you doing here?" our captain exclaimed. "Look at yourselves, you look like navvies." That was exactly what we were proud of. What if the Grand Duke comes and finds you in such a state? "We will show him our fortifications and ask him to get us tools and boards for the platforms." All protests were vain. A dozen workers were sent next day to cart away our beautiful work, as if it were a mere heap of mud. I mention this to show how children and youths long for real applications of what they learn at school in abstract, and how stupid are the educators who are unable to see what a powerful aid they could find in concrete applications for helping their pupils to grasp the real sense of the things they learn. In our school, all was directed towards training us for warfare. But we should have worked with the same enthusiasm at tracing a railway, at building a log house, or at cultivating a garden or a field. But all this longing of the children and youths for real work is wasted simply because our idea of the school is still the medieval scholasticism, the medieval monastery. End of the Corps of Pages, Chapter 7. The Corps of Pages, Chapter 8. of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. The years 1857 to 61 were years of rich growth in the intellectual forces of Russia. All that had been whispered for the last decade, in the secrecy of friendly meetings, by the generation represented in Russian literature by Turgenev, Tolstoy, Herzen, Bakunin, Ogaryov, Kavelin, Dostoevsky, Grigorovich, Ostrovsky, and Nekrasov, began now to leak out in the press. Censorship was still very rigorous, but what could not be said openly in political articles was smuggled in under the form of novels, humorous sketches, or veiled comments on West European events, and everyone read between the lines and understood. Having no acquaintances at St. Petersburg apart from the school and a narrow circle of relatives, I stood outside the radical movement of those years, miles, in fact, away from it. And yet this was, perhaps, the main feature of the movement, that it had the power to penetrate into so well-meaning a school as our corps was, and to find an echo in such a circle as that of my Moscow relatives. I used at that time to spend my Sundays and holidays at the house of my aunt, mentioned in a previous chapter under the name of Princess Mirsky. Prince Mirsky thought only of extraordinary lunches and dinners, while his wife and their young daughter led a very gay life. My cousin was a beautiful girl of 19, of a most amiable disposition, and nearly all her male cousins were madly in love with her. She, in turn, fell in love with one of them and wanted to marry him. But to marry a cousin is considered a great sin by the Russian Church, and the old princess tried in vain to obtain a special permission from the high ecclesiastical dignitaries. Now she brought her daughter to St. Petersburg, hoping that she might choose among her many admirers a more suitable husband than her own cousin. It was labour lost, I must add, but their fashionable apartment was full of brilliant young men from the Guards and from the diplomatic service. Such a house would be the last to be thought of in connection with revolutionary ideas, and yet it was in that house that I made my first acquaintance with the revolutionary literature of the times. The great refugee, Herzen, had just begun to issue at London his review, The Polar Star, which made a commotion in Russia, even in the palace circles, and was widely circulated secretly at St. Petersburg. My cousin got it in some way, and we used to read it together. Her heart revolted against the obstacles which were put in the way of her happiness, and her mind was the more open to the powerful criticisms which the great writer launched against the Russian autocracy and all the rotten system of misgovernment. With a feeling near to worship, I used to look on the medallion which was printed on the paper cover of the Polar Star, and which represented the noble heads of the 5 Decembrists whom Nicholas I had hanged after the rebellion of December 14, 1825. Bestujev, Kakhovsky, Pestel, Ruliev, and Muryavov-Apostol. The beauty of the style of Herzen, of whom Turgenev has truly said that he wrote in tears and blood, and that no other Russian had ever so written, the breadth of his ideas, and his deep love of Russia took possession of me, and I used to read and reread those pages, even more full of heart than of brain. In 1859, or early in 1860, I began to edit my first revolutionary paper. At that age, what could I be but a constitutionalist? And my paper advocated the necessity of a constitution for Russia. I wrote about the foolish expenses of the court, the sums of money which were spent at Nice to keep quite a squadron of the navy in attendance on the Dowager Empress, who died in 1860. I mentioned the misdeeds of the functionaries which I continually heard spoken of, and I urged the necessity of constitutional rule. I wrote 3 copies of my paper, and slipped them into the desks of 3 comrades of the higher forms, who, I thought, might be interested in public affairs. I asked my readers to put their remarks behind the Scotch grandfather clock in our library. With a throbbing heart, I went next day to see if there was something for me behind the clock. 2 notes were there, indeed. 2 comrades wrote that they fully sympathized with my paper, and only advised me not to risk too much. I wrote my second number, still more vigorously insisting upon the necessity of uniting all forces in the name of liberty. But this time there was no reply behind the clock. Instead, the two comrades came to me. "We are sure," they said, "that it is you who edit the paper, and we want to talk about it. We are quite agreed with you, and we are here to say, let us be friends. Your paper has done its work, it has brought us together, but there is no need to continue it. In all the school there are only two more who would take any interest in such matters, while if it becomes known that there is a paper of this kind, the consequences will be terrible for all of us. Let us constitute a circle and talk about everything. Perhaps we shall put something into the heads of a few others." This was so sensible that I could only agree, and we sealed our union by a hearty shaking of hands. From that time, we three became firm friends, and used to read a great deal together and discuss all sorts of things. The abolition of serfdom was the question which then engrossed the attention of all thinking men. The revolution of 1848 had had its distinct echo in the hearts of the Russian peasant folk, and from the year 1850 the insurrections of revolted serfs began to take serious proportions. When the Crimean War broke out, and militia was levied all over Russia, these revolts spread with a violence never before heard of. Several serf owners were killed by their serfs, and the peasant uprisings became so serious that whole regiments, with artillery, were sent to quell them, whereas in former times small detachments of soldiers would have been sufficient to terrorize the peasants into obedience. These outbreaks on the one side, and the profound aversion to serfdom which had grown up in the generation which came to the front with the advent of Alexander II to the throne, rendered the emancipation of the peasants more and more imperative. The emperor, himself averse to serfdom, and supported, or rather influenced, in his own family by his wife, his brother Constantine, and the Grand Duchess Helene Pavlovna, took the first steps in that direction. His intention was that the initiative of the reform should come from the nobility, the serf owners themselves. But in no province of Russia could the nobility be induced to send a petition to the Tsar to that effect. In March 1856 he himself addressed the Moscow nobility on the necessity of such a step, but a stubborn silence was all their reply to his speech, so that when Alexander II, growing quite angry, concluded with those memorable words of Herzen, "It is better, gentlemen, that it should come from above than to wait till it comes from beneath." Even these words had no effect, and it was to the provinces of Old Poland, Grodno, Vilno, and Kovno, where Napoleon I had abolished serfdom, on paper, in 1812, that recourse was had. The Governor-General of those provinces, Nasimov, managed to obtain the desired address from the Polish nobility. In November 1857, the famous rescript to the Governor-General of the Lithuanian provinces, announcing the intention of the Emperor to abolish serfdom, was launched, and we read, with tears in our eyes, the beautiful article of Herzen, "Thou hast conquered, Galilean," in which the refugees in London declared that they would no more look upon Alexander II as an enemy, but would support him in the great work of emancipation. The attitude of the peasants was very remarkable. No sooner had the news spread that the liberation long sighed for was coming than the insurrections nearly stopped. The peasants waited now, and during a journey which Alexander made in Middle Russia, they flocked around him as he passed, beseeching him to grant them liberty. A petition, however, which Alexander received with great repugnance. It is most remarkable, so strong is the force of tradition, that the rumour went among the peasants that it was Napoleon III who had required of the Tsar, in the treaty of peace, that the peasants should be freed. I frequently heard this rumour, and on the very eve of the emancipation they seemed to doubt that it would be done without pressure from abroad. "Nothing will be done unless Garibaldi comes," was the reply which a peasant made at St. Petersburg to a comrade of mine who talked to him about freedom coming. But after these moments of general rejoicing, years of incertitude and disquiet followed. Specially appointed committees in the provinces and at St. Petersburg discussed the proposed liberation of the serfs, but the intentions of Alexander II seemed unsettled. A check was continually put upon the press, in order to prevent it from discussing details. Sinister rumours circulated at St. Petersburg and reached our corps. There was no lack of young men amongst the nobility who earnestly worked for a frank abolition of the old servitude, but the serfdom party drew closer and closer round the emperor, and got power over his mind. They whispered into his ears that the day serfdom was abolished, the peasants would begin to kill the landlords wholesale, and Russia would witness a new Pugachev uprising, far more terrible than that of 1773. Alexander, who was a man of weak character, only too readily lent his ear to such predictions. But the huge machine for working out the emancipation law had been set to work. The committees had their sittings. Scores of schemes of emancipation, addressed to the emperor, circulated in manuscript or were printed in London. Herzen, seconded by Turgenev, who kept him well informed about all that was going on in government circles, discussed in his Bell and his Polar Star the details of the various schemes, and Chernyshevsky in the contemporary, Sovremennik. The Slavophiles, especially Aksakov and Belyaev, had taken advantage of the first moments of relative freedom allowed the press, to give the matter a wide publicity in Russia, and to discuss the features of the emancipation with a thorough understanding of its technical aspects. All intellectual St. Petersburg was with Herzen, and particularly with Chernyshevsky, and I remember how the officers of the Horse Guards, whom I saw on Sundays, after the church parade, at the home of my cousin, Dmitri Nikolaevich Kropotkin, who was aide-de-camp of that regiment and aide-de-camp of the emperor, used to side with Chernyshevsky, the leader of the advanced party in the emancipation struggle. The whole disposition of St. Petersburg, in the drawing rooms and in the street, was such that it was impossible to go back. The liberation of the serfs had to be accomplished, and another important point was won. The liberated serfs would receive, besides their homesteads, the land that they had hitherto cultivated for themselves. However, the party of the old nobility were not discouraged. They centred their efforts on obtaining a postponement of the reform, on reducing the size of the allotments, and on imposing upon the emancipated serfs so high a redemption tax for the land that it would render their economical freedom illusory, and in this they fully succeeded. Alexander II dismissed the real soul of the whole business, Nikolai Milutin, brother of the Minister of War, saying to him, "I am so sorry to part with you, but I must. The nobility describe you as one of the Reds." The first committees, which had worked out the scheme of emancipation, were dismissed, too, and new committees revised the whole work in the interest of the serf owners. The press was muzzled once more. Things assumed a very gloomy aspect. The question whether the liberation would take place at all was now asked. I feverishly followed the struggle, and every Sunday, when my comrades returned from their homes, I asked them what their parents said. By the end of 1860, the news became worse and worse. The Valuev party has got the upper hand. They intend to revise the whole work. The relatives of the Princess X, a friend of the Tsar, work hard upon him. The liberation will be postponed. They fear a revolution. In January 1861, slightly better rumours began to circulate, and it was generally hoped that something would be heard of the emancipation on the day of the emperor's accession to the throne, February 19. The 19th came, but it brought nothing with it. I was on that day at the palace. There was no grand levee, only a small one, and pages of the second form were sent to such levees in order to get accustomed to the palace ways. It was my turn that day, and as I was seeing off one of the grand duchesses who came to the palace to assist at the mass, her husband did not appear, and I went to fetch him. He was called out of the emperor's study, and I told him, in a half-jocose way, of the perplexity of his wife, without having the slightest suspicion of the important matters that may have been talked of in the study at that time. Apart from a few of the initiated, no one in the palace suspected that the manifesto had been signed on February 19, and was kept back for a fortnight only because the next Sunday, the 26th, was the beginning of the carnival week, and it was feared that owing to the drinking which goes on in the villages during the carnival, peasant insurrections might break out. Even the carnival fair, which used to be held at St. Petersburg on the square near the Winter Palace, was removed that year to another square, from fear of a popular insurrection in the capital. Most sanguinary instructions had been issued to the army as to the ways of repressing peasant uprisings. A fortnight later, on the last Sunday of the carnival, March 5, or rather March 17, new style, I was at the Corps, having to take part in the military parade at the riding school. I was still in bed when my soldier servant, Ivanov, dashed in with a tea tray, exclaiming, "Prince, freedom! The manifesto is posted on the Gostinoi Dvor, the shops opposite the Corps. Did you see it yourself?" "Yes. People stand round. One reads, the other listens. It is freedom." In a couple of minutes I was dressed and out. A comrade was coming in. "Kropotkin, freedom!" he shouted. "Here is the manifesto. My uncle learned last night that it would be read at the early mass at the Isaac Cathedral, so we went. There were not many people there, peasants only. The manifesto was read and distributed after the mass. They well understood what it meant. When I came out of the church, 2 peasants who stood in the gateway said to me in such a droll way, 'Well, sir, now, all gone,' and he mimicked how they had shown him the way out. Years of expectation were in that gesture of sending away the master. I read and reread the manifesto. It was written in an elevated style by the old Metropolitan of Moscow, Philaret, but with a useless mixture of Russian and Old Slavonian which obscured the sense. It was liberty, but it was not liberty yet, the peasants having to remain serfs for 2 years more, till February 19, 1863. Notwithstanding all this, one thing was evident. Serfdom was abolished, and the liberated serfs would get the land and their homesteads. They would have to pay for it, but the old stain of slavery was removed. They would be slaves no more. The reaction had not got the upper hand. We went to the parade, and when all the military performances were over, Alexander II, remaining on horseback, loudly called out, "The officers to me." They gathered round him, and he began in a loud voice a speech about the great event of the day. The officers, the representatives of the nobility in the army. These scraps of sentences reached our ears. An end has been put to centuries of injustice. I expect sacrifices from the nobility. The loyal nobility will gather round the throne, and so on. Enthusiastic hurrahs resounded amongst the officers as he ended. We ran rather than marched back on our way to the Corps, hurrying to be in time for the Italian opera, of which the last performance in the season was to be given that afternoon. Some manifestation was sure to take place then. Our military attire was flung off with great haste, and several of us dashed, light-footed, to the 6th-story gallery. The house was crowded. During the first entr'acte, the smoking room of the opera filled with excited young men, who all talked to one another, whether acquainted or not. We planned at once to return to the hall and to sing, with the whole public in a mass choir, the hymn "God Save the Tsar." However, sounds of music reached our ears, and we all hurried back to the hall. The band of the opera was already playing the hymn, which was drowned immediately in enthusiastic hurrahs coming from the galleries, the boxes, the pit. I saw Baveri, the conductor, waving his stick, but not a sound could be heard from the powerful band. Then Baveri stopped, but the hurrahs continued. I saw the stick waved again in the air. I saw the fiddle bows moving and musicians blowing the brass instruments, but again the sound of voices overwhelmed the band. Baveri began conducting the hymn once more, and it was only by the end of that third repetition that isolated sounds of the brass instrument peered through the clamour of human voices. The same enthusiasm was in the streets. Crowds of peasants and educated men stood in front of the palace, shouting hurrahs, and the Tsar could not appear without being followed by demonstrative crowds running after his carriage. Herzen was right when 2 years later, as Alexander was drowning the Polish insurrection in blood, and Muraviov the hanger was strangling it on the scaffold, he wrote, "Alexander Nikolaevich, why did you not die on that day? Your name would have been transmitted in history as that of a hero." Where were the uprisings which had been predicted by the champions of slavery? Conditions more indefinite than those which had been created by the Polozhenie, the emancipation law, could not have been invented. If anything could have provoked revolts, it was precisely the perplexing vagueness of the conditions created by the new law. And yet, except in 2 places where there were insurrections, and a very few other spots where small disturbances, entirely due to misunderstandings and immediately appeased, took place, Russia remained quiet, more quiet than ever. With their usual good sense, the peasants had understood that serfdom was done away with, that freedom had come, and they accepted the conditions imposed upon them, although these conditions were very heavy. I was in Nikolskoye in August 1861, and again in the summer of 1862, and I was struck with the quiet, intelligent way in which the peasants had accepted the new conditions. They knew perfectly well how difficult it would be to pay the redemption tax for the land, which was in reality an indemnity to the nobles in lieu of the obligations of serfdom. But they so much valued the abolition of their personal enslavement that they accepted the ruinous charges, not without murmuring, but as a hard necessity, the moment that personal freedom was obtained. For the first months they kept 2 holidays a week, saying that it was a sin to work on Friday, but when the summer came they resumed work with even more energy than before. When I saw our Nikolskoye peasants, 15 months after the liberation, I could not but admire them. Their inborn good nature and softness remained with them, but all traces of servility had disappeared. They talked to their masters as equals talk to equals, as if they had never stood in different relations. Besides, such men came out from among them as could make a stand for their rights. The Polozhenie was a large and difficult book, which it took me a good deal of time to understand. But when Vasily Ivanov, the elder of Nikolskoye, came one day to ask me to explain to him some obscurity in it, I saw that he, who was not even a fluent reader, had admirably found his way amongst the intricacies of the chapters and paragraphs of the law. The household people, that is, the servants, came out the worst of all. They got no land, and would hardly have known what to do with it if they had. They got freedom and nothing besides. In our neighbourhood nearly all of them left their masters. None, for example, remained in the household of my father. They went in search of positions elsewhere, and a number of them found employment at once with the merchant class, who were proud of having the coachman of Prince So-and-so, or the cook of General So-and-so. Those who knew a trade found work in the towns. For instance, my father's band remained a band, and made a good living at Kaluga, retaining amiable relations with us. But those who had no trade had hard times before them, and yet the majority preferred to live anyhow rather than remain with their old masters. As to the landlords, while the larger ones made all possible efforts at St. Petersburg to reintroduce the old conditions under one name or another, they succeeded in doing so to some extent under Alexander III. By far the greater number submitted to the abolition of serfdom as a sort of necessary calamity. The young generation gave to Russia that remarkable staff of peace mediators and justices of the peace, who contributed so much to the peaceful issue of the emancipation. As to the old generation, most of them had already discounted the considerable sums of money they were to receive from the peasants for the land which was granted to the liberated serfs, and which was valued much above its market price. They schemed as to how they would squander that money in the restaurants of the capitals, or at the green tables and gambling. And they did squander it, almost all of them, as soon as they got it. For many landlords, the liberation of the serfs was an excellent money transaction. Thus, land which my father, in anticipation of the emancipation, sold in parcels at the rate of 11 roubles the Russian acre, was now estimated at 40 roubles in the peasants' allotments, that is, 3.5 times above its market value. And this was the rule in all our neighbourhood, while in my father's Tambov estate, on the prairies, the Mir, that is, the village community, rented all his land for 12 years at a price which represented twice as much as he used to get from that land by cultivating it with servile labour. 11 years after that memorable time I went to the Tambov estate, which I had inherited from my father. I stayed there for a few weeks, and on the evening of my departure our village priest, an intelligent man of independent opinions, such as one meets occasionally in our southern provinces, went out for a walk round the village. The sunset was glorious, a balmy air came from the prairies. He found a middle-aged peasant, Anton Saveliev, sitting on a small eminence outside the village and reading a book of psalms. The peasant hardly knew how to spell an Old Slavonic, and often he would read a book from the last page, turning the pages backward. It was the process of reading which he liked most, and then a word would strike him, and its repetition pleased him. He was reading now a psalm of which each verse began with the word rejoice. "What are you reading?" he was asked. "Well, father, I will tell you," was his reply. 14 years ago the old prince came here. It was in the winter. I had just returned home, quite frozen. A snowstorm was raging. I had scarcely begun undressing when we heard a knock at the window. It was the elder, who was shouting, "Go to the prince, he wants you." We all, my wife and our children, were thunder-stricken. "What can he want of you?" my wife cried in alarm. I signed myself with a cross and went. The snowstorm almost blinded me as I crossed the bridge. Well, it ended all right. The old prince was taking his afternoon sleep, and when he woke up he asked me if I knew plastering work, and only told me, "Come tomorrow to repair the plaster in that room." So I went home quite happy, and when I came to the bridge I found my wife standing there. She had stood there all the time in the snowstorm, with the baby in her arms, waiting for me. "What has happened, Savelich?" she cried. "Well," I said, "no harm. He only asked me to make some repairs." That, father, was the old prince. And now, the young prince came here the other day. I went to see him, and found him in the garden, at the tea-table, in the shadow of the house. You, father, sat with him, and the elder of the canton, with his mayor's chain upon his breast. "Will you have tea, Savelich?" he asks me. "Take a chair. Peter Grigoriev," he says that to the old one. "Give us one more chair." And Peter Grigoriev, you know what a terror for us he was when he was the manager of the old prince, brought the chair, and we all sat round the tea-table, talking, and he poured out tea for all of us. Well now, father, the evening is so beautiful, the balm comes from the prairies, and I sit and read, "Rejoice, rejoice." This is what the abolition of serfdom meant for the peasants. End of the Corps of Pages, Chapter 8. The Corps of Pages, Chapter 9, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. In June 1861 I was nominated sergeant of the Corps of Pages. Some of our officers, I must say, did not like the idea of it, saying that there would be no discipline with me acting as a sergeant, but it could not be helped. It was usually the first pupil of the upper form who was nominated sergeant, and I had been at the top of our form for several years in succession. This appointment was considered very enviable, not only because the sergeant occupied a privileged position in the school and was treated like an officer, but especially because he was also the page de chambre of the emperor for the time being, and to be personally known to the emperor was of course considered as a stepping stone to further distinctions. The most important point to me was, however, that it freed me from all the drudgery of the inner service of the school, which fell on the page de chambre, and that I should have for my studies a separate room where I could isolate myself from the bustle of the school. True, there was also an important drawback to it. I had always found it tedious to pace up and down, many times a day, the whole length of our rooms, and used therefore to run the distance full speed, which was severely prohibited, and now I should have to walk very solemnly, with a service book under my arm, instead of running. A consultation was even held among a few friends of mine upon this serious matter, and it was decided that from time to time I could still find opportunities to take my favourite runs. As to my relations with all the others, it depended upon myself to put them on a new comrade-like footing, and this I did. The page de chambre had to be at the palace frequently, in attendance at the great and small levees, the balls, the receptions, the gala dinners, and so on. During Christmas, New Year, and Easter weeks we were summoned to the palace almost every day, and sometimes twice a day. Moreover, in my military capacity of sergeant, I had to report to the Emperor every Sunday, at the parade and the riding school, that all was well at the company of the Corps of Pages, even when 1/3 of the school was ill of some contagious disease. ' Shall I not report today that all is not quite well ?' I asked the colonel on this occasion. ' God bless you,' was his reply. ' You ought only to say so if there were an insurrection.' Court life has undoubtedly much that is picturesque about it. With its elegant refinement of manners, superficial though it may be, its strict etiquette, and its brilliant surroundings, it is certainly meant to be impressive. A great levee is a fine pageant, and even the simple reception of a few ladies by the Empress becomes quite different from a common call when it takes place in a richly decorated drawing-room of the palace. The guests ushered in by chamberlains in gold-embroidered uniforms, the hostess followed by brilliantly dressed pages and a suite of ladies, and everything conducted with striking solemnity. To be an actor in the court ceremonies, in attendance upon the chief personages, offered something more than the mere interest of curiosity for a boy my age. Besides, I then looked upon Alexander II as a sort of hero, a man who attached no importance to the court ceremonies, but who, at this period of his reign, began his working day at 6 in the morning, and was engaged in a hard struggle with a powerful reactionary party in order to carry through a series of reforms in which the abolition of serfdom was only the first step. But gradually, as I saw more of the spectacular side of court life, and caught now and then a glimpse of what was going on behind the scenes, I realized not only the futility of these shows and the things they were intended to conceal, but also that these small things so much absorbed the court as to prevent consideration of matters of far greater importance. The realities were often lost in the acting. And then from Alexander II himself slowly faded the aureole with which my imagination had surrounded him, so that by the end of the year, even if at the outset I had cherished some illusions as to useful activity in the spheres nearest to the palace, I should have retained none. On every important holiday, as also on the birthdays and name days of the Emperor and Empress, on the coronation day, and on other similar occasions, a great levee was held at the palace. Thousands of generals and officers of all ranks, down to that of captain, as well as the high functionaries of the civil service, were arranged in lines in the immense halls of the palace, to bow at the passage of the emperor and his family as they solemnly proceeded to the church. All the members of the imperial family came on those days to the palace, meeting together in a drawing-room and merrily chatting till the moment arrived for putting on the mask of solemnity. Then the column was formed. The emperor, giving his hand to the empress, opened the march. He was followed by his page de chambre, and he in turn by the general aide-de-camp, the aide-de-camp on duty that day, and the minister of the imperial household, while the empress, or rather the immense train of her dress, was attended by her 2 pages de chambre, who had to support the train at the turnings and to spread it out again in all its beauty. The heir apparent, who was a young man of 18, and all the other grand dukes and duchesses, came next, in the order of their right of succession to the throne. Each of the grand duchesses followed by her page de chambre, and there was a long procession of the ladies in attendance, old and young, all wearing the so-called Russian costume, that is, an evening dress which was supposed to resemble the costume worn by the women of old Russia. As the procession passed, I could see how each of the eldest military and civil functionaries, before making his bow, would try to catch the eye of the emperor, and if he had his bow acknowledged by a smiling look of the Tsar, or by a hardly perceptible nod of the head, or perchance by a word or two, he would look round upon his neighbours full of pride in the expectation of their congratulations. From the church, the procession returned in the same way, and then everyone hurried back to his own affairs. Apart from a few devotees and some young ladies, Not 1 in 10 present at these levees regarded them otherwise than as a tedious duty. Twice or thrice during the winter great balls were given at the palace, and thousands of people were invited to them. After the emperor had opened the dances with a polonaise, full liberty was left to everyone to enjoy the time as he liked. There was plenty of room in the immense brightly illuminated halls, where young girls were easily lost to the watchful eyes of their parents and aunts, and many thoroughly enjoyed the dances and the supper, during which the young people managed to be left to themselves. My duties at these balls were rather difficult. Alexander II did not dance, nor did he sit down, but he moved all the time amongst his guests, his pages de chambre having to follow him at a distance, so as to be within easy call, and yet not inconveniently near. This combination of presence with absence was not easy to attain, nor did the emperor require it. He would have preferred to be left entirely to himself. But such was the tradition, and he had to submit to it. The worst was when he entered a dense crowd of ladies who stood round the circle in which the Grand Dukes danced and slowly circulated among them. It was not at all easy to make a way through this living garden, which opened to give passage to the emperor, but closed in immediately behind him. Instead of dancing themselves, hundreds of ladies and girls stood there, closely packed, each in the expectation that one of the Grand Dukes would perhaps notice her and invite her to dance a waltz or a polka. Such was the influence of the court upon St. Petersburg society that if one of the Grand Dukes cast his eye upon a girl, her parents would do all in their power to make the child fall madly in love with the great personage, even though they knew well that no marriage could result from it, the Russian Grand Dukes not being allowed to marry subjects of the Tsar. The conversations which I once heard in a respectable family, connected with the court, after the heir apparent had danced twice or thrice with a girl of 17, and the hopes which were expressed by her parents, surpassed all that I could possibly have imagined. Every time that we were at the palace we had lunch or dinner there, and the footmen would whisper to us bits of news from the scandalous chronicle of the place, whether we cared for it or not. They knew everything that was going on in the different palaces; that was their domain. For truth's sake, I must say that during the year which I speak of that sort of chronicle was not as rich in events as it became in the 70s. The brothers of the Tsar were only recently married, and his sons were all very young. But the relations of the emperor himself with the Princess X, whom Turguenev has so admirably depicted in Smoke under the name of Irene, were even more freely spoken of by the servants than by St. Petersburg society. One day, however, when we entered the room where we used to dress, we were told, "The X has today got her dismissal, a complete one this time." Half an hour later we saw the lady in question coming to assist at Mass, with her eyes swollen from weeping, and swallowing her tears during the Mass, while the other ladies managed so to stand at a distance from her as to put her in evidence. The footmen were already informed about the incident, and commented upon it in their own way. There was something truly repulsive in the talk of these men, who the day before would have crouched down before the same lady. The system of espionage which is exercised in the palace, especially around the emperor himself, would seem almost incredible to the uninitiated. The following incident will give some idea of it. A few years later, one of the Grand Dukes received a severe lesson from a St. Petersburg gentleman. The latter had forbidden the Grand Duke his house, but, returning home unexpectedly, he found him in his drawing-room and rushed upon him with his lifted stick. The young man dashed down the staircase and was already jumping into his carriage when the pursuer caught him and dealt him a blow with his stick. The policeman who stood at the door saw the adventure and ran to report it to the chief of the police, General Trepov, who in his turn jumped into his carriage and hastened to the emperor, to be the first to report this sad incident. Alexander II summoned the Grand Duke and had a talk with him. A couple of days later, an old functionary who belonged to the 3rd section of the Emperor's Chancery, that is, to the state police, and who was a friend at the house of one of my comrades, related the whole conversation. The Emperor, he informed us, was very angry, and said to the Grand Duke in conclusion, You should know better how to manage your little affairs." He was asked, of course, how he could know anything about a private conversation, but the reply was very characteristic. "The words and the opinions of His Majesty must be known to our department. How otherwise could such a delicate institution as the state police be managed? Be sure that the Emperor is the most closely watched person in all St. Petersburg." There was no boasting in these words. Every minister, every governor-general, before entering the Emperor's study with his reports, had a talk with the private valet of the Emperor to know what was the mood of the master that day, and according to that mood he either laid before him some naughty affair, or let it lie at the bottom of his portfolio in hope of a more lucky day. The Governor-General of East Siberia, when he came to St. Petersburg, always sent his private aide-de-camp with a handsome gift to the private valet of the Emperor. "There are days," he used to say, "when the Emperor would get into a rage, and order a searching inquest upon everyone and myself if I should lay before him on such a day certain reports, whether there are other days when all will go off quite smoothly. A precious man that valet is." To know from day to day the frame of mind of the Emperor was a substantial part of the art of retaining a high position, an art which later on Count Shuvaloff and General Trepov understood to perfection, also Count Ignatieff, who, I suppose from what I saw of him, possessed that art even without the help of the valet. At the beginning of my service I felt a great admiration for Alexander II, the liberator of the serfs. Imagination often carries a boy beyond the realities of the moment, and my frame of mind at that time was such that if an attempt had been made in my presence upon the Tsar, I should have covered him with my body. One day, at the beginning of January 1862, I saw him leave the procession and rapidly walk alone toward the halls where parts of all the regiments of the St. Petersburg garrison were aligned for a parade. This parade usually took place outdoors, but this year, on account of the frost, it was held indoors, and Alexander II, who generally galloped at full speed in front of the troops at the reviews, had now to march in front of the regiments. I knew that my court duties ended as soon as the Emperor appeared in his capacity of military commander of the troops, and that I had to follow him to this spot, but no further. However, on looking round, I saw that he was quite alone. The two aides-de-camp had disappeared, and there was with him not a single man of his suite. "I will not leave him alone," I said to myself, and followed him. Whether Alexander II was in a great hurry that day, or had other reasons to wish that the review should be over as soon as possible, I cannot say, but he dashed in front of the troops, and marched along the rows at such a speed, making such big and rapid steps (he was very tall), that I had the greatest difficulty in following him at my most rapid pace, and in places had almost to run in order to keep close behind him. He hurried as if he ran away from a danger. His excitement communicated itself to me, and every moment I was ready to jump in front of him, regretting only that I had on my ordnance sword and not my own sword, with a Toledo blade, which pierced coppers and was a far better weapon. It was only after he had passed in front of the last battalion that he slackened his pace, and on entering another hall, looked round to meet my eyes glittering with the excitement of that mad march. The younger aide-de-camp was running at full speed, 2 halls behind. I was prepared to get a severe scolding, instead of which Alexander II said to me, perhaps betraying his own inner thoughts, "You here, brave boy," and as he slowly walked away he turned into space that problematic, absent-minded gaze which I had begun often to notice. Such was then the attitude of my mind. However, various small incidents, as well as the reactionary character which the policy of Alexander II was decidedly taking, instilled more and more doubts into my heart. Every year, on January 6, a half-Christian and half-pagan ceremony of sanctifying the waters is performed in Russia. It is also performed at the palace. A pavilion is built on the Neva River, opposite the palace, and the imperial family, headed by the clergy, proceed from the palace across the superb quay to the pavilion, where a Te Deum is sung and the cross is plunged into the water of the river. Thousands of people stand on the quay and on the ice of the Neva to witness the ceremony from a distance. All have to stand bareheaded during the service. This year, as the frost was rather sharp, an old general had put on a wig, and in the hurry of drawing on his cape, his wig had been dislodged and now lay across his head, without his noticing it. The Grand Duke Constantine, having caught sight of it, laughed the whole time the Te Deum was being sung, with the younger Grand Dukes looking in the direction of the unhappy general, who smiled stupidly without knowing why he was the cause of so much hilarity. Constantine finally whispered to the emperor, who also looked at the general and laughed. A few minutes later, as the procession once more crossed the quay, on its way back to the palace, an old peasant, bareheaded too, pushed himself through the double hedge of soldiers who lined the path of the procession, and fell on his knees just at the feet of the emperor, holding out a petition and crying with tears in his eyes, "Father, defend us!" Ages of oppression of the Russian peasantry was in this exclamation, but Alexander II, who a few minutes before laughed during the church service at a wig lying the wrong way, now passed by the peasant without taking the slightest notice of him. I was close behind him, and only saw in him a shudder of fear at the sudden appearance of the peasant, after which he went on without deigning even to cast a glance on the human figure at his feet. I looked round. The aides-de-camp were not there. The Grand Duke Constantine, who followed, took no more notice of the peasant than his brother did. There was nobody even to take the petition, so that I took it, although I knew that I should get a scolding for doing so. It was not my business to receive petitions, but I remembered what it must have cost the peasant before he could make his way to the capital, and then through the lines of police and soldiers who surrounded the procession. Like all peasants who had petitions to the Tsar, he was going to be put under arrest, for no one knows how long. On the day of the emancipation of the serfs, Alexander II was worshipped at St. Petersburg. But it is most remarkable that, apart from that moment of general enthusiasm, he had not the love of the city. His brother Nicholas, no one could say why, was at least very popular among the small tradespeople and the cabmen, but neither Alexander II nor his brother Constantine, the leader of the reform party, nor his third brother, Mikhail, had won the hearts of any class of people in St. Petersburg. Alexander II had retained too much of the despotic character of his father, which pierced now and then through his usually good-natured manners. He easily lost his temper, and often treated his courtiers in the most contemptuous way. He was not what one would describe as a reliable man, either in his policy or in his personal sympathies, and he was vindictive. I doubt whether he was sincerely attached to anyone. Some of the men in his nearest surroundings were of the worst description. Count Adlerberg, for instance, who made him pay over and over again his enormous debts, and others renowned for their colossal thefts. From the beginning of 1862 he commenced to show himself capable of reviving the worst practices of his father's reign. It was known that he still wanted to carry through a series of important reforms in the judicial organization and in the army, that the terrible corporal punishments were about to be abolished, and that a sort of local self-government, and perhaps a constitution of some sort, would be granted. But the slightest disturbance was repressed under his orders with a stern severity. He took each movement as a personal offence, so that at any moment one might expect from him the most reactionary measures. The disorders which broke out at the universities of St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Kazan in October 1861 were repressed with an ever-increasing strictness. The University of St. Petersburg was closed, and although free courses were opened by most of the professors at the town hall, they also were soon closed, and the best professors left the university. Immediately after the abolition of serfdom, a great movement began for the opening of Sunday schools. They were opened everywhere by private persons and corporations, all the teachers being volunteers, and the peasants and workers, old and young, flocked to these schools. Officers, students, even a few pages, became teachers, and such excellent methods were worked out that, Russian having a phonetic spelling, we succeeded in teaching a peasant to read in 9 or 10 lessons. But suddenly all Sunday schools, in which the mass of the peasantry would have learned to read in a few years, without any expenditure by the state, were closed. In Poland, where a series of patriotic manifestations had begun, the Cossacks were sent out to disperse the crowds with their whips, and to arrest hundreds of people in the churches with their usual brutality. Men were shot in the streets of Warsaw by the end of 1861, and for the suppression of the few peasant insurrections which broke out, the horrible flogging through the double line of soldiers, that favourite punishment of Nicholas I, was applied. The despot that Alexander II became in the years 1870 to 81 was foreshadowed in 1862. Of all the imperial family, undoubtedly the most sympathetic was the Empress Marie Alexandrovna. She was sincere, and when she said something pleasant she meant it. The way in which she once thanked me for a little courtesy — it was after her reception of the ambassador of the United States who had just come to St. Petersburg — deeply impressed me. It was not the way of a lady spoiled by courtesies, as an empress is supposed to be. She certainly was not happy in her home life, nor was she liked by the ladies of the court, who found her too severe, and could not understand why she should take so much to heart the étourderie of her husband. It is now known that she played a by no means unimportant part in bringing about the abolition of serfdom. But at that time her influence in this direction seems to have been little known. The Grand Duke Constantine and the Grand Duchess Helene Pavlovna, who was the main support of Nicholas Milutin at the court, being considered the two leaders of the reform party in the palace spheres. The Empress was better known for the decisive part she had taken in the creation of girls' gymnasia, high schools, which received from the outset a high standard of organization and a truly democratic character. Her friendly relations with Ushinsky, a great pedagogist, saved him from sharing the fate of all men of mark at that time, that is, exile. Being very well educated herself, Marie Alexandrovna did her best to give a good education to her eldest son. The best men in all branches of knowledge were sought as teachers, and she even invited for that purpose Kavelin, although she knew well his friendly relations with Herzen. When he mentioned to her that friendship, she replied that she had no grudge against Herzen, except for his violent language about the Empress Dowager. The heir apparent was extremely handsome, perhaps even too femininely handsome. He was not proud at the least, and during the levées he used to chatter in the most comrade-like way with the page de chambre. I even remember, at the reception of the diplomatic corps on New Year's Day, trying to make him appreciate the simplicity of the uniform of the ambassador of the United States, as compared with the parrot-coloured uniforms of the other ambassadors. However, those who knew him well described him as profoundly egoistic, a man absolutely incapable of contracting an attachment to anyone. This feature was prominent in him, even more than it was in his father. As to his education, all the pains taken by his mother were of no avail. In August 1861, his examinations, which were made in the presence of his father, proved to be a dead failure, and I remember Alexander II, at a parade of which the heir apparent was the commander, and during which he made some mistake, loudly shouting out, so that everyone would hear it, "Even that you could not learn." He died, as is known, at the age of 22, from some disease of the spinal cord. His brother Alexander, who became the heir apparent in 1865, and later on was Alexander III, was a decided contrast to Nikolai Alexandrovich. He reminded me so much of Paul I by his face, his figure, and his contemplation of his own grandeur, that I used to say, if he ever reigns, he will be another Paul I in the Gatchina Palace, and will have the same end as his great-grandfather had at the hands of his own courtiers. He obstinately refused to learn. Having had so many difficulties with his brother Constantine, who was better educated than himself, adopted the policy of concentrating all his attention on the heir apparent and neglecting the education of his other sons. However, I doubt if such was the case. Alexander Alexandrovich must have been averse to any education from childhood. In fact, his spelling, which I saw in the telegrams he addressed to his bride at Copenhagen, was unimaginably bad. I cannot render here his Russian spelling, but in French he wrote, "Écrit à oncle à propos parade. Les nouvelles sont mauvaises," and so on. He is said to have improved in his manners toward the end of his life, but in 1870, and also much later, he was a true descendant of Paul I. I knew at St. Petersburg an officer, of Swedish origin, from Finland, who had been sent to the United States to order rifles for the Russian army. On his return, he had to report about his mission to Alexander Alexandrovich, who had been appointed to superintend the rearming of the army. During this interview, the Tsarevich, giving full vent to his violent temper, began to scold the officer, who probably replied with dignity, whereupon the prince fell into a real fit of rage, insulting the officer in bad language. The officer, who belonged to that type of very loyal but self-respecting men who are frequently met with amongst the Swedish nobility in Russia, left at once, and wrote a letter in which he asked the heir apparent to apologize within 24 hours, adding that if the apology did not come, he would shoot himself. It was a sort of Japanese duel. Alexander Alexandrovich sent no excuse, and the officer kept his word. I saw him at the house of a warm friend of mine, his intimate friend, when he was expecting every minute to receive the apology. Next morning he was dead. The Tsar was very angry with his son, and ordered him to follow the hearse of the officer to the grave. But even this terrible lesson did not cure the young man of his Romanov haughtiness and impetuosity. End of the Corps of Pages, Chapter 9. Siberia, Chapter 1, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. In the middle of May 1862, a few weeks before our promotion, I was told one day by the captain to make up the final list of the regiments which each of us intended to join. We had the choice of all the regiments of the Guards, which we could enter with the first officer's grade, and of the army with the third grade of lieutenant. I took a list of our form, and went the round of my comrades. Everyone knew well the regiment he was going to join, most of them already wearing in the garden the officer's cap of that regiment. Her Majesty's cuirassiers, the bodyguard Preobrazhensky, the Horse Guards, were the replies which I inscribed in my list. But you, Kropotkin, the artillery? The Cossacks? I was asked on all sides. I could not stand these questions, and at last, asking a comrade to complete the list, I went to my room to think once more over my final decision. That I should not enter a regiment of the Guard, and give my life to parades and court balls, I had settled long before. My dream was to enter the university, to study, to live the student's life. That meant, of course, to break entirely with my father, whose ambitions were quite different, and to rely for my living upon what I might earn by means of lessons. Thousands of Russian students live in that way, and such a life did not frighten me in the least. But how should I get over the first steps in that life? In a few weeks I should have to leave the school, to don my own clothes, to have my own lodging, and I saw no possibility of providing even the little money which would be required for the most modest start. Then, failing the university, I had been often thinking of late that I could enter the artillery academy. That would free me for 2 years from the drudgery of military service, and by the side of the military sciences I could study mathematics and physics. But the wind of reaction was blowing, and the officers of the academies had been treated during the previous winter as if they were schoolboys. In 2 academies they had revolted, and in one of them they had left in a body. My thoughts turned more and more towards Siberia. The Amur region had recently been annexed by Russia. I had read all about that Mississippi of the East, the mountains it pierces, the subtropical vegetation of its tributary, the Ussuri, and my thoughts went further, to the tropical regions which Humboldt had described, and to the great generalizations of Ritter, which I delighted to read. Besides, I reasoned, there is in Siberia an immense field for the application of the great reforms which have been made or are coming. The workers must be few there, and I shall find a field of action to my tastes. The worst would be that I should have to separate from my brother Alexander, but he had been compelled to leave the University of Moscow after the last disorders, and in a year or two, I guessed, and guessed rightly, in one way or another we should be together. There remained only the choice of the regiment in the Amur region. The Ussuri attracted me most, but alas, there was on the Ussuri only one regiment of infantry Cossacks. A Cossack not on horseback. That was too bad for the boy that I still was, and I settled upon the mounted Cossacks of the Amur. This I wrote on the list, to the great consternation of all my comrades. "It is so far," they said, while my friend Daurov, seizing the officer's handbook, read out of it to the horror of all present. Uniform black, with a plain red collar without braids, fur bonnet made of dog's fur or any other fur, trousers grey. "Only look at that uniform," he exclaimed. "Bother the cap, you can wear one of wolf or bear fur, but think only of the trousers. Grey, like a soldier of the train." The consternation reached its climax after that reading. I joked as best I could, and took the list to the captain. "Kropotkin must always have his joke," he cried. "Did I not tell you that the list must be sent to the Grand Duke today?" I had some difficulty in making him believe that the list really stated my intention. However, next day my resolution almost gave way when I saw how Klasovsky took my decision. He had hoped to see me in the university, and had given me lessons in Latin and Greek for that purpose, and I did not dare to tell him what really prevented me from entering the university. I knew that if I told him the truth he would offer to share with me the little that he had. Then my father telegraphed to the director that he forbade my going to Siberia, and the matter was reported to the Grand Duke, who was the chief of the military schools. I was called before his assistant, and talked about the vegetation of the Amur and like things, because I had strong reasons for believing that if I said I wanted to go to the university and could not afford it, a bursary would be offered to me by someone of the imperial family, an offer which by all means I wished to avoid. It is impossible to say how all this would have ended, but an event of much importance, the great fire at St. Petersburg, brought about in an indirect way a solution to my difficulties. On the Monday after Trinity, the day of the Holy Ghost, which was that year on May 26, O.S., a terrible fire broke out in the so-called Apraksin Dvor. The Apraksin Dvor was an immense space, nearly half a mile square, which was entirely covered with small shops, mere shanties of wood, where all sorts of second and third-hand goods were sold. Old furniture and bedding, second-hand dresses and books, poured in from every quarter of the city and were stored in the small shanties, in the passages between them, and even on their roofs. This accumulation of inflammable materials had at its back the Ministry of the Interior and its archives, where all the documents concerning the liberation of the serfs were kept, and in the front of it, which was lined by a row of shops built of stone, was the State Bank. A narrow lane, also bordered with stone shops, separated the Apraksin Dvor from a wing of the Corps of Pages, which was occupied by grocery and oil shops in its lower story, and with the apartments of the officers in its upper story. Almost opposite the Ministry of the Interior, on the other side of a canal, there were extensive timber yards. This labyrinth of small shanties and the timber yards opposite took fire almost at the same moment, at 4:00 in the afternoon. If there had been wind on that day, half the city would have perished in the flames, including the bank, several ministries, the Gostinoi Dvor, another great block of shops on the Nevsky Perspective, the Corps of Pages, and the National Library. I was that afternoon at the Corps, dining at the house of one of our officers, and we dashed to the spot as soon as we noticed from the windows the first clouds of smoke rising in our close neighbourhood. The sight was terrific. Like an immense snake, rattling and whistling, the fire threw itself in all directions, right and left, enveloped the shanties, and suddenly rose in a huge column, darting out its whistling tongues to lick up more shanties with their contents. Whirlwinds of smoke and fire were formed, And when the whirls of burning feathers from the betting shops began to sweep about the space, it became impossible to remain any longer inside the burning market. The whole had to be abandoned. The authorities had entirely lost their heads. There was not at that time a single steam fire engine in St. Petersburg, and it was workmen who suggested bringing one from the iron works of Kolpino, situated 20 miles by rail from the capital. When the engine reached the railway station, it was the people who dragged it to the conflagration. Of its 4 lines of hose, one was damaged by an unknown hand, and the other 3 were directed upon the Ministry of the Interior. The Grand Dukes came to the spot and went away again. Late in the evening, when the bank was out of danger, the Emperor also made his appearance, and said, what everyone knew already, that the Corps of Pages was now the key of the battle and must be saved by all means. It was evident that if the corps had taken fire, the National Library and half of the Nevsky Perspective would have perished in the flames. It was the crowd, the people, who did everything to prevent the fire from spreading further and further. There was a moment when the bank was seriously menaced. The goods cleared from the shops opposite were thrown into the Sadovaya street and lay in great heaps upon the walls of the left wing of the bank. The articles which covered the street itself continually took fire, but the people, roasting there in an almost unbearable heat, prevented the flames from being communicated to the piles of goods on the other side. They swore at all the authorities, seeing that there was not a pump on the spot. What are they all doing at the Ministry of the Interior, when the bank and the Foundlings' House are going to take fire? They have all lost their heads. Where is the chief of police that he cannot send a fire brigade to the bank? They said. I knew the chief, General Annenkov, personally, as I had met him once or twice at our sub-inspector's house, whereto he came with his brother, the well-known literary critic, and I volunteered to find him. I found him, indeed, walking aimlessly in a street, and when I reported to him the state of affairs, incredible though it may seem, it was to me, a boy, that he gave the order to move one of the fire brigades from the ministry to the bank. I exclaimed, of course, that the men would never listen to me, and I asked for a written order, but General Annenkov had not, or pretended not to have, a scrap of paper, so that I asked one of our officers, L. Gosse, to come with me to transmit the order. We at last prevailed upon the captain of one fire brigade, who swore at all the world and at his chiefs, to move his men and engines to the bank. The ministry itself was not on fire. It was the archives which were burning, and many boys, chiefly cadets and pages, together with a number of clerks, carried bundles of paper out of the burning building and loaded them into cabs. Often a bundle would fall out, and the wind, taking possession of its leaves, would strew them about the square. Through the smoke a sinister fire could be seen raging in the timber yards on the other side of the canal. The narrow lane which separated the Corps of Pages from the Apraksin Dvor was in a deplorable state. The shops which lined it were full of brimstone, oil, turpentine, and the like, and immense tongues of fire of many hues, thrown out by explosions, licked the roofs of the wing of the old corps, which bordered the lane on its other side. The windows and the pilasters under the roof began already to smoulder, while the pages and some cadets, after having cleared the lodgings, pumped water through a small fire engine, which received at long intervals scanty supplies from old-fashioned barrels, which had to be filled with ladles. A couple of firemen who stood on the hot roof continually shouted out, "Water! Water!" in tones which were heartrending. I could not stand these cries, and rushed into the Sadovaya street, where, by sheer force, I compelled the driver of one of the barrels belonging to a police fire brigade to enter our yard and to supply our pump with water. But when I attempted to do the same once more, I met with an absolute refusal from the driver. "I shall be court-martialed," he said, "if I obey you." On all sides my comrades urged me, "Go and find somebody, the chief of the police, the Grand Duke, anyone, and tell them that without water we shall have to abandon the corps to the fire." "Ought we not to report to our director?" somebody would remark. "Bother the whole lot. You won't find them with a lantern. Go and do it yourself." I went once more in search of General Annenkov, and was at last told that he must be in the yard of the bank. Several officers stood there, indeed, around a general in whom I recognized the Governor-General of St. Petersburg. The gate, however, was locked, and a bank official who stood at it refused to let me in. I insisted, menaced, and finally was admitted. Then I went straight up to Prince Suvorov, who was writing a note on the shoulder of his aide-de-camp. When I reported to him the state of affairs, his first question was, "Who has sent you?" "Nobody, the comrades," was my reply. "So you say the corps will soon be on fire?" "Yes." He started at once, and seizing in the street an empty hat box, covered his head with it in order to protect himself from the scorching heat that came from the burning shops of the Apraksin Dvor, and ran full speed to the lane. Empty barrels, straw, wooden boxes and the like covered the lane, between the flames of the oil shops on the one side and the buildings of our corps, of which the window frames and the pilasters were smouldering on the other side. Prince Suvorov acted resolutely. "There is a company of soldiers in your garden," he said to me. "Take a detachment and clear that lane, at once. A hose from the steam engine will be brought here immediately. Keep it playing. I trust it to you personally." It was not easy to move the soldiers out of our garden. They had cleared the barrels and boxes of their contents, and with their pockets full of coffee, and with conical lumps of sugar concealed in their kepis, they were enjoying the warm night under the trees, cracking nuts. No one cared to move till an officer interfered. The lane was cleared, and the pump kept going. The comrades were delighted, and every 20 minutes we relieved the men who directed the jet of water, standing by their side in an almost unbearable heat. About 3 or 4 in the morning it was evident that Bounce had been put to the fire. The danger of its spreading to the corps was over, and after having quenched my thirst with half a dozen glasses of tea, in a small white inn, which happened to be open, I fell, half dead from fatigue, on the first bed that I found unoccupied in the hospital of the corps. Next morning I woke up early and went to see the site of the conflagration. When on my return to the corps I met the Grand Duke Mikhail, whom I accompanied, as was my duty, on his round. The pages, with their faces quite black from the smoke, with swollen eyes and inflamed lids, some of them with their hair burned, raised their heads from the pillows. It was hard to recognize them. They were proud, though, of feeling that they had not been merely white hands, and had worked as hard as anyone else. This visit of the Grand Duke settled my difficulties. He asked me why did I conceive that fancy of going to the Amur, whether I had friends there, whether the Governor-General knew me, and, learning that I had no relatives in Siberia and knew nobody there, he exclaimed, "But how are you going then? They may send you to a lonely Cossack village. What will you be doing there? I had better write about you to the Governor-General to recommend you." After such an offer I was sure that my father's objection would be removed, and so it was. I was free to go to Siberia. This great conflagration became a turning point not only in the policy of Alexander II, but also in the history of Russia in that part of the century. That it was not a mere accident was self-evident. Trinity and the Day of the Holy Ghost are great holidays in Russia, and there was nobody inside the market except a few watchmen. Besides, the Apraksin market and the timber yards took fire at the same time, and the conflagration at St. Petersburg was followed by similar disasters in several provincial towns. The fire was lit by somebody, but by whom? This question remains unanswered to the present time. Katkov, the ex-Whig, who was inspired with personal hatred of Herzen, and especially of Bakunin, with whom he had once to fight a duel, on the very day after the fire, accused the Poles and the Russian revolutionists of being the cause of it, and that opinion prevailed at St. Petersburg and Moscow. Poland was preparing then for the revolution which broke out in the following January, and the secret revolutionary government had concluded an alliance with the London refugees, and had its men in the very heart of the St. Petersburg administration. Only a short time after the conflagration occurred, the Lord Lieutenant of Poland, Count Luders, was shot at by a Russian officer, and when the Grand Duke Constantine was nominated in his place, with intention, it was said, of making Poland a separate kingdom for Constantine, he also was immediately shot at, on June 26. Similar attempts were made in August against the Marquis Wielopolski, the Polish leader of the pro-Russian Union Party. Napoleon III maintained among the Poles the hope of an armed intervention in favour of their independence. In such conditions, judging from the ordinary narrow military standpoint, to destroy the Bank of Russia and several ministries, and to spread a panic in the capital might have been considered a good plan of warfare. But there was never the slightest scrap of evidence forthcoming to support this hypothesis. On the other side, the advanced parties in Russia saw that no hope could any longer be placed in Alexander's reformatory initiative. He was clearly drifting into the reactionary camp. To men of forethought, it was evident that the liberation of the serfs, under the conditions of redemption which were imposed upon them, meant their certain ruin, and revolutionary proclamations were issued in May at St. Petersburg, calling the people and the army to a general revolt, while the educated classes were asked to insist upon the necessity of a national convention. Under such circumstances, to disorganize the machine of the government might have entered into the plans of some revolutionists. Finally, the indefinite character of the emancipation had produced a great deal of fermentation among the peasants, who constitute a considerable part of the population in all Russian cities. And through all the history of Russia, every time such a fermentation has begun, it has resulted in anonymous letters foretelling fires, and eventually in incendiarism. It was possible that the idea of setting the Apraxin market on fire might occur to isolated men in the revolutionary camp, but neither the most searching inquiries, nor the wholesale arrests which began all over Russia and Poland immediately after the fire, revealed the slightest indication showing that such was really the case. If anything of the sort had been found, the reactionary party would have made capital out of it. Many reminiscences and volumes of correspondence from those times have since been published, but they contain no hint whatever in support of this suspicion. On the contrary, when similar conflagrations broke out in several towns on the Volga, and especially at Saratov, and when Zhdanov, a member of the Senate, was sent by the Tsar to make a searching inquiry, he returned with a firm conviction that the conflagration at Saratov was the work of the reactionary party. There was among that party a general belief that it would be possible to induce Alexander II to postpone the final abolition of serfdom, which was to take place on February 19, 1863. They knew the weakness of his character, and immediately after the great fire at St. Petersburg, they began a violent campaign for postponement, and for the revision of the emancipation law in its practical applications. It was rumoured in well-informed legal circles that Senator Zhdanov was in fact returning with positive proofs of the culpability of the reactionaries at Saratov. But he died on his way back. His portfolio disappeared, and it has never been found. Be it as it may, the Apraxin fire had the most deplorable consequences. After it, Alexander II surrendered to the reactionaries, and, what was still worse, the public opinion of that part of society at St. Petersburg, and especially at Moscow, which carried most weight with the government, suddenly threw off its liberal garb, and turned against not only the more advanced section of the Reform Party, but even against its moderate wing. A few days after the conflagration, I went on Sunday to see my cousin, the aide-de-camp of the Emperor, in whose apartment I had often heard the Horse Guard officers expressing sympathy with Chernyshevsky. My cousin himself had been up until then an assiduous reader of The Contemporary, the organ of the advanced Reform Party. Now he brought several numbers of The Contemporary, and putting them on the table I was sitting at, said to me, "Well now, after this I will have no more of that incendiary stuff. Enough of it." And these words expressed the opinion of all St. Petersburg. It became improper to talk of reforms. The whole atmosphere was laden with a reactionary spirit. The Contemporary and other similar reviews were suppressed. The Sunday schools were prohibited under any form. wholesale arrests began. The capital was placed under a state of siege. A fortnight later, on June 13, or 25, the time which we pages and cadets had so long looked for came at last. The emperor gave us a sort of military examination in all kinds of evolutions, during which we commanded the companies, and I paraded on a horse before the battalion, and we were promoted to be officers. When the parade was over, Alexander II loudly called out, "The promoted officers to me," and we gathered round him. He remained on horseback. Here I saw him in a quite new light. The man who the next year appeared in the role of a bloodthirsty and vindictive suppressor of the insurrection in Poland rose now, full size, before my eyes, in the speech he addressed to us. He began in a quiet tone. "I congratulate you, you are officers." He spoke about military duty and loyalty as they are usually spoken of on such occasions. "But if any one of you," he went on, distinctly shouting out every word, his face suddenly contorted with anger, "but if any one of you, which God preserve you from, should under any circumstances prove disloyal to the Tsar, the throne, and the fatherland, take heed of what I say. He will be treated with all the severity of the laws, without the slightest commiseration." His voice failed. His face was peevish, full of that expression of blind rage which I saw in my childhood on the faces of landlords when they threaten their serfs to skin them under the rods. He violently spurred his horse and rode out of our circle. Next morning, June 14, by his orders 3 officers were shot at Modlin in Poland, and 1 soldier, Jour by name, was killed under the rods. "Reaction, full speed backwards," I said to myself as we made our way back to the Corps. I saw Alexander II once more before leaving St. Petersburg. Some days after our promotion, all the newly appointed officers were at the palace, to be presented to him. My more than modest uniform, with its prominent grey trousers, attracted universal attention, and every moment I had to satisfy the curiosity of officers of all ranks, who came to ask me what was the uniform that I wore. The Amur Cossacks being then the youngest regiment of the Russian army, I stood somewhere near the end of the hundreds of officers who were present. Alexander II found me and asked, "So you go to Siberia? Did your father consent to it, after all?" I answered in the affirmative. "Are you not afraid to go so far?" I warmly replied, "No, I want to work. There must be so much to do in Siberia to apply the great reforms which are going to be made." He looked straight at me. He became pensive. At last he said, "Well, go. One can be useful everywhere." And his face took on such an expression of fatigue, such a character of complete surrender, that I thought at once, "He is a used-up man. He is going to give it all up." St. Petersburg had assumed a gloomy aspect. Soldiers marched in the streets. Cossack patrols rode around the palace. The fortress was filled with prisoners. Wherever I went I saw the same thing, the triumph of the reaction. I left St. Petersburg without regret. I went every day to the Cossack administration to ask them to make haste and deliver me my papers, and as soon as they were ready I hurried to Moscow to join my brother Alexander. End of Siberia, Chapter 1. Siberia, Chapter 2, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. The 5 years that I spent in Siberia were for me a genuine education in life and human character. I was brought into contact with men of all descriptions, the best and the worst, those who stood at the top of society and those who vegetated at the very bottom, the tramps and the so-called incorrigible criminals. I had ample opportunities to watch the ways and habits of the peasants in their daily life, and still more opportunities to appreciate how little the state administration could give to them, even if it were animated by the very best intentions. Finally, my extensive journeys, during which I travelled over 50,000 miles in carts, on board steamers, in boats, but chiefly on horseback, had a wonderful effect in strengthening my health. They also taught me how little man really needs as soon as he comes out of the enchanted circle of conventional civilization. With a few pounds of bread and a few ounces of tea in a leather bag, a kettle and a hatchet hanging at the side of the saddle, and under the saddle a blanket, to be spread at the campfire upon a bed of freshly cut spruce twigs, a man feels wonderfully independent, even amidst unknown mountains thickly clothed with woods or capped with snow. A book might be written about this part of my life, but I must rapidly glide over it here, there being so much more to say about the later periods. Siberia is not the frozen land buried in snow and peopled with exiles only that it is imagined to be, even by many Russians. In its southern parts it is as rich in natural productions as are the southern parts of Canada, which it resembles very much in its physical aspects. And besides 500,000 of natives, it has a population of more than 4 million of Russians. The southern parts of West Siberia are as thoroughly Russian as the provinces to the north of Moscow. In 1862, the upper administration of Siberia was far more enlightened and far better all round than that of any province of Russia proper. For several years, the post of Governor-General of East Siberia had been occupied by a remarkable personage, Count N.N. Muravyov, who annexed the Amur region to Russia. He was very intelligent, very active, extremely amiable, and desirous to work for the good of the country. Like all men of action of the governmental school, he was a despot at the bottom of his heart, but he held advanced opinions, and a democratic republic would not have quite satisfied him. He had succeeded to a great extent in getting rid of the old staff of civil service officials, who considered Siberia a camp to be plundered, and he had gathered around him a number of young officials, quite honest, and many of them animated by the same excellent intentions as himself. In his own study, the young officers, with the exile Bakunin among them he escaped from Siberia in the autumn of 1861, discussed the chances of creating the United States of Siberia, federated across the Pacific Ocean with the United States of America. When I came to Irkutsk, the capital of East Siberia, the wave of reaction which I saw rising at St. Petersburg had not yet reached these distant dominions. I was very well received by the young Governor-General, Korsakov, who had just succeeded Muravyov, and he told me that he was delighted to have about him men of liberal opinions. As to the commander of the general staff, Kukel, a young general not yet 35 years old, whose personal aide-de-camp I became, he at once took me to a room in his house where I found, together with the best Russian reviews, complete collections of the London revolutionary editions of Herzen. We were soon warm friends. General Kukel temporarily occupied at that time the post of governor of Transbaikalia, and a few weeks earlier we crossed the beautiful Lake Baikal and went further east, to the little town of Chita, the capital of the province. There I had to give myself, heart and soul, without loss of time, to the great reforms which were then under discussion. The St. Petersburg ministries had applied to the local authorities, asking them to work out schemes of complete reform in the administration of the provinces, the organization of the police, the tribunals, the prisons, the system of exile, the self-government of the townships, all on broadly liberal bases laid down by the emperor in his manifestos. Kukel, supported by an intelligent and practical man, Colonel Pedashenko, and by a couple of well-meaning civil service officials, worked all day long, and often a good deal of the night. I became the secretary of 2 committees, for the reform of the prisons and the whole system of exile, and for preparing a scheme of municipal self-government, and I set to work with all the enthusiasm of a youth of 19 years. I read much about the historical development of these institutions in Russia, and their present condition abroad, excellent works and papers dealing with these subjects having been published by the ministries of the Interior and of Justice, but what we did in Transbaikalia was by no means merely theoretical. I discussed first the general outlines, and subsequently every point of detail with practical men, well acquainted with the real needs and the local possibilities, and for that purpose I met a considerable number of men both in town and in the province. Then the conclusions we arrived at were rediscussed with Kukel and Pedashenko, and when I had put the results into a preliminary shape, every point was again very thoroughly thrashed out in the committees. One of these committees, for preparing the municipal government scheme, was composed of citizens of Chita, elected by all the populations, as freely as they might have been elected in the United States. In short, our work was very serious, and even now, looking back at it through the perspective of so many years, I can say in full confidence that if municipal self-government had been granted then, in the modest shape which we gave to it, the towns of Siberia would be very different from what they are. But nothing came of it all, as will presently be seen. There was no lack of other incidental occupations. Money had to be found for the support of charitable institutions. An economic description of the province had to be written in connection with a local agricultural exhibition, or some serious inquiry had to be made. It is a great epoch we live in. Work, my dear friend. Remember that you are the secretary of all existing and future committees, Kukel would sometimes say to me, and I worked with doubled energy. One example or two will show with what results. There was in our province a district chief, that is, a police officer invested with a very wide and indeterminate rights, who was simply a disgrace. He robbed the peasants and flogged them right and left, even women, which was against the law, and when a criminal affair fell into his hands, it might lie there for months, men being kept in the meantime in prison till they gave him a bribe. Kukel would have dismissed this man long before, but the Governor-General did not like the idea of it, because he had strong protectors at St. Petersburg. After much hesitation, it was decided at last that I should go to make an investigation on the spot, and collect evidence against the man. This was not by any means easy, because the peasants, terrorized by him, and well knowing an old Russian saying, "God is far away, while your chief is your next-door neighbour," did not dare to testify. Even the woman he had flogged was afraid at first to make a written statement. It was only after I had stayed a fortnight with the peasants, and had won their confidence, that the misdeeds of their chief could be brought to light. I collected crushing evidence, and the district chief was dismissed. We congratulated ourselves on having got rid of such a pest. What was, however, our astonishment when, a few months later, we learned that the same man had been nominated to a higher post in Kamchatka. There he could plunder the natives free of any control, and so he did. A few years later he returned to St. Petersburg a rich man. The articles he occasionally contributes now to the reactionary press are, as one might expect, full of high patriotic spirit. The wave of reaction, as I have already said, had not then reached Siberia, and the political exiles continued to be treated with all possible leniency, as in Muraviov's time. When, in 1861, the poet Mikhailov was condemned to hard labour for a revolutionary proclamation which he had issued, and was sent to Siberia, the governor of the first Siberian town on his way, Tobolsk, gave a dinner in his honour, in which all the officials took part. In Transbaikalia he was not kept at hard labour, but was allowed officially to stay in the hospital prison of a small mining village. His health being very poor, he was dying from consumption, and did actually die a few months later. General Kukel gave him permission to stay in the house of his brother, a mining engineer, who had rented a gold mine from the crown on his own account. Unofficially, that was well known in East Siberia. But one day we learned from Irkutsk that, in consequence of a secret denunciation, a general of the gendarmes, state police, was on his way to Chita to make a strict inquiry into the affair. An aide-de-camp of the Governor-General brought us the news. I was dispatched in great haste to warn Mikhailov, and to tell him that he must return at once to the hospital prison, while the general of the gendarmes was kept at Chita. As that gentleman found himself every night the winner of considerable sums of money at the green table in Kukel's house, he soon decided not to exchange this pleasant pastime for a long journey to the mines in a temperature which was then 12 degrees below the freezing point of mercury, and eventually went back to Irkutsk quite satisfied with his lucrative mission. The storm, however, was coming nearer and nearer, and it swept everything before it soon after the insurrection broke out in Poland. End of Siberia, Chapter 2. Siberia, Chapter 3. Of Memoirs of a Revolutionist by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. In January 1863, Poland rose against Russian rule. Insurrectionary bands were formed, and a war began which lasted for full 18 months. The London refugees had implored the Polish revolutionary committees to postpone the movement. They foresaw that it would be crushed, and would put an end to the reform period in Russia. But it could not be helped. The repression of the nationalist manifestations which took place at Warsaw in 1861, and the cruel, quite unprovoked executions which followed, exasperated the Poles. The die was cast. Never before had the Polish cause so many sympathizers in Russia as at that time. I do not speak of the revolutionists, but even among the more moderate elements of Russian society it was thought, and was openly said, that it would be a benefit for Russia to have in Poland a friendly neighbour instead of a hostile subject. Poland will never lose her national character, it is too strongly developed. She has, and will have, her own literature, her own art and industry. Russia can keep her in servitude only by means of sheer force and oppression, a condition of things which has hitherto favoured, and necessarily will favour, oppression in Russia herself. Even the peaceful Slavophiles were of that opinion, and while I was at school, St. Petersburg society greeted with full approval the dream which the Slavophile Ivan Aksakov had the courage to print in his paper, The Day. His dream was that the Russian troops had evacuated Poland, and he discussed the excellent results which would follow. When the revolution of 1863 broke out, several Russian officers refused to march against the Poles, while others openly took their part, and died either on the scaffold or on the battlefield. Funds for the insurrection were collected all over Russia, quite openly in Siberia, and in the Russian universities the students equipped those of their comrades who were going to join the revolutionists. Then, amidst this effervescence, the news spread over Russia that during the night of January 10, bands of insurgents had fallen upon the soldiers who were cantoned in the villages, and had murdered them in their beds, although on the very eve of that day the relations of the troops with the Poles seemed to be quite friendly. There was some exaggeration in the report, but unfortunately there was also truth in it, and the impression it produced in Russia was most disastrous. The old antipathies between the two nations, so akin in their origins but so different in their national characters, woke up once more. Gradually, the bad feeling faded away to some extent. The gallant fight of the always brave sons of Poland, and the indomitable energy with which they resisted a formidable army, won sympathy for that heroic nation. But it became known that the Polish Revolutionary Committee, in its demand for the re-establishment of Poland with its old frontiers, included the Little Russian or Ukrainian provinces, the Greek Orthodox population of which hated their Polish rulers, and more than once in the course of the last 3 centuries slaughtered them wholesale. Moreover, Napoleon III began to menace Russia with a new war, a vain menace which did more harm to the Poles than all other things put together. And finally, the radical elements of Russia saw with regret that now the purely nationalist elements of Poland had got the upper hand. The revolutionary government did not care in the least to grant the land to the serfs. A blunder of which the Russian government did not fail to take advantage, in order to appear in the position of protector of the peasants against their Polish landlords. When the revolution broke out in Poland, it was generally believed in Russia that it would take a democratic, republican turn, and that the liberation of the serfs on a broad democratic basis would be the first thing which a revolutionary government, fighting for the independence of the country, would accomplish. The Emancipation Law, as it had been enacted at St. Petersburg in 1861, provided ample opportunity for such a course of action. The personal obligations of the serfs towards their owners only came to an end on February 19, 1863. Then a very slow process had to be gone through in order to obtain a sort of agreement between the landlords and the serfs as to the size and the locality of the land allotments which were to be given to the liberated serfs. The yearly payments for these allotments, disproportionately high, were fixed by law at so much per acre, but the peasants had also to pay an additional sum for their homesteads, and of this sum the maximum only had been fixed by the statute, it having been thought that the landlords might be induced to forego that additional payment, or to be satisfied with only a part of it. As to the so-called redemption of the land, in which case the government undertook to pay the landlord its full value in state bonds, and the peasants receiving the land had to pay in return for 49 years 6% on that sum as interest and annuities. Not only were these payments extravagant and ruinous for the peasants, but no term was even fixed for the redemption. It was left to the will of the landlord, and in an immense number of cases the redemption arrangements had not been entered upon 20 years after the emancipation. Under such conditions a revolutionary government had ample opportunity for immensely improving upon the Russian law. It was bound to accomplish an act of justice towards the serfs, whose condition in Poland was as bad as, and often worse than, in Russia itself, by granting them better and more definite conditions of emancipation. But nothing of the sort was done. The purely nationalist party and the aristocratic one having obtained the upper hand in the movement, this all-absorbing matter was left out of sight. It was thus easy for the Russian government to win the peasants to its side. Full advantage was taken of this fault when Nicholas Milutin was sent to Poland by Alexander II, with the mission to liberate the peasants in the way he intended doing it in Russia. Go to Poland, apply there your red program against the Polish landlords, said Alexander II to him. And Milutin, together with Prince Cherkassky and many others, really did their best to take the land from the landlords and give full-sized allotments to the peasants. I once met one of the Russian functionaries who went to Poland under Milutin and Prince Cherkassky. We had full liberty, he said to me, to hold out the hand to the peasants. My usual plan was to go to a village and convoke the peasant assembly. Tell me first, I would say, what land do you hold at this moment? They would point it out to me. Is this all the land you ever held? I would then ask. Surely not, they would reply with one voice. Years ago these meadows were ours, this wood was once in our possession, and these fields belong to us. I would let them go on talking it all over, and then would ask, now, which of you can certify under oath that this land or that land has ever been held by you? Of course, there would be nobody forthcoming. It was all too long ago. At last, some old man would be thrust out from the crowd, the rest saying, he knows all about it, he can swear to it. The old man would begin a long story about what he knew in his youth, or had heard from his father, but I would cut the story short. State on oath what you know to have been held by the gmina, the village community, and the land is yours. And as soon as he took the oath, one could trust that oath implicitly, I wrote out the papers and declared to the assembly, now, this land is yours. You stand no longer under any obligations whatever to your late masters. You are simply their neighbours. All you will have to do is pay the redemption tax, so much every year, to the government. Your homesteads go with the land. You can get them free. One can imagine the effect which such a policy produced upon the peasants. A cousin of mine, Peter Nikolaevich, a brother of the aide-de-camp whom I have mentioned, was in Poland or in Lithuania with his regiment of Uhlans of the Guards. The revolution was so serious that even the regiments of the Guard had been sent against it from St. Petersburg, and it is now known that when Mikhail Muravyov was ordered to Lithuania, and came to take leave of the Empress Marie, she said to him, "Save at least Lithuania for Russia." Poland was regarded as lost. The armed bands of the revolutionists held the country, my cousin said to me, and we were powerless to defeat them, or even to find them. Small bands over and over again attacked our small detachment, and as they fought admirably and knew the country and found support in the population, they often had the best of the skirmishes. We were thus compelled to march in large columns only. We would cross a region, marching through the woods without finding any trace of the bands, but when we marched back again we learned that bands had appeared in our rear, that they had levied the patriotic tax in the country, and if some peasant had rendered himself useful in any way to our troops, we found him hanged on a tree by the revolutionary bands. So it went on for months, with no chance of improvement, until Milutin came and freed the peasants, giving them the land. Then all was over. The peasants sided with us. They helped us to lay hold of the bands, and the insurrection came to an end. I often spoke with the Polish exiles in Siberia upon this subject, and some of them understood the fault that had been committed. A revolution, from its very outset, must be an act of justice towards the downtrodden and the oppressed, not a promise of making such reparation later on, otherwise it is sure to fail. Unfortunately, it often happens that the leaders are so much absorbed with mere questions of military tactics that they forget the main thing. To be revolutionists and fail to prove to the masses that a new era has really begun for them is to ensure the certain ruin of the attempt. The disastrous consequences for Poland of this revolution are known. They belong to the domain of history. How many thousand men perished in battle, how many hundreds were hanged, and how many scores of thousands were transported to various provinces of Russia and Siberia is not yet fully known. But even the official figures which were printed in Russia a few years ago show that in the Lithuanian provinces alone, not to speak of Poland proper, that terrible man Mikhail Muravyov, to whom the Russian government has just erected a monument at Vilna, hanged by his own authority 128 Poles, and transported to Russia and Siberia 9,423 men and women. Official lists, also published in Russia, give 18,672 men and women exiled to Siberia from Poland, of whom 10,407 were sent to East Siberia. I remember that the Governor-General of East Siberia mentioned to me the same number, about 11,000 persons, sent to hard labour or exile in his domains. I saw them there and witnessed their sufferings. Altogether, something like 60,000 or 70,000 persons, if not more, were torn out of Poland and transported to different provinces of Russia, to the Urals, to Caucasus, and to Siberia. For Russia, the consequences were equally disastrous. The Polish insurrection was the definitive close of the reform period. True, the law of provincial self-government, zemstvos, and the reform of the law courts were promulgated in 1864 and 1866, but both were ready in 1862, and moreover, at the last moment Alexander II gave preference to the scheme of self-government, which had been prepared by the reactionary party of Valuev, as against the scheme which had been prepared by Nicholas Milutin, and immediately after the promulgation of both reforms their importance was reduced, and in some cases destroyed, by the enactment of a number of by-laws. Worst of all, public opinion itself took a further step backward. The hero of the hour was Katkov, the leader of the serfdom party, who appeared now as a Russian patriot, and carried with him most of the St. Petersburg and Moscow society. After that time, those who dared to speak of reforms were at once classed by Katkov as traitors to Russia. The wave of reaction soon reached our remote province. One day in March, a paper was brought by a special messenger from Irkutsk. It intimated to General Kukel that he was at once to leave the post of governor of Transbaikalia and go to Irkutsk, waiting there for further orders, but without reassuming there the post of commander of the general staff. Why? What did that mean? There was not a word of explanation. Even the governor-general, a personal friend of Kukel, had not run the risk of adding a single word to that mysterious order. Did it mean that Kukel was going to be taken between two gendarmes to St. Petersburg and immured in that huge stone coffin, the fortress of St. Peter and St. Paul? All was possible. Later on we learned that such was indeed the intention, and so it would have been done but for the energetic intervention of Count Nicholas Muravyov, the conqueror of the Amur, who personally implored the Tsar that Kukel should be spared that fate. Our parting with Kukel and his charming family was like a funeral. My heart was very heavy. I not only lost in him a dear personal friend, but I felt also that this parting was the burial of a whole epoch, full of long-cherished hopes, full of illusions, as it became the fashion to say. So it was. A new governor came, a good-natured, leave-me-in-peace man. With renewed energy, seeing that there was no time to lose, I completed our plans of reform of the system of exile and municipal self-government. The governor made a few objections here and there for formality's sake, but finally signed the schemes, and they were sent to headquarters. But at St. Petersburg reforms were no longer wanted. There our projects lie buried still, with hundreds of similar ones from all parts of Russia. A few improved prisons, even more terrible than the old unimproved ones, have been built in the capitals, to be shown during prison congresses to distinguished foreigners. But the remainder, and the whole system of exile, were found by George Kennan in 1886 in exactly the same state in which I left them in 1862. Only now, after 36 years have passed away, the authorities are introducing the reformed tribunals and a parody of self-government in Siberia, and committees have been nominated again to inquire into the system of exile. When Kennan came back to London from his journey to Siberia, he managed, on the very next day after his arrival in London, to hunt up Stepniak, Tchaikovsky, myself, and another Russian refugee. In the evening we all met at Kennan's room in a small hotel near Charing Cross. We saw him for the first time, and having no excess of confidence in enterprising Englishmen who had previously undertaken to learn all about the Siberian prisons, without even learning a word of Russian, we began to cross-examine Kennan. To our astonishment, he not only spoke excellent Russian, but he knew everything worth knowing about Siberia. One or another of us had been acquainted with the greater proportion of all political exiles in Siberia, and we besieged Kennan with questions. Where is so-and-so? Is he married? Is he happy in his marriage? Does he still keep fresh in spirit? We were soon satisfied that Kennan knew all about every one of them. When this questioning was over, and we were preparing to leave, I asked, "Do you know, Mr. Kennan, if they have built a watchtower for the fire brigade at Chita?" Stepniak looked at me, as if to reproach me for abusing Kennan's goodwill. Kennan, however, began to laugh, and I soon joined him. And with much laughter we tossed each other questions and answers. "Why, do you know about that? And you too? Built? Yes, double estimates." And so on, till at last Stepniak interfered, and in his most severely good-natured way objected. "Tell us at least what you are laughing about." Whereupon Kennan told the story of that watchtower which his readers must remember. In 1857, the Chita people wanted to build a watchtower, and collected the money for it, but their estimates had to be sent to the Ministry of the Interior. So they went to St. Petersburg, but when they came back 2 years later, duly approved, all the prices for timber and work had gone up in that rising young town. This was in 1862, while I was at Chita. New estimates were made and sent to St. Petersburg, and the story was repeated for full 25 years, till at last the Chita people, losing patience, put in their estimates prices nearly double the real ones. These fantastic estimates were solemnly considered at St. Petersburg and approved. This is how Chita got its watchtower. It has often been said that Alexander II committed a great fault by raising so many hopes which later on he did not satisfy. It is seen from what I have just said, and the story of little Chita was the story of all Russia, that he did worse than that. It was not merely that he raised hopes. Yielding for a moment to the current of public opinion around him, he induced men all over Russia to set to work, to issue from the domain of mere hopes and dreams, and to touch with a finger the reforms that were required. He made them realize what could be done immediately, and how easy it was to do it. He induced them to sacrifice whatever of their ideals could not be immediately realized, and to demand only what was practically possible at the time. And when they had framed their ideas, and had shaped them into laws which merely required his signature to become realities, Then he refused that signature. No reactionist could raise, or ever has raised, his voice to assert that what was left, the unreformed tribunals, the absence of municipal government, or the system of exile, was good and was worth maintaining. No one has dared to say that. And yet, owing to the fear of doing anything, all was left as it was. For 35 years, those who ventured to mention the necessity of a change were treated as suspects, and institutions unanimously recognized as bad were permitted to continue in existence, only that nothing more might be heard of that abhorred word, reform. End of Siberia, Chapter 3. Siberia, Chapter 4, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Seeing that there was nothing more to be done at Chita in the way of reforms, I gladly accepted the offer to visit the Amur that same summer of 1863. The immense domain on the left, northern, bank of the Amur, and along the Pacific coast as far south as the Bay of Peter the Great, Vladivostok, had been annexed to Russia by Count Muravyov, almost against the will of the St. Petersburg authorities, and certainly without much help from them. When he conceived the bold plan of taking possession of the great river whose southern position and fertile lands had for the last 200 years always attracted the Siberians, and when, on the eve of the opening of Japan to Europe, he decided to take for Russia a strong position on the Pacific coast and to join hands with the United States, he had almost everybody against him at St. Petersburg. The Ministry of War, which had no men to dispose of, the Ministry of Finance, which had no money for annexations, and especially the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, always guided by its preoccupation of avoiding diplomatic complications. Muravyov had thus to act on his own responsibility, and to rely upon the scanty means which thinly populated eastern Siberia could afford for this grand enterprise. Moreover, everything had to be done in a hurry, in order to oppose the accomplished fact to the protests of the West European diplomatists, which would certainly be raised. A nominal occupation would have been of no avail, and the idea was to have on the whole length of the great river and of its southern tributary, the Ussuri, full 2,500 miles, a chain of self-supporting settlements, and thus to establish a regular communication between Siberia and the Pacific coast. Men were wanted for these settlements, and as the scanty population of East Siberia could not supply them, Muravyov did not recoil before any kind of means of getting men. Released convicts, who, after having served their time, had become serfs to the imperial mines, were freed and organized as Transbaikalian Cossacks, part of whom were settled along the Amur and the Ussuri, forming 2 new Cossack communities. Then Muravyov obtained the release of 1,000 hard-labour convicts, mostly robbers and murderers, who had to be settled as free men on the lower Amur. He came himself to see them off, and as they were going to leave, addressed them on the beach. "Go, my children, be free there, cultivate the land, make it Russian soil, start a new life," and so on. The Russian peasant women nearly always follow, of their own free will, their husbands if the latter happen to be sent to hard labour to Siberia, and many of the would-be colonists had their families with them. But those who had none ventured to remark to Muravyov, "What is agriculture without a wife? We ought to be married." Whereupon Muravyov ordered to release all the hard-labour convict women of the place, about 100, and offered them the choice of the man each of them would like to marry and to follow. However, there was little time to lose. The high water in the river was rapidly going down, the rafts had to start, and Muravyov, asking the people to stand in pairs on the beach, blessed them, saying, "I marry you, children. Be kind to each other, you men, don't ill-treat your wives, and be happy." I saw these settlers some 6 years after that scene. Their villages were poor, the land they had been settled on having had to be cleared from under virgin forests, but, all taken, their settlements were not a failure, and the Muravyov marriages were not less happy than marriages are on the average. That excellent, intelligent man, Innocentus, bishop of the Amur, recognized later on these marriages, as well as the children which were born, as quite legal, and had them inscribed on the church registers. Muravyov was less successful, though, with another batch of men that he added to the population of East Siberia. In his penury of men he had accepted a couple of thousand soldiers from the punishment battalions. They were incorporated as adopted sons in the families of the Cossacks, or were settled in joint households in the villages. But 10 or 20 years of barrack life under the horrid discipline of Nicholas I's time surely was not a preparation for an agricultural life. The sons deserted their adopted fathers and constituted the floating population of the towns, living from hand to mouth on occasional jobs, spending chiefly in drink what they earned, and then again living as birds in the sky in the expectation of another job turning up. The motley crowd of Transbaikalian Cossacks, of ex-convicts and sons who were settled in a hurry and often in a haphazard way along the banks of the Amur, certainly did not attain prosperity, especially in the lower parts of the river and on the Usuri, where every square yard had often to be won upon a virgin subtropical forest, and deluges of rain brought by the monsoons in July, inundations on a gigantic scale, millions of migrating birds, and the like, continually destroyed the crops, finally bringing whole populations to sheer despair and apathy. Considerable supplies of salt, flour, cured meat, and so on had thus to be shipped every year to support both the regular troops and the settlements on the lower Amur, and for that purpose some 150 barges used to be built and loaded at Chita, and floated with the early spring floods down the Ingoda, the Shilka, and the Amur. The whole flotilla was divided into detachments of from 20 to 30 barges, which were placed under the orders of a number of Cossack and civil service officers. Most of them did not know much about navigation, but they could be trusted, at least, not to steal the provisions and then report them as lost. I was nominated assistant to the chief of all that flotilla. Let me name him, Major Marovsky. My first experiences in my new capacity of navigator were all but successful. It so happened that I had to proceed with a few barges as rapidly as possible to a certain point on the Amur, and there to hand over my vessels. For that purpose I had to hire men exactly from among those sons whom I have already mentioned. None of them had ever had any experience in river navigation, nor had I. On the morning of our start, my crew had to be collected from the public houses of the place, most of them being so drunk at that early hour that they had to be bathed in the river to bring them back to their senses. When we were afloat, I had to teach them everything that had to be done. Still, things went pretty well during the day. The barges, carried along by a swift current, floated down the river, and my crew, inexperienced though they were, had no interest in throwing their vessels upon the shore. That would have required special exertion. But when dusk came and our huge, heavily laden 50-ton barges had to be brought to the shore and fastened to it for the night, one of the barges, which was far ahead of the one upon which I was stopped only when it was fast upon a rock, at the foot of a tremendously high and inaccessible cliff. There it stood immovable, while the level of the river, temporarily swollen by rains, was rapidly going down. My 10 men evidently could not move it. So I rode down to the next village to ask assistance from the Cossacks, and at the same time dispatched a messenger to a friend, a Cossack officer who stayed some 20 miles away and who had experience in such things. The morning came. 100 Cossacks, men and women, had come to my aid, but there was no means whatever to connect the barge with the shore in order to unload it, so deep was the water under the cliff. And as soon as we attempted to push it off the rock, its bottom was broken in and water freely entered it, sweeping away the flour and the salt of the cargo. To my great horror, I perceived lots of small fish entering through the hole and freely swimming about in the barge, and I stood there helpless, not knowing what to do next. There is a very simple and effective remedy for such emergencies. A sack of flour is thrust into the hole, and it soon takes its shape, while the outer crust of paste which is formed in the sack prevents water from penetrating through the flour, but none of us knew anything about it. Happily enough, a few minutes later a barge was signalled coming down the river towards us. The appearance of the swan who carried Lohengrin was not greeted with more enthusiasm by the despairing Elsa than that clumsy vessel was greeted by me. The haze which covered the beautiful Shilka at that early hour in the morning added even more to the poetry of the vision. It was my friend the Cossack officer, who had realized by my description that no human force could drag my barge off the rock, that it was lost, and taking an empty barge which by chance was at hand, came with it to place upon it the cargo of my doomed craft. Now the hole was filled up, the water was pumped out, and the cargo was transferred to the new barge, which was fastened alongside mine, and next morning I could continue my journey. This little experience was of great profit to me, and I soon reached my destination on the Amur without further adventures worth mentioning. Every night we found out some stretch of steep but relatively low shore where to stop with the barges for the night, and our fires were soon lighted on the bank of the swift and clear river, amidst most beautiful mountain scenery. In daytime, one could hardly imagine a more pleasant journey than on board a barge which leisurely floats down, without any of the noises of a steamer, 1 or 2 strokes being occasionally given with its immense stern rudder to keep it in the main current. For the lover of nature, the lower part of the Shilka and the upper part of the Amur, where one sees a most beautiful wide and swift river flowing amidst mountains rising in steep wooded cliffs a couple of 1,000 feet above the water, offers one of the most delightful scenes in the world. But on that very account communication along the shore, on horseback, along a narrow trail, is extremely difficult. I learned this that same autumn at my own expense. In East Siberia, the 7 last stations along the Shilka, about 120 miles, were known as the 7 mortal sins. This stretch of the Trans-Siberian Railway, if it is ever built, will cost unimaginable sums of money, much more than the stretch of the Canadian Pacific Line in the Rocky Mountains, in the canyon of the Fraser River, has cost. After I had delivered my barges, I made about 1,000 miles down the Amur in one of the post boats which are used on the river. The boat is covered with a light shed in its back part, and has on its stem a box filled with earth, upon which a fire is kept to cook the food. My crew consisted of 3 men. We had to make haste, and therefore used to row in turns all day long, while at night the boat was left to float with the current, and I kept the watch for 3 or 4 hours to maintain the boat in the midst of the river, and to prevent it from being dragged into some side branch. These watches, the full moon shining above, and the dark hills reflected in the river, were beautiful beyond description. My rowers were taken from the same sons. They were 3 tramps who had the reputation of being incorrigible thieves and robbers, and I carried with me a heavy sack full of banknotes, silver and copper. In Western Europe, such a journey on a lonely river would have been considered risky. Not so in East Siberia. I made it without even having so much as an old pistol, and I found my 3 tramps excellent company. Only as we approached Blagoveshchensk they became restless. Kanchina, the Chinese brandy, is cheap there, they reasoned with deep sighs. We are sure to get into trouble. It's cheap, and it knocks you over in no time from want of being used to it. I offered to leave the money which was due to them with a friend, who would see them off with the first steamer. That would not help us, they replied mournfully. Somebody will offer a glass. It's cheap, and a glass knocks you over, they persisted in saying. They were really perplexed, and when, a few months later, I returned through the town, I learned that one of my sons, as people called them in town, had really got into trouble. When he had sold the last pair of boots to get the poisonous drink, he had made some theft and was locked up. My friend finally obtained his release and shipped him back. Only those who have seen the Amur, or know the Mississippi or the Yangtze-Kiang, can imagine what an immense river the Amur becomes after it has joined the Sungari, and can realize what tremendous waves roll up its bed if the weather is stormy. When the rainy season, due to the monsoons, comes in July, the Sungari, the Ussuri, and the Amur are swollen by unimaginable quantities of water. Thousands of low islands, usually covered with willow thickets, are inundated or torn away, and the width of the river attains in places 2, 3, or even 5 miles. Water rushes into hundreds of branches and lakes which spread in the lowlands along the main channel. And when a fresh wind blows from an eastern quarter, against the current, tremendous waves, higher than those which one sees in the estuary of the St. Lawrence, roll up the main channel as well as up its branches. Still worse is it when a typhoon blows from the Chinese Sea and spreads over the Amur region. We experienced such a typhoon. I was then on board a large decked boat with Major Marovsky, whom I had joined at Blagoveshensk. He had well provided his boat with sails, which permitted us to sail close to the wind, and when the storm began we managed, nevertheless, to bring our boat on the sheltered side of the river and to find refuge in some small tributary. There we stayed for 2 days, while the storm raged with such fury that when I ventured for 100 yards into the surrounding forest, I had to retreat on account of the number of immense trees which the wind was blowing down around me. We began to feel very uneasy for our barges. It was evident that if they had been afloat this morning, they never would have been able to reach the sheltered side of the river, but must have been driven by the storm to the bank exposed to the full rage of the wind, and there they must have been destroyed. A disaster was almost certain. We sailed out as soon as the main fury of the storm had abated. We knew that we must soon overtake 2 detachments of barges, but we sailed 1 day, 2 days, and there was no trace of them. My friend Marovsky lost both sleep and appetite, and looked as if he had just had a serious illness. He sat whole days on the deck, motionless, murmuring, "All is lost, all is lost." The villages are few and rare in this part of the Amur, and nobody could give us any information. A new storm came on, and when we reached at last a village, we learned that no barges had passed by it, and that quantities of wreck had been seen floating down the river during the previous day. It was evident that at least 40 barges, which carried a cargo of about 2,000 tons, must have perished. It meant a certain famine next spring on the lower Amur if no supplies were brought in time. We were late in the season, navigation would soon be closed, and there was no telegraph yet along the river. We held a council and decided that Marovsky should sail as quickly as possible to the mouth of the Amur. Some purchases of grain might perhaps be made in Japan before the close of the navigation. Meanwhile, I was to go with all possible speed up the river to determine the losses, and do my best to cover the 2,000 miles of the Amur and the Shilka, in boats, on horseback, or on board steamer if I met one. The sooner I could warn the Chita authorities and dispatch any amount of provisions available, the better it would be. Perhaps part of them would reach this same autumn the upper Amur, whence it would be easier to ship them in the early spring to the lowlands. Even if a few weeks or only days could be won, it might make an immense difference in case of a famine. I began my 2,000 miles journey in a rowing boat, changing rowers every 20 miles or so at each village. It was very slow progress, but there might be no steamer coming up the river for a fortnight, and in the meantime I could reach the spots where the barges were wrecked and see if any of the provisions had been saved. Then, at the mouth of the Usuri, Khabarovsk, I might find a steamer. The boats which I took in the villages were miserable, and the weather very stormy. We kept evidently along the shore, but we had to cross some branches of the Amur of great width, and the waves, driven by the high wind, threatened continually to swamp our little craft. One day we had to cross a branch of the Amur nearly half a mile wide. Chopped waves rose like mountains as they rolled up that branch. My rowers, 2 peasants, were seized with terror. Their faces were white as paper, their blue lips trembled, they murmured prayers. Only a boy of 15, who held the rudder, calmly kept a watchful eye upon the waves. He glided between them as they seemed to sink around us for a moment, but when he saw them rising to a menacing height in front of us, he gave a slight turn to the boat and steadied it across the waves. The boat shipped water from each wave, and I threw it out with an old ladle, noting at times that it accumulated more rapidly than I could get rid of it. There was a moment when the boat shipped 2 such big waves that, on a sign given to me by one of the trembling rowers, I unfastened the heavy sack full of copper and silver that I carried across my shoulder. For several days in succession we had such crossings. I never forced the men to cross, but they themselves, knowing why I had to hurry, would decide at a given moment that an attempt must be made. There are not 7 deaths in one's life, and one cannot be avoided, they would say, and, signing themselves with the cross, would seize the oars and pull over. I soon reached the places where the main destruction of our barges took place. 44 barges had been destroyed by the storm. Unloading had been impossible, and very little of the cargo had been saved. 2,000 tons of flour had perished in the waves. With this message I continued my journey. A few days later a steamer slowly creeping up the river overtook me, and when I boarded her the passengers told me that the captain had drunk so much that he was seized with delirium and jumped overboard. He was saved, though, and was now lying ill in his cabin. They asked me to take command of the steamer, and I had to accept it, but soon I realized, to my great astonishment, that everything went on by itself in such an excellent routine way that, though I paraded all day on the bridge, I had almost nothing to do. Apart from a few minutes of real responsibility when the steamer had to be brought to the landing places, where we took wood for fuel, and saying a few words now and then, for encouraging the stokers to start as soon as dawn permitted us faintly to distinguish the outlines of the shores, everything went on by itself, requiring but little interference of mine. A pilot, who would have been able to interpret the map, would have managed as well. Travelling by steamer and a great deal on horseback, I reached at last Transbaikalia. The idea of a famine that might break out next spring on the lower Amur oppressed me all the time. I found that the small steamer, on board of which I was, did not progress up the swift Shilka rapidly enough, and in order to gain some 20 hours, or even less, I abandoned it and rode with a Cossack a couple of 100 miles up the Argun, along one of the wildest mountain tracks in Siberia, stopping to light our campfire only after midnight would have overtaken us in the woods. Even the 10 or 20 hours that I might gain by this exertion had not to be despised, because every day brought us nearer to the close of navigation. At nights, ice was already forming on the river. At last I met the governor of Transbaikalia and my friend, Colonel Pedashenko, on the Shilka, at the convict settlement of Kara, and the latter took in hand the care of shipping immediately all available provisions. As to me, I left immediately to report all about the matter at Irkutsk. People at Irkutsk wondered that I had managed to make this long journey so rapidly, but I was quite worn out. However, youth quickly recovers its strength, and I recovered mine by sleeping for some time such a number of hours every day that I should be ashamed to say how many. "Have you taken some rest?" the Governor-General asked me a week or so after my arrival. "Could you start tomorrow for St. Petersburg, as a courier, to report there yourself upon the loss of the barges?" It meant to cover in 20 days, not 1 day more, another distance of 3,200 miles between Irkutsk and Nizhny Novgorod, where I could take the railway to St. Petersburg, to gallop day and night in post-carts which had to be changed at every station, because no carriage would stand such a journey full speed over the ruts of the road frozen at the end of autumn. But to see my brother Alexander was too great an attraction for me not to accept the offer, and I started the next night. When I reached the lowlands of West Siberia and the Urals, the journey really became a torture. There were days when the wheels of the carts would be broken over the frozen ruts at every successive station. The rivers were freezing, and I had to cross the Ob in a boat amidst the floating ice, which menaced at every moment to crush our small craft. When I reached the Tom River, on which the ice had only stopped floating during the preceding night, the peasants refused for some time to take me over, asking me to give them a receipt. "What sort of receipt do you want?" "Well, you write on a paper, 'I, undersigned, hereby testify that I was drowned by the will of God and by no fault of the peasants,' and you give us that paper. 'With pleasure, on the other shore.' At last they took me over. A boy, a brave, bright boy whom I had selected in the crowd, opened the procession, testing the strength of the ice with a pole. I followed him, carrying my despatch box on my shoulders, and we two were attached to long reins which 5 peasants held, following us at a distance. One of them carrying a bundle of straw, to be thrown on the ice if it should not seem strong enough. At last I reached Moscow, where my brother met me at the station, and we proceeded at once to St. Petersburg. Youth is a grand thing. After such a journey, which lasted 24 days and nights, when I came, early in the morning, to St. Petersburg, I went the same day to deliver my despatches, and did not fail also to call upon an aunt, or rather upon a cousin, who resided at St. Petersburg. She was radiant. "We have a dancing party tonight. Will you come?" she said. Of course I would. And not only come, but dance until an early hour of the morning. When I came to St. Petersburg and saw the authorities, I understood why I had been sent to make the report. Nobody would believe the possibility of such a destruction of the barges. Have you been on the spot? Did you see the destruction with your own eyes? Are you perfectly sure that they have not simply stolen the provisions and shown you the wreck of some barges? Such were the questions I had to answer. The high functionaries who stood at the head of Siberian affairs at St. Petersburg were simply charming in their innocent ignorance of Siberia. "Mais, mon cher," one of them said to me, he always spoke French, "how is it possible that 40 barges should be destroyed on the Neva without anyone rushing to help save them?" "The Neva," I exclaimed, "put 3-4 Nevas side by side, and you will have the lower Amur." "Is it really as big as that?" And 2 minutes later he was chatting, in excellent French, about all sorts of things. "When did you last see Swart, the painter? Is not his John the Terrible a wonderful picture? Do you know for what reason Kukel was going to be arrested? Do you know that Chernyshevsky is arrested? He is now in the fortress." "What for? What has he done?" I asked. "Nothing particular, nothing. But, mon cher, you know, state considerations. Such a clever man, awfully clever. And such an influence he has upon the youth. You understand that a government cannot tolerate that. That's impossible. Intolérable, mon cher, dans un état bien ordonné." Count Ignatieff made no such questions. He knew the Amur very well, and he knew St. Petersburg too. Amidst all sorts of jokes, and witty remarks about Siberia, which he made with an astounding vivacity, he dropped to me: "It is a very lucky thing that you were there on the spot and saw the wrecks. And they were clever to send you with the report. Well done. At first, nobody wanted to believe about the barges. Some new swindling, it was thought. But now people say that you were well known as a page, and you have only been a few months in Siberia, so you would not shelter the people there if it were swindling. They trust in you." The Minister of War, Dmitry Milutin, was the only man in the high administration of St. Petersburg who took the matter seriously. He asked me many questions, all to the point. He mastered the subject at once, and all our conversation was in short sentences, without hurry, but without any waste of words. "The coast settlements to be supplied from the sea, you mean? The remainder only from Chita? Quite right. But if a storm happens next year, will there be the same destruction once more?" "No, if there are 2 small tugs to convoy the barges." "Will it do?" "Yes, with 1 tug the loss would not have been half so heavy." "Very probably. Write to me, please. State all you have said, quite plainly. No formalities." End of Siberia, Chapter 4. Siberia, Chapter 5. Of Memoirs of a Revolutionist by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. I did not stay long at St. Petersburg, and returned to Irkutsk the same winter. My brother was going to join me there in a few months. He was accepted as an officer of the Irkutsk Cossacks. Travelling across Siberia in the winter is supposed to be a terrible experience, but, all things considered, it is on the whole more comfortable than at any other season of the year. And although the cold is fearful, One can stand it well enough. Lying full length in the sledge, as everyone does in Siberia, wrapped in fur blankets, fur inside and fur outside, one does not suffer much from the cold, even when the temperature is 40 or 60 Fahrenheit degrees below zero. Travelling in courier fashion, that is, rapidly changing horses at each station and stopping only once a day for 1 hour to take a meal, I reached Irkutsk 19 days after I had left St. Petersburg. 200 miles a day is the normal speed in such cases, and I remember having covered the last 660 miles before Irkutsk in 70 hours. The frost was not severe then, the roads were in an excellent condition, the drivers were kept in good spirits by a free allowance of silver coins, and the team of 3 small and light horses seemed to enjoy running swiftly across hill and vale, and across rivers frozen as hard as steel, amidst forests glistening in their silver attire in the rays of the sun. I was now nominated attaché to the Governor-General of East Siberia for Cossack affairs, and had to reside at Irkutsk, but there was nothing particular to do. To let everything go on, according to the established routine, with no more reference to changes, such was the watchword that came now from St. Petersburg. I therefore gladly accepted the proposal to undertake geographical exploration in Manchuria. If one casts a glance on a map of Asia, one sees that the Russian frontier, which runs in Siberia, broadly speaking, along the 50th degree of latitude, suddenly bends in Transbaikalia to the north. It follows for 300 miles the Argun river, then, on reaching the Amur, it turns southeastwards, the town of Blagoveshchensk, which was the capital of the Amur land, being situated again in about the same latitude of 50 degrees. Between the southeastern corner of Transbaikalia, New Tsurukaitu, and Blagoveshchensk on the Amur, the distance west to east is only 500 miles, but along the Argun and the Amur it is over 1,000 miles, and moreover communication along the Argun, which is not navigable, is extremely difficult. In its lower parts there is nothing but a most wild mountain track. Transbaikalia is very rich in cattle, and the Cossacks who occupy its southeastern corner and are wealthy cattle breeders wanted to establish a direct communication with the middle Amur, which would be a good market for their cattle. They used to trade with the Mongols, and they had heard from them that it would not be difficult to reach the Amur, travelling eastwards across the great Khingan. Going straight towards the east, they were told, one would fall in with an old Chinese route which crosses the Khingan and leads to the Manchurian town of Mergin, on the Noni River, a tributary to the Sungari, whence an excellent road leads to the middle Amur. I was offered the leadership of a trading caravan which the Cossacks intended to organize in order to find that route, and I accepted it with enthusiasm. No European had ever visited that region, and a Russian topographer who went that way a few years before was killed. Only 2 Jesuits, in the time of the Emperor Kansi, had penetrated from the south as far as Mergin, and had determined its latitude. All the immense region to the north of it, 500 miles wide and 500 miles deep, was totally, absolutely unknown. I consulted all the available sources about this region. Nobody, not even the Chinese geographers, knew anything about it. Besides, the very fact of connecting the middle Amur with Transbaikalia had its importance. Tsurukaitu is now going to be the head of the Trans-Manchuria Railway. We were thus the pioneers of that great enterprise. There was, however, one difficulty. The treaty with China granted to the Russians free trade with the Empire of China and Mongolia. Manchuria was not mentioned in it, and could as well be excluded as included in the treaty. The Chinese frontier authorities interpreted it one way, and the Russians the other way. Moreover, only trade being mentioned, an officer would not be allowed to enter Manchuria. I had thus to go as a trader, and accordingly I bought at Irkutsk various goods, and went disguised as a merchant. The Governor-General delivered me a passport, to the Irkutsk second guild merchants Peter Alexeyev and his companions, and he warned me that if the Chinese authorities arrested me and took me to Peking, and thence across the Gobi to the Russian frontier. In a cage on a camel's back was their way of conveying prisoners across Mongolia. I must not betray him by naming myself. I accepted, of course, all the conditions, the temptation to visit a country which no European had ever seen being too great for an explorer. It would not have been easy to conceal my identity while I was in Transbaikalia. The Cossacks are an extremely inquisitive sort of people, real Mongols, and as soon as a stranger comes to one of their villages, while treating him with the greatest hospitality, the master of the house submits the newcomer to a formal interrogatory. "A tedious journey, I suppose," he begins. "A long way from Chita, is it not?" And then, perhaps, longer still for one who comes from some place beyond Chita. Maybe from Irkutsk. Trading there, I believe. Many tradesmen come this way. "You're going also to Nerchinsk, I should say." "Yes, people are often married at your age, and you too must have left a family, I suppose." "Many children?" "Not all boys, I should say." And so on for quite half an hour. The local commander of the Cossacks, Captain Buxhovden, knew his people, and consequently we had taken our precautions. At Chita and at Irkutsk we often had amateur theatricals, playing in preference dramas of Ostrovsky, in which the scene of action is nearly always amongst the merchant classes. I played several times in different dramas, and found such great pleasure in acting that I even wrote on one occasion to my brother an enthusiastic letter, confessing to him my passionate desire to abandon my military career and to go on the stage. I played mostly young merchants, and had so well got hold of their ways of talking and gesticulating, and tea drinking from the saucer (I knew these ways since my Nikolskoye experiences), that now I had a good opportunity to act it out in reality for useful purposes. "Take your seat, Peter Alexeyevich," Captain Buxhovden would say to me when the boiling tea urn, throwing out clouds of steam, was placed on the table. "Thank you, we may stay here," I would reply, sitting on the edge of a chair at a distance and beginning to drink my tea in true Moscow merchant fashion. Buxhovden, meanwhile, nearly exploded with laughter as I blew upon my saucer with staring eyes, and bit off in a special way microscopic particles from a small lump of sugar which was to serve for half a dozen cups. We knew that the Cossacks would soon make out the truth about me, but the important thing was to win a few days only, and to cross the frontier while my identity was not yet discovered. I must have played my part pretty well, as the Cossacks treated me as a small merchant. In one village, an old woman beckoned me in the passage and asked me, "Are there more people coming behind you on the road, my dear?" "None, grandmother, that we heard of." "They said a prince, Rapotsky, was going to come. Is he coming?" "Oh, I see. You are right, grandmother. His Highness intended to go, too, from Irkutsk. But how can he? Such a journey. Not suitable for them. So they remained where they were." "Of course, how can he?" In short, we crossed the frontier unmolested. We were 11 Cossacks, 1 Tungus, and myself, all on horseback. We had with us about 40 horses for sale and 2 carts, one of which, two-wheeled, belonged to me, and contained the cloth, the velveteen, the gold braid, and so on, which I had taken in my capacity as merchant. I attended to it and to my horses entirely myself, while we chose one of the Cossacks to be the elder of our caravan. He had to manage all the diplomatic talk with the Chinese authorities. All Cossacks spoke Mongolian, and the Tungus understood Manchurian. The Cossacks of the caravan knew, of course, who I was. One of them knew me at Irkutsk, but they never betrayed that knowledge, understanding that the success of the expedition depended upon it. I wore a long blue cotton dress, like the others, and the Chinese paid no attention to me, so that I could make, unnoticed by them, the compass survey of the route. The first day only, when all sorts of Chinese soldiers hung about us in the hope of getting a glass of whisky, I had often to cast only a furtive glance at my compass and to inscribe the bearings and the distances in my pocket, without taking my paper out. We had with us no arms whatever. Only our Tungus, who was going to marry, had taken his matchlock gun and used it to hunt for fallow deer, bringing us meat for supper, and making a provision of furs with which to pay for his future wife. When there was no more whiskey to be obtained from us, the Chinese soldiers left us alone. So we went straight eastwards, finding our way as best we could across hill and dale, and after a 4 or 5 days' march we really fell in with the Chinese track which had to take us across the Khingan to Bergen. To our astonishment, we discovered that the crossing of the great ridge, which looked so black and terrible on the maps, was most easy. We overtook on the road an old Chinese functionary, miserably wretched, who travelled in the same direction in a 2-wheeled cart. For the last 2 days the road was going uphill, and the country bore testimony to its high altitude. The ground became marshy, and the road was muddy. The grass was very poor, and the trees grew thin, undeveloped, often crippled and covered with lichens. Mountains devoid of forests rose right and left, and we thought already of the difficulties we should experience in crossing the ridge, when we saw the old Chinese functionary alighting from his cart before an obo, that is, before a heap made of stones and branches of trees, to which bundles of horsehair and small rags had been attached. He drew several hairs out of the mane of his horse and attached them to the branches. ' What is that ?' we asked. ' The obo. The waters before us flow now to the Amur.' ' Is that all of the Khingan ?'' Yes. No mountains more to cross as far as the Amur. Only hills.' Quite a commotion spread in our caravan. ' The rivers flow to the Amur, the Amur,' shouted the Cossacks to each other. All their lives they had heard the old Cossacks talking about the great river where the vine grows wild, where the prairies extend for hundreds of miles and could give wealth to millions of men. Then, after the Amur was annexed to Russia, they heard of the long journey to it, the difficulties of the first settlers, and the prosperity of their relatives settled on the upper Amur, and now we had found the short way to it. We had before us a steep slope, upon which the road went downwards in zigzags leading to a small river, which pierced its way through a chopped sea of mountains, and led to the Amur. No more obstacles lay between us and the great river. A traveller will imagine my delight at this unexpected geographical discovery. As to the Cossacks, they hastened to dismount and to attach in their turn bundles of hair taken from their horses to the branches thrown on the obo. The Siberians altogether have a sort of awe for the gods of the heathen. They don't think much of them, but these gods, they say, are wicked creatures, bent on mischief, and it is never good to be on bad terms with them. It is far better to bribe them with small tokens of respect. ' Look, here is a strange tree. It must be an oak,' they exclaimed, as we went down the steep slope. The oak does not grow, indeed, in Siberia. None is found until the eastern slope of the high plateau has been reached. ' Look, nut trees !' they exclaimed next. ' And what tree is that ?' they said, seeing a lime tree, or some other tree which does not grow in Russia either, but which I knew was part of the Manchurian flora. The northerners, who for centuries had dreamed of warmer lands and now saw them, were in delight. Lying on the ground covered with rich grass, they caressed it with their eyes. They would have kissed it. Now they burned with the desire to reach the Amur as soon as possible. When, a fortnight later, we stopped at our last campfire within 20 miles from the river, they grew impatient like children. They began to saddle their horses shortly after midnight and hurried me to start long before daybreak, and when at last we caught from an eminence a sight of the mighty stream, the eyes of these unimpressionable Siberians, generally devoid of poetical feeling, gleamed with poetical ardour as they looked upon the blue waters of the majestic Amur. It was evident that, sooner or later, with or without the support, or even against the wish, of the Russian government, both banks of this river, a desert now but rich in possibilities, as well as the immense unpopulated stretches of North Manchuria, would be invaded by Russian settlers, just as the shores of the Mississippi were colonized by the Canadian voyageurs. In the meantime, the old half-blind Chinese functionary with whom we had crossed the Khingan, having donned his blue coat and official hat with a glass button on its top, declared to us next morning that he would not let us go further. Our elder had received him and his clerk in our tent, and the old man, repeating what the clerk whispered to him, raised all sorts of objections to our further progress. He wanted us to camp on the spot, while he would send our pass to Peking to get orders, which we absolutely refused to do. Then he sought to quarrel with our passport. "What sort of a passport is that?" he said, looking with disdain into our pass, which was written in a few lines on a plain sheet of foolscap paper, in Russian and Mongolian, and had a simple sealing-wax seal. "You may have written it yourself and sealed it with a copper," he remarked. "Look at my pass. This is worth something." And he unrolled before us a sheet of paper, 2 feet long, covered with Chinese characters. I sat quietly aside during this conference, packing something in my box, when a sheet of the Moscow Gazette fell under my hand. The Gazette, being the property of the Moscow University, had an eagle printed on its title heading. "Show him this," I said to our elder. He unfolded the large sheet of print and pointed out the eagle. "That pass was to show to you," our elder said, "but this is what we have for ourselves." "Why is it all written about you?" the old man asked with terror. "All about us," the elder replied, without even a twinkle in his eyes. The old man, a true functionary, looked quite dumbfounded at seeing such a profusion of writing. He examined every one of us, nodding with his head. But the clerk was still whispering something to his chief, who finally declared that he would not let us continue the journey. "Enough of talking," I said to the elder. "Give the order to saddle the horses." The Cossacks were of the same opinion, and in no time our caravan started, bidding goodbye to the old functionary, and promising him to report that short of resorting to violence, which he was not able to do, he had done all in his power to prevent us from entering Manchuria, and that it was our fault if we went nevertheless. A few days later we were at Mergin, where we traded a little, and soon reached the Chinese town of Aigun, on the right bank of the Amur, and the Russian town of Blagoveshchensk on the left bank. We had discovered the direct route and many interesting things besides: the border-ridge character of the great Khingan, the ease with which it can be crossed, the tertiary volcanoes of the Uyun-Kholdontsi region, which had so long been a puzzle in geographical literature, and so on. I cannot say that I was a sharp tradesman, for at Mergin I persisted, in broken Chinese, in asking 35 rubles for a watch, when the Chinese buyer had already offered me 45. But the Cossacks traded all right. They sold very well all their horses, and when my horses, my goods, and the rest were sold by the Cossacks, it appeared that the expedition had cost the government the modest sum of 22 rubles, a little over £2. End of Siberia, Chapter 5.